heard the talk, watched the scrims and seen the tweets. Streamers, LEC players, MSI champions, dropping the ultimate onto Yanko. But all that matters is what you do on the Rift. And Hurt is going to be killed by some random bloke from Hungary. MSI champion, welcome to the NLC. There's only one league like this, so what more do you need to know? Brought to you by Arozzi, the NLC is hitting your screen right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship. We're on Winter Split, and today it's lower bracket, which means today is Elimination Day. My name is also Asher Maya. I will be your host, but I can't do this show without my lovely desk. So without further ado, let's introduce them. This is a dangerous duo, by the way. It's Jamad and Hipray. Welcome, bros. I'm scared. I'm scared.
You must be desperate to call us to desk. You must be truly desperate to call us to desk.
Yeah. At the same time, no less, right? Like,
yeah,
you're actually asking for the most. Well, I shouldn't have been here today, but I am. So now you actually get the real dangerous.
I tried my best. You know I did. I tried my best, but we had the situation, so Hiprain and Jamada are stepping in. It's a lovely bunch. You've been working together for a long time, so obviously it's a pleasure to have both of you. I know Hiprain is trying to get in on the conversation. I'm not going to allow you.
He wants me. He's trying to keep me out, but he can't. It reminds me of back when I used to work in retail, and my boss used to make sure I didn't work on the same day as my friends. Like,
you know what's
it
the
feels
best
exactly
part of
like
this?
that. Go on.
Hiprain, I thought you would be an amazing host, and then we tried it on EMEA Masters, and in 5 minutes we got a podcast banned. So with that in mind, let's understand how we got here so far with the bracket, to understand where we're standing. While lower bracket, we had Los Ratones versus DMG, and DMG lost that game 2-0, and then Ready lost versus Bulldogs by 2-1, an interesting match. Then Rich Gang got deleted by Verdant, and Nord completely dominated versus Venomcrest. Now on to today, it means LLS will be facing DMG, and whoever loses this one will be promoted to viewer. This is the hard one. What do you have to say about this?
Promoted to viewer is an incredible way of...
It's the best way I have to phrase this.
Diplomatic.
Saying you won't be playing any more League of Legends for the next couple of weeks. Yeah, I mean, full-blown elimination now, of course, in the lower bracket. LLS and DMG definitely been our weaker of the two teams. I do feel like, you know, for DMG, they did low roll, right? Getting Los Ratones as their opponent.
True.
And yeah, it's just kind of part draw, but also, you know, the seedings are the way that they were, so they had to show up, and unfortunately Los Ratones showed up a lot better.
I feel like every season I talk about how we follow the growth of players and teams, but with the system we're running right here, that growth has to be incredibly quick. Normally we're at the point where I'm like, right, I want to start to see that improvement so you can act on it for the playoffs. We're in playoffs, we're in do or die moments, so for a lot of these teams, they have very little time to kind of get that improvement down, get that preparation for the later stages of the tournament. And yeah, I feel like Lightside and DMG, these are two teams who had we had a longer group stage, I would be really excited about seeing that growth. But man, this growth has to come out real quick from these two teams. They've got one best of 5 and only one of them's going forwards. Yeah,
exactly right. And of course we had all of the other matchups happening throughout the last week. Plenty of very fun games, despite a majority of them, I believe, off the top of my head, a lot of them were 0-2s, but they were close 0-2s, right? Don't let the series score prank you into believing it was anything else. But and especially, I think one of the other big upsets was that Rich Gang series that Verdant took 2-0. A lot of people expecting Rich Gang to come in a lot stronger than they did, and frankly, I think it was a mixture of both. Verdant definitely looking like they'd ironed out a lot of their group stage issues, whereas for Rich Gang, perhaps a bit more of an uncharacteristic day. But again, the whole Group A versus B narrative as well, shaping up off the back of those results. All Group A, right? No Group B teams taking wins throughout the first round in the upper bracket.
So you now are aware of what has been cooking in the kitchen. But if you want to be on that kitchen on finals and semi-finals as well, look at this! Winter finals will be live in Nottingham, United Kingdom, March 1 and 2. Matches are the lower bracket final and grand final. It's going to happen in Nottingham, England, in collab with Nottingham Trent University, NTU, at their venue. So, tickets will start selling on February 9, and keep in mind it's a small venue, so first come, first serve. It's gonna sell out extremely fast. Be aware of it. Look at it, look at it. They're already rolling in. On February 9, you need to get those tickets by 11 Central European time. Don't waste this opportunity. And gentlemen, we have finals live on the venue.
I mean, also, this is
wow.
the first time that we've had UK
England.
finals ever for NLC, but the last time that the UK scene had finals, it was at Twickenham, and those
years.
chairs in that university look way more comfortable than Twickenham. Twickenham was just like fold-away chairs, man. They just whipped out some fold-away chairs they got from like home base. That actually looks like a really cozy venue, so hopefully it goes all the way to 5, because people are going to be very cozy watching those games.
I love you talking about chairs because I have this one. You have one
What a
as well.
transition.
Jamal as well. And if you want that chair, well, Arozzi got you covered. See how. You wish you had a chair like that, so your wish is my command and the discount code belongs to you. A 50% off on everything not already on sale. And they have a lot of sales, by the way. Go onto the website, use the code NLCLOL, and you can get 50% off. I'm telling you, they have a lot of discounts already, because I was looking into the eyewear they have, glasses for gaming, so your eyes don't get really tired, and they have a massive discount on that, almost like 50%. So I'm just saying, I'm gonna get myself a piece, so you can have yourself a chair or even a table. The tables are amazing. I already have mine over there to set up, but I'm trying to record something that I don't think it should be aired anywhere in this lifetime. But be ready. I think it's gonna be the most dangerous video I'm gonna make in my life. I'm just saying. And I did a video clip in the beach, so yeah, keep that in mind. Now, gentlemen, on the desk we usually have something, okay? A test, one might say. And whoever wins the most amount of game shows will get a romantic dinner with sushi all you can eat.
I
On
don't
a late
eat
day
sushi.
with you here, Brian.
Yeah, no, we go to the gym with this. Well, I feel like it's gonna happen regardless, to be honest. I feel like
I hope so.
You need a bulk afterwards. You need that protein. So, you know, gym and a date. What a good day for us if that happens.
But look, do you hear this?
This is. I feel like
This is
I'm on
a
like a
I'm in the
90s game show here.
There you go. Now we're talking. Be ready to play for the first time on NLC. Who am I? Emoji edition. Huh?
Ooh.
So what's gonna happen
okay.
is I'll drop a hint by an emoji, and you will get an opportunity to raise your hand and say, "Oh, I think it's this champion," and I'll say correct or wrong, and we'll go to the other emoji. So the faster you get in, the more points you get, and the rules are made up by the host. Let's start this one. Give me the first emoji.
Oh, I see. Okay, I understand this now. Okay. I don't know. Give me another emoji.
Just give us the next emoji, bro. Just
Okay,
give us the next
second emoji.
Oh.
It's a
Ramos. It's Ramos.
Hipran joins in, gets into Ramos, and he's got himself a point. Look at
Fair
him.
play.
Oh, that's beautiful, by the
He's
way.
not a
That's
hedgehog.
beautiful.
He's an
It is.
armadillo.
Yeah, that's a hedgehog.
Yeah, but he's an armadillo.
You know what? Rules don't
Quickly,
matter.
next graphic.
Next, let's go for the next one. Second champion. Who am I?
The Cyclops from X-Men.
Emoji edition.
Me. Hello. Hello.
Go on,
man.
Jamada.
Yes!
Hello.
Jamada!
Vayne?
That was so close because my glasses really look like Vayne's glasses. But I'm not
That's
that
not
deep
a
into
bad guess.
cosplays, so that is wrong, by the way.
All right, give us the next one then.
These are not my glasses, by the way. I don't know whose glasses these are, but...
Oh, Leona.
Look.
Oh, him brain comes in fast and
Hey, wait. Hey,
Another
he didn't
one.
put his hands up. Hey, he didn't put his hands up. He just shouted out the name.
Just use your
What?
mouth, man.
That's disqualification, surely.
Oh, just too
you have
busy
to raise your
dancing,
hand.
bro,
He
dude.
has a point. He has a point. Jamada has
Okay,
a point.
it's Leona.
That's got to be a forfeited point to me, no? Like he just shouted
Absolutely
it out,
not.
and
You
then
know what?
not only has he shouted it out before you've even said, "Yeah, you're right."
Wait.
The production's thrown up the right champion.
Well, I was
and all.
right. What do
They've
you
just
want?
given
What
it-
do you want, Jamada? I was right. It was
Production
the
is
right
reaching
answer.
out. It's VAR. It's VAR.
Yeah, can we get some VAR on this, please?
Okay, so Hip Brain takes 1 point from the first one, but doesn't get the second one correct. It's the correct champion, but Hip Brain has been disqualified from the second question.
Jamada,
So-
I know you live, man. Like,
Great,
I'm just
great.
saying. I'm not having you grass me out like that. I got that fair and square.
Call the
God
cops!
damn it.
Call the cops and call in the third emoji! Let's go for the third champion! Who am I? Hip Brain!
Jana.
Oh, you think I would be that easy?
Ah,
No,
it's
but
not.
that's a good argument. Cha! Jamada!
There's only a handful of champions this can beat. Can I guess two at the same time? Because if I
no.
say one, Jake's
No,
gonna say the other.
Absolutely
No.
not. What are you
No.
talking about?
Yasuo.
Not even close! Second emoji!
I'm so far from being sure what this is.
It's me, you know it's weird. You know it's weird. Oh, Jamada.
Fiddlesticks.
Oh, that would
How?
be interesting. Like the
Storm. Like
crows?
Storm, tornado, loud.
Ah.
Like.
I like
not
the
bad.
way you
Okay.
think. You're
Like,
getting there.
I think you're
us another
being
one.
really obscure, so I'm just, I don't think it's right, but I just have to throw it out there.
weirder than that, Jamada.
Give us
but
another
I like
one,
the
come
way
on.
you think. Let's go for the third one, because I don't think you're gonna get it. Ooh, hip right.
Is it Katarina? Or am I just completely off base here? I'm so off base. I just got the storm of
is
daggers.
the second emoji, or else you would get it correct. Jamada, you want to take a guess? It's
No.
related to Katarina.
Oh, come on!
Swain!
No. Hip right.
It's Garen.
There you go. It's got it because he spits and he screams, "Democio!"
Okay,
And
that
he
was
has a-
that was so bloody hard to guess. That was honestly you
2
chose like
points for
the
hip brain. Okay, next one is worth 2 points and the last one is worth 17. Let's go. Fourth champion. Yes, hip brain.
It's so obvious that it's not going to be it, but Jin. Nah, I figured it was too obvious.
It is actually Jim.
Is it actually? Yes.
I didn't say it because I thought it was gonna be him.
You know, if it-
and
if
I
it-
literally went to raise my hand and went, nah, it's not
Okay,
gonna be
okay.
Jin.
In my defense, I brought in the emojis to the graphic designer. He's a lovely human being, and he provided like the most obvious one. It was a water gun, by the way. Okay, that's Jin. You got a lot of points, but the final one. It's time.
Just winner takes all.
Yeah.
What are you
kinda.
talking about?
Slate.
You've been
Yeah,
owned.
It's 17
late.
points. It's 17 points.
Oh my word. Oh, okay. It
Oh,
looks like I
no.
win then by default
Oh no.
because I worked for it.
Oh,
come
pause,
on, production.
Pause.
They told us it wasn't working.
No, that the last one is complicated. It's complicated. Okay. I'll give you.
This is great.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Ba-dum, ba-ba. I don't know if the sound is still there, but if it's there, do we still have sound in the stream, or else I'll sing?
No singing. No, we're good.
Okay, Jamada.
Oh.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Give us
Second
another
emoji.
one.
Second
we don't want to
emoji.
take too long.
I was first, and you know it.
Comment. Olaf.
Yeah.
Man, that was a good attempt. No. Okay, be ready for the third one. It's
Yeah,
all
I
on
don't
this.
have a guess on
All on this. Ah, Hip Brainy was faster.
Sion.
It's
Yeah.
Sion.
Oh.
Hip Brain takes almost all the points. Jimada just gets
Hold on.
Unreal.
minus 1 point for the hit brain for complaining.
Yeah, straight up, I actually got every point there if Jimada just wasn't a complete loser. Like, straight up, I got every point.
Wow, talking about points, both teams were struggling to get those points on seeding stage, and then I had a conversation with them. Do you want to know what happened? Well, stay tuned because you're gonna get it anyway. We are now jumping into the first best of 5 that is going to be deciding who moves on and who stays here. This is a rough one. Fightski and Winter, welcome to this one. Best of 5. What do we have to say about a best of 5? Who wants to start talking about a best of 5 fearless mode?
Me, I can go first. I'm actually
Okay,
excited.
Fightski, hit it.
I was a big hater of the format before I got to play it, but having played it, it's really, really fun. So I think going to game 4 and 5 that's like the most fun part of it. Like you get to do whatever the fuck you want and coach can't say anything.
I love it. Winston, what about you?
Yeah, I agree with Fitsky here. I do like the feelers as well. I feel like it makes the game a lot more exciting. Usually drafts would only surround like 4 to 5 overpowered champs, and now you're actually playing the game. It feels like, I like it as well.
Yeah, I like that feeling. Like it actually feels like we're watching the game. It's not like the same 10 champions constantly being picked. No longer the Cassante. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Fightski, we were talking about this, and you were talking about the format. DMG had a rough start. Let's be honest, it was a rough start. When you look into this one, how do you feel that the team changed from seeding stage towards this position?
How did we change? That's a good question. Actually. I think something we've been working on a lot is like less social distancing on support and jungle. So I hope that's something that kind of comes out in this series.
Okay, Winter, I got a punch for you. Everybody keeps talking about Group A, Group B, and when you look into the bracket, Group B is how do you defend yourself?
You already know it. Like we were in the much harder group. Like we saw it on all the games that were played. Like our group was like significantly harder. Like it's straight up. Like Lost Chance was good, BG was good. Verdant was also good. Like they were all good. Whereas you kind of see DMG and you kind of see Realisec, bro. Like I don't know about them, bro. I don't know.
I mean, like, you know what I keep saying to Highbridge? You guys lost 5 games in a 3-game bracket.
Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I like this. So let's talk about something. Let's put all the cards on the table if possible. Fightski and Winter, when you look into this best of 5, how many games are we expecting? The audience wants to know.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a bold guess. I'm gonna say 3.
3?
3.
Damn, you guys are losing that fast? I mean, I would have said 3-1, but that's fine with me. We can go 3-0. Like fast 3-0, fries in the back, we move on. I don't mind.
Okay, so now it's time to get the gold question. Okay, Fightski, let me start with you on this one. When you look into your team and the enemy team, what is the line you believe you have the highest advantage? And I'm going to do this for you as well, Winter, but where do you believe, Fightski, your team is better?
My heart says bot lane.
The highest advantage, and I'm going to do this for you as well, Winter, but where do you believe, Fightski, your team is better?
My heart says bot lane, but in all honesty, I think top is gonna be free as fuck, so we're just gonna be chilling.
Why did I know this? Why did I just saw it coming, bro?
I wait, it's your time.
I mean, I think honestly, it might be our whole team that's just better. Okay.
The whole team, huh?
Yeah.
I think you're forgetting who you have on jungle.
You can't do
any secret plan you want to reveal before we go into the match? Obviously, you can't reveal like any sort of pre-planned strategies, but anything you want to give to the opponent? A small hint of what's gonna happen tonight.
B1 Cassante. Okay.
There you
I
go.
dropped it.
Nobody
dropped
expected
it.
that one.
No one expected
B1
it,
Cassante.
seriously.
I mean, we looked at you guys' Twitter. No 10th coach roster announcement. We're just waiting for 15 minutes, and you guys will probably fall apart. Like, that's the plan here.
He's going hard, man.
Okay.
I mean, like,
Thank
I'm not
you
even
so
trying
dumb,
to go
Tom.
hard. Like, I'm just saying it as it is. Like, it's pure facts. Sorry.
I like it. Confidence is key, but you know, overconfidence is the slower disease death. Let's see who falls first, and let's see who keeps on with the study. Thank you so much for this one, both of you, and best of luck towards the game. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
See you soon.
This year the NLC is colder than ever. We all walk on thin ice. One mistake could shatter everything.
Rusty gets caught out by the knockup and he is absolutely obliterated.
Today, two teams stand at the edge of elimination. Two squads who fought through adversity but still haven't found their rhythm.
As he's now down to half beats, are already gone. Komsky just going into the meat grinder that is Rich Gang. This is a horrible fight as the flank coming through as well. This could be all for...
Matty in the backline takes out Rusty. Just jumps on it and shows Rusty how it's really done.
The journey hasn't been easy for them. Mistakes have been made. But tonight, it's not about past wins or losses. It's about this moment. Right now. The chance to rewrite their story.
And he's singled out and taken down. Good Freeman ultimate as a re-engage. Even now coming in from the flank. So perfect execution available. 5-point strike connects as well. The damage is good and he finds two immediately. And the next up.
It's simple. One team will rise. One team will fall. In Group B, DMG took down Chaos. Outside of that, their story remains blank.
And it's starting to look a little bit too easy for DMG. Another couple of kills in their back pocket. Atakan, top tower, Baron. Whatever do you want, guys?
Struggling to find another victory, even when players who have on their shoulders a lot of experience. Just like Komsky. For the rest of the squad, a lot of rookies. But for their top laner, Bucci, it's personal. He played side by side with Lightside AD carry Rusty Sniper during the Aurora Cup. Now, they face each other.
King of the Wall is option R. Does he engage with the counter-strike? And of course the Magnet Storm! And Joe's two dead! Lightside picked their moment! A wipe Vernon off the board!
Lightside though came out of Group A. Some say it was the toughest group. And when you look at the upper bracket, it's hard to argue with that. Having a win versus Verdant, you know they have it in them to continue the good story of this group. But when the dust settles, we will know.
But it looks like Bulldog starting to go a little bit low. Exofang is free firing on the back line and it doesn't matter. Bulldog wipe LLS once again.
For one team, another shot at glory. For the other, dreams, pride, gone in the blink of an eye.
An hour it took them to win 2 games versus DMG.
That's again.
And we just started the season. Some might say this is cold. Others will say this is the Northern League of Legends Championship. Tonight, we say goodbye to one.
There's no sugarcoating this. It's either you win or you're out. Your journey is over. Lightside versus DMG. We hit the best of 5 and we are in fearless mode. Whoever picks, it's gone. You don't see that champion tonight. And we've been talking about champion pools, and I think this is the first hurdle for them, like the big stepping stone. How are we feeling for this one, gentlemen?
We've seen a lot of Fearless now throughout the world, especially on the best of 3s, and typically it doesn't tend to push too many teams super far, but it's the best of 5s. We've seen a lot in the LPL because of their format being a little bit more unique. Once you hit that game 4 mark, things start to get really wacky. So both these teams, they need to have been prepped, right? Because they haven't had a lot of time to get, you know, solid stage games in, but they've had a lot of time to prep for this series. Champion pools need to be deep, and hopefully, as you can kind of see by a lot of the stats here, they need to be in shape. EMG 9th in the quickest game time, which means there's only one team that games end quicker then. And it's not because they've been winning.
Yeah, it's been a rough showing for both of these teams, and they don't have much time to kind of shore up the issues that they had during the group stage. So it's really do or die, like we said. Fearless is probably the wrong way to talk about this, because you say it's a fearless draft, but it's definitely not a fearless game. This is really the end of the road for someone at the end of today. And I'm sure they're all very nervous about that, but it's about putting that behind you. Stats are a hard thing to look at just because they're all statistically quite low, not surprisingly, sorry, because obviously they're the kind of the bottom of their groups, sadly, so they have a lot of work to do. I am excited for this game though, because I feel like because they're both at that kind of like in A and B, they were some of the weaker teams for both their groups. Like the power level between them is actually fairly close, so we actually get to see a competitive game out of both of these teams.
That's big. And Giammato, when we were talking about these teams, we specifically looked into one player to understand a little bit, because I think it's like the brick in the wall that is shaking a lot. And is he going to shake for today as well? We need to slowly talk about this and understand his path and behavior, Giammato.
Okay. Now, I want to preface this with a little bit of additional context, because I feel like last week, maybe it was the week before, I was definitely a little bit harsh. Now, Harbo on Lightside, I feel like has been struggling a lot for his team, and from the Lightside perspective, I think they need to do a little bit more to try and build and play off around him to ensure that this isn't an issue that they run into today. Because I feel like on the other side, for DMG, mid lane is arguably one of their stronger points, actually. So we've seen a fair few kind of very weak and at times very questionable performances out of Harbo. Specifically in the early laning phase, where I've had the most grievances with. That needs to be shored up for today, whether it's through, giving Harbo counterpick or kind of allowing him to have relatively easy to pilot laning phases, or whether it's just straight up, any time that you have Leo Lucago with a roam timer, send him up towards the mid lane, right? Or hybrids, try and find more ways to free up Harbo so that you and Harbo as a pairing can move around the map and actually try to attack DMG on the side lanes, because so far in isolation, Harbo struggled, right? And I hate to, hone in on individual players when it comes to performances like this, but I think this is kind of an elephant in the room situation that I hope that Lightside have kind of looked at and tried to address, or will try to address today in this series, because Bizgard, again, been one of the more dominant members on DMG.
Yeah, I think it affects
Tell me.
It affects your drafting as well, because, if you have someone who is struggling in lane, you then can't look at your kind of jungle mid synergies and look for those kind of skirmishes, because, I hark my mind back to that Rise game from Harbo. He spent the entire game half HP. Like, I don't think I ever saw him above 50% health, because he'd get traded on and then a fight would break out and it would snowball from there. So, yeah, I want to see them look to give him counter pick, because I don't think Harbo's inherently a bad player. I just think he's been struggling in the laning phases, and we have seen him versus some of the best mids in the group. Well, not in the group, sorry, in the tournament. So you do have that to look at. But like you said, you think Bizgard might actually be a little bit stronger than Harbo in this lane. So I'm excited to see exactly what they're going to be looking towards on that front. But, I don't expect to see a mid laner show up immediately now.
And there you go, Xante being banned. Winter was talking about him, but yeah, I think these are going to be the bans for today, unless they adapt as they go forward. Ezreal is removed. Now, do you counter with an AD carry of your own? Do you protect the mid lane for that pick, as we debated? Because this team is a big team. On the names, when you look into the names, you're like, no, this team should be performing. So if they fix those small things and they had a little bit of time moving towards playoffs, maybe this will be the shine of Lightside, or DMG will have their number. Okay, it's going to be the Maokai, the first pick for LLS.
Yeah,
kind of surprised here. Yeah, there's a lot of power picks up, right? Varus you brought up. Generally as well, things like the Vi, not touched, right? Especially when you're into an Ezreal, you have the kind of guaranteed lockdown there. But Twisted Advance can do the same thing for an Ezreal, and it can be as effective. Corki alongside it, so off the immediate rotation here for Lightside, they've got very solid scaling, relatively consistent, but fundamentally non-committal engage through Winter or through the Maokai to kind of enable them to go, all right, we can press the R button. If it looks good, we can follow up on it. If not, we just back off. I like that for Lightside, and I think those kind of draft ideas need to stay, consistent for them on the flip side for DMG, same kind of thing now in answer. If we go towards this Leona, whilst the Rel can definitely be there for Leo Cargo, or the Alistar can be answered in it, it's another one of those non-committal engages where you can just drop the Solar Flare and go, all right, it's a good connection, let's go in. Or we just kind of take our time and back off, and there's the Vi that we're talking about. Lightside could have snapped up, but now it's going to be in Bitse's hands.
I really like this Vi pick as well, because I think it leans into what we were talking about for Lightside, is they might struggle with the jungle mid duos and the kind of skirmishing off the back of that. Vi, on the other hand, really wants to be playing with her mid laner. She wants to be setting up and making early game skirmishes go down. So I think this is going to be a really big pickup here for DMG. Bitsy and Bisgard can basically look to set up early and play around each other. So the answer is, well, what are they going to do on the other side? What are Lightside going to look to ban out? What are they going to be looking to play? I mean, things like the Ahri is always a really, really good matching with that Vi. Syndra's the other one, but she's not enabled. So I'm curious what they're going to look at. I feel like the Ahri is a must ban here for Lightside, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, Bisgard's not shown the Ahri yet, right? I think the expectation is that if you're a mid laner, you can play Ahri, especially now that she's been meta for so long. But I think a nice call-out ban could potentially be something like the Azir, because I think that's, out of the mid laners he's played, I think that was the one that he probably looked individually the best on, though there was the one very crazy Syndra game, but like you mentioned, it's disabled, so there is no threat for it. I like the Rumble call-out too, just because for Bucci, not only is it a strong individual champion, but you've got Vi and Leona. Dealing with an equalizer can be a little bit difficult. I'm surprised, for Lightside, they could have snapped it up on 4 for themselves being red. So it does potentially say to me that for Winter, they're looking at, some kind of blindable champion up in the top side that Rumble perhaps can't deal with super well, as we get a Hui call out, which I think Bisgard played once, and that was like the opening game of their split.
Yeah.
A lot of utility inside the pick can definitely work pretty well with a lot of DMG and what they've got going on right now, but definitely a bit of a surprising call out to me.
I feel like we could just see the Ahri get picked up here for Harbo, and then as a denial pick away from Bisgard, and then give counter pick to Winter in the top side. That's also an option for them here. Big denial pick away from that Vi is why I've got my eyes on that. Otherwise, you got things like the Vi. I just don't want to see Rise. I just don't want to see Harbo on Rise.
Okay.
The Orianna, I'm curious your thoughts on this, Jamada, because this screams to me very immobile mid laner who is susceptible to Vi ganks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's susceptible to Vi ganks. I mean, the Orianna's okay here. I'm not particularly big on it. I feel like it's a little bit more of a takeaway from Bisgard. But now this kind of gives Bisgard the opportunity to not only get a counter pick, but a good pairing with the Vi. And if Bisgard's got an Ahri in his locker, this would be the game probably to do it off the top of all of them. Or we could go completely off left field and get a Lux. Okay.
It's a hover,
very
man. Don't talk about hovers.
It's locked in.
No, it's locked in.
It's locked.
It's locked in.
Oh, they got Lux. Wait, that's Lux mid.
It will be Lux mid.
Oh my god.
It's not something we see basically ever in the mid lane, but it's gonna outrange the Orianna in lane. The poke is really frustrating. Orianna's also got relatively low base movement speed, so dealing with things like the E poke, the first couple of levels without boots, really, really annoying. And the burst damage that is on offer from a Vi, from a Lux, if she can just find a CC target, is ridiculous. So keep our eyes on Bisgard in this early laning phase, but also how he's going to look to, try and snowball link up with Bitse for these skirmishes, because the straight up ability to blow somebody up with Vi into Lux Q is ridiculous. Highbridge is going to end up last picking the Viego, so it's not going to be Maokai jungle, it's going to be Maokai top with Highbridge on this skirmisher to, again, try and facilitate some early potential fighting for them.
I mean, DMG, they've lots of pick comp who just want to quickly blow someone up. Lightside, they've got scaling, they've got team fight. If this does go late, I'm very in favor of Lightside just off this draft. I think it leans into that late game, but if DMG gets snowballing, I worry that they can pull it back.
Where do you stand, Jamada, before we throw it into the game?
I'm kind of leaning on DMG's draft a bit. I think that they do a lot of outranging. They've got enough frontliners to deal with things like the Maokai ultimate, and I think their ability to kill one off the first target is going to be pretty easy to do with the amount of point and click CC that they have with the Vi, or with the Lux alongside it.
So Desk is split. Interesting. We're about to start this elimination series between LLS and DMG, two teams that know each other very well, but at the end of the day, only one can move forward in the bracket. But we now move forward into the game just after a quick video. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Desk. We are indeed here to get on with it. You're looking fabulous today, by the way, Alicia. I'm appreciating the hairbands. Look at that. We are indeed ready for our first game between DMG and Lightside, and some slightly different drafts going on. The Desk surprise, and I kind of echo it. The Lux mid. Not exactly a regular champion at this kind of level of play, although I will say, I did see it recently, but that was with some sort of Div 2 teams, G2 Hell and the like, trying that one out the other week. So there's been some rumblings of it, shall we say, when paired up with the Vi, because you can just follow up from miles away, a bit like the Hui, which got banned away.
Yeah, we were expecting quite a lot of things for the middle of DMG. We were expecting maybe that Ari to be pulled out. We were expecting Hui that got banned. So Lightside were probably seeing where this was going forward. There really needed to be some sort of a follow-up for Vi and for Leona potential engage from DMG side. That's why I like this Lux as much as she's very interesting and unconventional pick for the mid lane, to say the least, because if you catch her without her flash, she's pretty much guaranteed to die, unfortunately. So it's always risky to pull her out, but at the same time, having Lux in this team combination allows for you to go for crazy picks onto the enemies if you manage to catch them off guard, if you manage to catch them with no vision.
That will be the question. If they can pull that one off, as we head on to the Rift for game one, you can hear the clip-clop of Rel hanging around. Actually, it's
That's
Leona.
not.
Oh, it's
That's
Leona on
Leona.
the thing. I just realized.
The
Wait,
thing.
it's Rel on the other side. I realized, no, it's just this skin with the horse on it. Is Harbo finds a nice big comet and a command attack to spot everyone stacking up, and we have got ourselves a bit of a level 1 standoff. Note though, the Bitset has split off to get some wards down on the other side of the jungle. Lightside though here with all 5 members. Bisgard returns a favor that Harbo started off with.
So far, not really going for anything apart from establishing some control over the enemy jungle from Lightside, of course. And I like what they're doing here because they want to make sure they're the ones controlling the early game, because otherwise things can really go out of their hands very quickly and very dramatically. Because if they let the mid lane get prio from DMG side, and especially if they let the bot lane of DMG get the prio in the early levels, it's going to be so hard for Lightside to bounce back. So I really like what they're doing there. And having an understanding of how Vi is going to be paving in the early stages will also help them a lot to ensure that the lanes on their side are feeling a bit safer.
Yeah, the pathing can definitely be a bit frustrating. And Vi, give a chat to Gilius, you'll hear this from him too. Vi is not a champion in the jungle until she hits level 3. She needs all her basic abilities, and it makes her very invadable. Probably why you saw Bitzer just splitting off and making sure he was getting value on the other side of the map. And both junglers will be on inverse clears, aiming at different parts of the lane. As a lane swap is started off here by Lightside. Bucci gets himself mounted up on, trying to get out of danger. Will lose a lot of their HP bar though. Be kind of kept out of experience range. Had to start with the body slam as well, so no ability to use anything like the barrels to farm from range or the like.
The idea for Lightside here, though, I can see why they're going for it, because if you are standing against Ezreal on the lane, you are going to be suffering because Ezreal has more range than you. Together with Leona, they have a very strong level 2 combo on you. So I see why Lightside have decided to go for this swap, and most likely Rusty Sniper and Leo are going to feel rather safe for the time being on the top lane. I wonder if DMG can find anything for it, because while the bot lane of Lightside is feeling good on this top lane, as you can see, Bucci is suffering so much, and you can't allow him to be behind. He needs the items.
Yeah, at the very least, Gragas is okay in the lane, so it's one of the better champions for it, and you can sort of get away with low economy because a lot of your basic abilities are quite good. When you are asked to kind of be the front line this game alongside the Leonic, a little bit tricky, and Maokai has actually managed to get access to the wave in the way that Bucci has not. And this is Bucci, right? A player who had a really phenomenal 2024, had a really, really good look on it across large regards of the year, was one of our best rated top laners. His Gragas was one of those champions who went, yeah, this guy has really got it. And he's been a bit overshadowed this year. He hasn't managed to live up to the levels he was showing last year, but could we really expect that with the level of top laners that have come on in? It's one of our more stacked roles now in the NLC, as Karmsky at level 2 has to be a bit aware. Hybrid on that, Viego.
Just a tiny bit, yeah. But it's fine. We're not seeing any first blood yet, and both of us have had a little discussion before going into the series, and we expected this to be a bloodthirsty series, but so far it's only a little bit disappointing.
We're only 3.5 minutes in, so not that much yet. But hang on, Karmsky's going on in. We're about to get some violence. The Q interrupted by the crash down from Leila and Karmsky has to flash away. Beautiful double body slam. prevents the follow-up. Health bars on DMG are significantly lower, though, so they're going to have to back off from this one.
And here comes the rotation from Kamsky when he met up with Hybrid in the jungle world on the river a little bit earlier. Here comes the rotation from Beatsim, making sure that no first blood happens on the top lane, making sure that this Corki is not getting accelerated early in the game. Unfortunately, still no first blood yet, but we are already seeing the signs of both teams being very ready to fight.
Again, it's Rusty Sniper on a champion that can go forwards with the Valkyrie, and that should bring despair and joy in equal measure to any Lightside fans out there. This is a player who is never shy, shall we say. He is a very, very bold player.
Oh, yes.
He is a Draven player at heart and has sometimes been known to be a little cavalier with his leads, even if he is often the ones asked to find them when teams haven't always been continually finding great leads on when he's been in teams that have been a little less successful in the past. He's often been that bright spark, that go button, that person who's still trying to make plays even when the teams haven't been as successful as you might hope. And again, Lightside unfortunately have been in that category again this year. They've not had the easiest start to the NLC season, but still with a shot here in the playoffs. If they can take down DMG, they are still alive and kicking, even if it is a difficult spot to start off a very, very long gauntlet run, should they start off this series with the win.
We've talked about it though over and over throughout this split of NLC so far that it's so hard for the teams to bring in the newer and less experienced players.
Not a good year for it.
It's not a good time to be that player at all. But even if you have some IRL experience, it's still going to be hard for you if you're not fully 100% sure in your capabilities, because your opponents are not going to have any mercy for you. They are going to be ruthless. That's why, yes, it has been a hard split for DMG and Lightside, which doesn't say that they are bad teams. I don't think so. On the opposite, actually, I think that this series is going to be very interesting because finally they have a chance to showcase each other, themselves against each other. God, okay.
Yeah, but I know exactly what you mean, and I think this is a really odd year to be a development project, to have players who are good, but how good can they really be once they hit their ceiling? So you're going up against some former Worlds players, some former MSI champions, some players who have been very, very successful, at the very least at the mere master level, have been an LEC at the very level, and you're looking at like your Los Ratones, your Ruddies, your Nords, and you go, oh my days, these are really good, and then you have Richcan come in and hit the ground running as well. It's like, well, that's a lot of teams who are just on a higher rung to begin with than we are, and now have to stop our musing for a second of Lightside are taking the opportunity to go for a concerted invade. True Shot Barrage cuts across 3, will make them known quantity as such, but I think DMG's going to have to give up at least some of this jungle. Be a smite fight over the blue buff, only the Gromp that is stolen for now. Hybrid will start that reset, has hit the level 6 mark, and will want to, with those grubs they've already claimed, look to get that first bit of an item component completed to really make the value out of that initial Heartbreaker and the like.
So overall, so far for Lightside, things are looking rather good on the top side of the map, partially because of that early lane swap that they decided to go for, and they are still keeping. And second of all, because they have been really proactive there. You can see Hybrid spending a lot of his time on this top part of the map, going for those first 3 grubs, because we had a little exchange of objectives in the meantime with 3 grubbies going for Lightside and the first Drake going for DMG side. Plus, they have established some more vision control onto the enemy's part of the jungle. So Lightside are really trying to keep the top part of the map in their hands and in their full control for as long as possible. I wonder if it's going to change soon, because we are going to be approaching the second dragon. We're still talking about the feats of strength, and with no first blood available anymore because we've had the change in the fates, and with no kills even available so far for anybody, Lightside will need to decide where they want to be attacking the enemy, where they want to be going for those first feats.
Completely agree. No kills as yet, but as you noted, the split of those objectives means we're a long way off either team securing those feats of strength, which have often been kind of good markers for who's in the best position in the game, and understandably so. I think we saw all those stats at the beginning of the year and people sort of decrying the fact that, oh my days, all of these early objectives are warping game states compared to previous years, and then people looked at the win rates for those objectives in previous years, like, you know, who got first blood, who got first turret. And it
has always
really
been like that.
It's always been that way, exactly. Just people are now a lot more aware of it. Good light binding into Harbo, gonna hit with that cease and desist, and the final spark combo. Shockwave flashed over, but not perfectly. But the passive from Lux allows the kill. Heartbreaker comes on through and the binding gives some time. Flash for the crash down. Bits is still alive. Trying to get the reset just won't happen. And Bizgard gets 2 and we're looking to make sure the others have flown a little too close to them. Lila Cargo is cargo indeed, but only in Bizgard's infantry.
Are we fighting everywhere across the board right now? Because even on the bot lane there is a bit of a fight, but also there was a kill on Tefayetsky that kind of went off screen for us.
I have no idea how. It was a Rusty Sniper moment with a flash. So got to assume there was something bad going on. Hopefully, we'll get a replay of that at some point to see how it happened. And there you go, production are on it. Is this the mid lane?
Yes.
It is the top side. So there's Fatesky. So clearly he just gets jumped on by Rusty while that engage was happening, or a little bit further down on our screens.
Oh, that's the classical Rusty that you have just been describing a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Just going forward and like, who needs breaks if you can go forward and kill somebody? And even if you don't kill somebody, at least you went forward and had a nice time doing so. But this way, Rusty actually gets out with a nice kill on the top lane. He's ahead in terms of CS slightly. He's ahead in the kills nicely right now. So on the top lane, things could have been looking nice for Lightside if only this exchange on the mid lane didn't happen. Nice rotation from Beats to the mid lane, and Bizgard played that so clean with his Lux. I'm loving this Lux on the mid lane, especially because she's 3-0-0 and with a Luden's companion already.
That's pretty scary, and this is the problem, is you can use this kind of combo with the Lux Vibe. Harbo down to 10% HP, Bitsa Q's away, just out of range of the Maokai ult. Turn around now as Comty finds an opportunity to go on in. Light binding afterwards. Into the Vault Breaker! Final spark combo. And you can see it, Vi goes forwards and everyone else can follow from the other side of the planet, it feels like. Nice CBM combo from the Lux, hitting real hard with the Ludens complete, and now a 4th kill to her name.
That's the Lux that you want to see in your team. Hitting her ultimate onto pretty much all of the enemies who are stuck in a team fight that they maybe shouldn't have taken in the first place, getting a little bit too exciting, maybe over chasing that Vi a little bit. But in the end, Bizgard is already so far ahead compared to everybody. He deals a ton of damage and he doesn't even need to be up close to the enemy, and this way nobody can really get on top of him. And it's the fact that they only get 1 kill, but on top of that, look at the health bars of everybody from the side of Lightside when they leave this team fight. They have to reset, they cannot do anything on the map, and that means the grubbies are free for DMG.
And again, I don't want to rag too hard on them. We're only just starting up the game, but Harbo has not had an easy time of it in the NLC. You heard the desk bring it up a little bit as well. Look, he has been one of the weaker links on Lightside. One of the reasons that people are a bit leery of at least for myself, and I know Jamada was in this boat as well, of them potentially getting a win here in this series, is that Harbo has been struggling to combo with Hardbridge, has been struggling to be a point of pressure in the map. He had one good Syndra game, but the rest of it hasn't really been hitting, and he is the mid laner with the highest average deaths per game in the group. He is 5 deaths on average a game as a mid laner. That's not pretty. I know you're playing things like Galio, where sometimes you're asked to put your body on the line, but you're on an Orianna, you're getting picked off. Starts to get a little bit worrying, and if that's a sign of things to come, Lightside needs to be a little bit nervous. We need to see more out of Harbo.
We need to see more from everybody from Lightside in this game, unfortunately. Good things are happening for them from time to time. We see there is a dragon that they managed to secure. However, everywhere on the map, they are starting to lose this control. This whole map movement that I really loved from them in the very beginning of the game, it is starting to lose its essence because they're getting behind in terms of the items, and because there is still that massive peak potential from DMG that you simply cannot forget about, which makes your movement around the map so much more dangerous. You don't really want to be leaning into it anymore.
Lundqvist seems to have taken a bit of a nasty chunk from Winter somewhere along the line, down to about a 3rd HP. Has ticked up a little bit with some regen and a level up, but that's the side of that. Bucci playing weak side. Little Cargo was hanging around, seeing whether there was a way to cross over that wall with Highbridge going for that invade on the Viego, but Bitsa looking to return the favor with Bizgard on the roam. They're trading onto this turret. Again, you're diving a Gragas on the other side. Not the easiest to dislodge from under a turret.
Gragas has an ultimate. Yeah, you don't really want to be overcommitting in that one, even if the turret looks so juicy.
It's just not fun. It's just not fun. And obviously there's an announcement from Ruddy Sack the other day saying, you know, Wonder's going to come and play for them in the top lane. And like the last time I remember Gragas really doing silly things in Europe was Wonder doing weak side Gragas things back in the day on things like, dude, he was like Fnatic when he was there like, a couple of years back and doing very, very silly things on that champion. To try and clear the wave here against Rusty and Leo Cargo. Stacks up that barrel and goes for a bit of a whack. Manages to clear out the wave and hold the turret just about.
It will will survive for the time being. I wonder if the turret on the bot lane will survive for long as well, because DMG are looking for a potential last feat of strength that they still need. Or if we're looking into the potential objective as the next one for them, because Winter has been feeling rather good so far on the bot lane, hasn't died yet, has been really consistent with his farming, considering that he had to weak side for this whole time in the game, apart from like a couple of times he had to be rotated to help out the team with the ultimate. So he's doing fine, he has been holding the bot lane, and I wonder if Feitsky will survive.
Just about okay. We've got ourselves Herald spawning.
Yeah.
Relatively shortly. I think the time is just slightly off because, of course, things have moved around a little bit in terms of timings this year for the top side of the map. But we'll be spawning at least off the timer in the pit in under a minute. Lightside be claiming the first turret of the game, so that will set them up for a potential feat of strength if they can just claim the next objective. But that's true of DMG as well. See whether both teams are ready and willing to set ourselves a bit of a fight here as Harbo jumped on with the cease and desist. We heard there was a bit of a warning about Orianna into fire in the mid lane, and the flash is blown pretty early here before something like an objective fight can commit. But that is an ult off the Vi and the Lux before something like that fight could commit as well.
I wouldn't count the ult and Lux, because if you look at the cooldown timer,
it's very short.
Gonna be back. It's frustratingly short, brother. It's going to be back by the time any fight happens. So you can spam the Lux ult and not worry about it. Vi ult, on the other hand, yeah, this one hurts to lose right before a potential fight, but taking the flash ult for Orianna has a very high value as well.
Could be a very big deal when we've just been talking about those feats of strength. The game is pretty close, despite a lot of gold onto someone like Bizguard, who puts Rusty down about 10% HP just before that objective spawns. Good news for them. Does look like we should be having Herald spawn in 5 or so seconds. Kalmski thinking about trying to get that interrupt, but instead the reset comes on through from Rusty, but he's not here then to fight for mid lane control as High Bridge. Stepping forward with Harbo to fight for said control, despite having them bot laner have to reset. They've got Hex Gates, so in the end, hasn't actually led to all that much, aside from DMG being the ones in the river first. But then again, Lux's ult, right back up again, so she could just do it all over again.
She can keep dancing like that for quite a long time. It's still... We still are going to have a fight at this rate, but look at the DMG have lost their position there. They have taken it a bit earlier, they haven't really done much with it, and now they've lost it, and now there is vision for Lightside, and now it's going to be so hard for DMG to find an opening for it. The ultimate is going to be soon back for Bitsa, but not soon enough, because they need to be there right now if they want to be fighting for this feat of strength.
Winter and Leo splitting the uprights here to form a bit of a bulwark. Hybrid still on the Herald, teleport now coming. That ball is in a pretty scary spot. Only really have picked up Kalmski with the Eclipse on him, wouldn't be that easy. Bucci finds Leo. There goes the ultimate from the Maokai, who denies any easy ingress into the fight. Herald secured. In goes Hybrid with the ultimate. Can't quite secure the kill though, and the turnaround is huge. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Finally, the Gragas goes down, but a Vault Breaker forward forced Winter to come back. Cleanse from Rusty, he's hit by the light binding. Bitter looking to go on forward, tries to flash Q, but Rusty reads it well with a flash of his own. Bizguard looking for more options, can't quite find it. A 1-for-1 still goes in favor of Lightside despite the HP bars, because they're the ones who pick up the Herald, and of course the feat of strength that goes with it.
And they should be really happy with that, because that's literally the last thing that they needed to complete it, and now they should be enjoying their upgraded boots and enjoying their life on the Rift maybe a little bit better. But something we haven't really talked about just yet in this game is the combination that Lightside have on their side, and that is the Maokai ultimate plus the ultimate on Rel plus the ultimate on Orianna, and you don't even need to use all of them at the same time, even though here they definitely helped a lot. It's just the fact that they have them makes the situation for DMG so hard to join on the fight.
Still trying to do this. Harbo flash, it doesn't have the flash, managed to get away, and they can't quite follow up enough. The true shot barrage dodged away from, and Harbo has had a lot of pressure put towards him and is holding on well enough right now, staying even in CS and avoiding another gank towards his lane.
Avoiding another death, only died once so far, and honestly, yes, considering that his laning has been rather hard and there has always been the phantom danger of Bitsa joining Bizguard and maybe Kalmski joining as well to try to go into an extended gank on the mid lane, he has done a pretty good job. And Lightside right now are actually starting to recover in terms of their position on the map, because look at that, they're getting the second Drake, and they're having a pretty nice soul this time for them to work with. 2 Drakes already in their pockets, the feats of strength plus the Herald that they still can release wherever they want. This is the potential for Lightside to start winning this game despite DMG still having having a lot of damage, a lot of peak potential, and overall being scary and getting only scarier because Bucci is becoming buffier and he will become a problem to deal with sooner.
He will. And again, you're looking at people like Highbridge who've had rough old careers. Their match history is not the prettiest sight. The Viego has often found more success, certainly met the eye test a lot easier. This is a combo you can do though. Ignore the Maokai ultimate with the cease and desist, followed up with a final spark, and Bitzer punches the tree into the dirt, Minecraft style.
As long as Beastguard feels safe, as long as Beastguard has flash and knows that nobody's jumping onto his Lux, he can do things like that. Just throw the abilities, throw the auto attacks to pop off the passive of Lux, throw in the ultimate because you don't care about the cooldown, and deal so much damage.
Shockwave.
Oh, brother!
The turnaround is brutal, and that's a 1-for-1 in the grand scheme of things, as Fatesky just disrespects the Shockwave and gets brought down to size.
And that's what Harbo can do. Harbo can punish those who disrespect him and his Orianna, especially paired up with Highbridge. That's more than enough control to stop even a jumpy champion like Ezreal. Some small missteps here and there from both of the sides, definitely. But right now we are entering a really fun time in the game because it's 20th minute, which means we're starting to talk about the potential Atacon for one of the teams. Haven't seen which one it is yet.
And we kind of know, let's be real.
Soon.
It's not going to be, it's not exactly going to be ruinous, is it? 9 kills? Nah.
But no, listen, they have changed the stats for that determine which Atacon is going to appear. But yeah, considering how the game has been looking, I'm trying, okay, but I know.
There's hopefulness and then there's desperation. DMG looking to try and punish at the back end of this tower take. Can't quite find it though. So Lightside with the Herald brute force their way through the mid-tier 1. And again, you are running a Lux, who isn't a fantastic side lane champion, will likely be hitting the mid lane for most of this game and force Fatesky to be the side lane option. Those more tricky reasons that Lux is often a little harder to make work as a mid lane champion in pro play. But that turret going down makes her life a lot harder here.
It does. It not just her life, because again, yes, Beastguard needs to be really careful whenever he doesn't have enough safety islands around him as a Lux. It's making everybody's life a bit harder, because right now the question for DMG is how do you position yourself on the map? Do you always keep Fayeski on those side lanes? What do you do with Bucci? Because you need to start rotating Bucci to be more with the team, especially now with the Atacon on the map already.
That is definitely a question to keep our eyes on, as DMG looking to try and invade for themselves. Not really had that many concerted efforts to get into the enemy jungle, maybe 1 or 2 towards that bot lane, but it's not been to the same success, I feel, as Highbridge have we seen on screen doing that a little bit more often, even if the CS discrepancy isn't really all that proper. Is a little bit of a posture check, Asphon from Arozzi, you see it there?
Oh, actually,
Make sure you're sitting up straight. Go use that code,
Shrimps.
get you 50% off. I've actually got my chair finally. It's been delivered to my place rather than the other side of Germany. I built it for this show. It turned up today. It's all providence, I tell you. As Providence might be coming to meet the top laner as well as Harbo flashing out with the Merc Treads into the cask. The shields everywhere. No way does that Orianna get to live. Into the turnaround Magnet Storm, and Lightside might be punishing this way over engaged. But she can't kill Harbo either! How on earth is he still alive? Lightside, low but not dead. Bucci, such an annoying person himself. Big Chank on the other side. Leo Lukaku goes down. It is a huge bloodbath in the top side. 2 for 2 overall. But the turret's short of fall and the health bars from DMG are just better. Flash for a Q makes it even better. Now Rusty trying to flash away, but it's not the easiest. Another Vault Breaker. And the final spark will not claim another one. DMG have to work for it, but they finally got what they came for, with the exception of Harbo, who somehow lived through it all.
He was not supposed to leave. I'm sorry, but that is absolutely illegal that he survived. How much shielding does it take to keep your mid laner alive after he got engaged by absolutely everything and everybody from the enemy team? But yeah, weird thing is happening here. The DMG are actually lacking the damage in this scenario, especially considering that Beastguard is already on 2 items. And it turns into such an extended fight, and it's so hard for DMG to have those extended fights because Rusty Sniper feels extremely happy with them, especially when the enemies have to get up close to him with this Vi, with this Gragas, with even this Lux who doesn't exactly have too much of range if her abilities are on cooldown. Rusty Sniper is happy with it, and because of that, DMG have to retreat and then go back in for a cleanup, which works out for them, but it could have been done cleaner.
The problem is, when Harbour's down to 10% HP, and he's gone for a very defensive build, right? Seraphs into Merc Treads is not high damage. It scales, all right? The more mana you get, the more damage you do with the Seraphs, and that's wonderful and all. But it's a very defensive build. It stops you dying all the time to the combo. You're not at 2 items, you're not at 3 items, there's no Death Cap, there's no Ludens, there's no Leandries, none of those higher damage options there. And it means even though the Shockwave lands, it's not all that valuable, especially with a 2-item Gragas is the person you're hitting, while the Lux and the Ezreal are completely free. Your damage really didn't get to come on through there. It was really zoned off well by DMG. They come out on top in the fight. They've now set themselves up to a point where the Ezreal is 3-2-2, rescuing a stat line that wasn't looking all that fantastic as Highbridge. Gone a little deep here. Might try and get Karmsky, but a Cask will disengage, and it ends up being ult for ult.
Yeah, Butch is saying, yeah, I don't think so, sorry. And everybody stays alive so far. Kamsky is very low on health, so needs to be careful. But there is still this movement from everybody around the top part of the map. Yet again, we're kind of ignoring the bot part of the map because it's not interesting. Nothing big is happening there. We are having Baron spawning right now on our screens, actually. And both the teams are looking into it, especially Lightside, because considering how far they've already gone through the enemy's defenses with all of the outer turrets down, for Lightside, this is a real opportunity to get to the enemy's base.
I also want to call it out. I'm looking at Bits' build here, who's gone for the Unending Despair second to be as obnoxious as they can be in the front line. We offer to Black Cleaver on Vice at the minute, Sterax occasionally as well. That's a tank option. They've gone for a Warden's Mail third as well. And when the majority of your damage is AD, I'm looking particularly at the Kraken Slayer Viego, the Corki as well, who doesn't have as much mixed damage as they once did, and an Orianna that's gone relatively low damage. You aren't going to be hurting this Vi too easily. She's going to be very hard to dislodge alongside this Leona and Gragas. And your ranged backline will be pulling out all the damage you need to right now.
So there is a lot of pressure on Rusty Sniper right now because Rusty needs to be the biggest damage dealer of the team because everybody else, including Harbo, is pretty much working as a setup for this Corki right now. So can Rusty live up to that? He's on 2 items and a half already, so he's in a relatively good spot. Has been feeling rather good in these games so far, has been showing up in the team fights and individually quite a lot. But again, there is so much pressure on him right now and the rest of the team is just there to help him shine.
Problem is that you look on the other side and go, well, Ezreal's matching well enough, the gold is near enough even, they're on the same item spikes even. And then you look at mid lane, where you're only 1,000 or so gold off, this Lux completing a depth cap, and then she's really gonna hurt. There's not very many people who will be tanking up a combo from this Lux very freely, especially if it is someone like this Viego or, God forbid, that Corki. Won't be surviving all that long. The Merc Treads on 4 people makes a lot of sense because you don't want to get caught in the big CC chain. You can't Merc Treads the Vial. Will still likely be hit by that Lux ult regardless. It just allows you to slip out afterwards. I just don't know whether there'll be that much of you to slip out afterwards.
That's a fair point about Lux though, because right now DMG are winning so much from the fact that the game is being stalled for a little bit. They're just buying enough time for Bisgard to buy this last item. Nobody on Lightside at the same time has a big power spike coming for them, or as big as hers.
But she went looking to try and pull Winter back into the team a bit there. Didn't really get as much value as I think he was hoping for, so ult down and Winter chunked a little, but not to a meaningful level. Bucci will be asked to tank up the ultimate. Nature's Grasp comes on in massive Cracked Storm though, buys the time for DMG. Managed to disengage well enough. Karmsky low, Bucci low, but not down, and Bucci still has the TP. And Lux turns it right back around. The laser looking a little bit hot this time around. Baitski needs a little bit of chunk back of himself there though, as the saplings and the like do. It's a teleport from behind as Bitsit comes forward as well. They really wanted to punish on the disengage here. Can't quite find it. They feel like they're healthy enough to potentially move right back towards this Baron.
They are though, you can't blame them. Bucci is full health right now. Kamsky and Faeski are the only ones who are hurt a little bit, and Faeski is not feeling too bad at the same time. But is this a good moment for DMG to fight? Because there is still pressure from Lightside on the mid lane. There is still pressure towards the Drake that is upcoming.
Go again. Lux has got ult. Fire's got ult. Bucci once again got ult. The ability to pull the trigger is right there. The Randuin's now completed for Bitzer as well, means even if you are going very deep, that ability to pick up the body for the Viego in particular, not that guaranteed even with the damage build. The Highbridge has gone for that Kraken Slayer Titanic Hydra. A little bit higher DPS than say a Sundered Sky build.
a little bit of more calm time before the storm comes. Just looking at the resets from Lightside coming back towards the Drake that is going to be spawning. Yeah, pretty much in 10 seconds from now. Going to be a soul point for both of the teams, whoever picks this up. And again, the soul is rather good for both of the teams. But Lightside have a better position, have more vision.
Fateski goes jumped on. That's a dead Ezreal. Base checks and dies. Vincent goes to the back line. Can't quite succeed. Now they're split away. On the other side, they are jumping onto the Orianna who dies, but they lose the jungler in trade. That means there's no spite. It's a 2-for-1, and Lightside get away with it. Oh, Fateski, you should not have stepped there.
You should not have been there at all. I'm sorry. I was just talking about how Lightside are having better vision situation on the river and better control of the river. This was not where Ezreal was allowed to be, unfortunately. And the loss of Bitsa means that, yes, this dragon is lost. This is the third dragon for Lightside. DMG, though, are getting this turret on the mid lane, which means an easier access for them towards the top part of the map, towards the Baron that is still standing, towards the Atacon that is still standing, right? How come we still have Atacon on the map?
I think there's not really been a good opportunity to confirm it without being a flip. And
That's
you are looking
true.
at two teams that can absolutely punish a reckless Atacon start. I remember, in fact, there was a clip when we were doing the highlight reel for this series of Lightside doing just that with the massive Magnustorm engage. And this is Fateski waltzing casually to his death, folks.
He literally just walked into it. Just hop through the river right into the death. And after that, yes, it's easy for Lightside. They get split a little bit, they lose one, but they get another one.
Winter goes down. That's the tree dead. Big pickup. The Magnustorm back isn't too bad, but Rusty not really finding an easy option over the wall as yet. Managed to pick off the top laner, but not anything else quite yet.
It's not just the top laner though, the top laner that had the ultimate available. Not having this Maokai's ultimate when you're still talking about a potential big objective for the enemy team, where you could have locked them down, where you could have threatened them with this ultimate, that's big for Lightside. They can't really go and pull the trigger around the Baron for these 25 seconds of wintering down. Does it give DMG enough time to decide to do something? Because they finally have those 3 items on Lux, they have 3 items on Ezreal, and yes, maybe Atacon finally?
This Lux as well, ult right back up again. It's level 16 with a kill picked up in the fight. So the ult just comes off cooldown nearly immediately. 3 items, a fully stacked Dark Seal. Can this Lux find the massive combo they're looking for? Leo looking for the engage. It will be the fight. Down to 4,000 HP is the Atacon. Nature's Grasp comes on forwards. It's on to Bucci. Not the easiest target. 2-man body slam. Hybrid and Winter with the targets there. Still at 4,000 HP, Harbo and Leo low on the other side of this. Pulling away, wary to keep this one truly aggroed. Engage from Leo! It's on the front line now, not the easiest target, they fully pick up Bucci! Turn around though, it's huge damage. They pick up Bitsa as well, 2 dead, and DMG fall apart around the Atacon. How do they do it? Every time Lightside punish here.
You were talking about a reckless Atacon, and I feel like that was the book description of a reckless Atacon. I am positively surprised by what Lightside did here, because if you think about it, this is such a bad place to have a fight for both of the teams, actually. Because despite what you think about Atacon, it actually deals a lot of damage, so you don't want to be fighting in the speed. So what Lightside do, they don't force a fight in the pit. They use all of the abilities that they have with a little bit of range, mostly in Harbo, of course, and then they find the moment when DMG are off the pit, and that's immediately when the engage for Leo Cargo happens.
Here's the Baron. Remember, they've got the withdrawals available, so no real way to win the fight, truly. But they get the Baron as well. They lose Bucci and DMG. They're losing their heads a bit here. Shockwave comes on in. A double for Rusty. They get the withdrawals as Hybrid steals the Ezreal, looking for more. Ends up rooted himself. Can't quite follow it up as Kamsky in the backline is on top of Winter, and they're not winning that one. They'll lose another member, and they only claim 2 withdrawals as still Hybrid is going forward. Still they keep playing to the Ruin Kidding. Another tower shot finally brings him low. This guard lands a massive light binding, trying to get as many of these Atacon withdrawals as they can, and the problem for Bits is he just doesn't have damage. He's gone for the tank build, and he's desperately holding the line, but it's difficult to truly finish people up. The Lux ult chunks Winter, but won't bring them low. The best into tanks is dear old Lux. Even a 606.
606. As a champion with no escape in the tool, I'm surprised that this Lux still hasn't died a single time in the game. Was very close there with Hybrid for a second, but finally had to use the flash and finally got out of it alive. But those withdrawals weren't the best ones for Lightside, you could argue, because so far it's only the turret on the mid lane that they've gotten out of it. Usually you see a massive push, a massive offense from the team that gets the withdrawals from Otacon. Here we're having it a bit slower. We still have, I think, one withdrawal available there, but it counts for nothing. This is going to be just the usual Baron situation for Lightside from here on.
Okay. We've got ourselves Dragon Soul spawning for Lightside if they can secure it. 5 seconds to go until that Dragon spawns, and Lightside in a precarious position here. Winter gets into the backline, use Chunka. Komsky is surely dead. Zenith Blades away, Shockwave after is fantastic. They'll try and get a final spark, but the damage just isn't hitting in the same way it was earlier on. Komsky goes down, they lose their front line, they lose their smite. That's Hexo surely for Lightside.
How do you defend your base and the dragon at the same time? I feel like the answer is no, you don't for DMG right now, because they're still fighting here on the mid lane, trying to keep this turret alive, and at the same time, the Dragon Soul is getting slipped away from their hands and right into the hands of Lightside. They should be happy with this one. Hybrid, Habo, Rusty Sniper can do really well with the Soul, and look at that, the bot lane is open, they want to open up the mid lane as well, and this could be the last stand for DMG if they're not careful right now, because they still have their ultimates, they still have the damage, but is this damage gonna be enough against Lightside?
It's so tricky, and the tanky frontline is getting increasingly frustrating to manage, and need someone like Fatesky to step up here, and he's been getting caught far too freely on this Ezreal. 3-4-3 started off the chain of events that led to DMG slipping out of contention in this game, now down 5,000 gold. Hybrid nabs away a blue buff on the way out.
And gets out alive. I was worried there for a second. He does it. Which one is it? Ooh, that is the one where Kalmsky died. Ooh, he got caught there a little bit too far away from the rest of the team. Even Bisgard is so far. Anybody else who could try to get him out alive is too far away from him. That's quite a lot of ultimates used from the light side, but that is so unfortunate that happened there just quite a second ago. With the two ultimates from Lux and from Gragas, you gotta have really good communication in the team when you're throwing both of them in the same spot together, because if you're doing it at the same time, they're kind of cancelling each other a little bit.
They are. Here goes the engagement onto the front line. The follow-up's just not there. Fatesky finally getting some autos down, but DMG lose two members again. It's ugly stuff at this point as Lightside can just keep going forwards. Hybrid uncaring of anybody. Winter mullers them all. This tree has been unmovable. Bucci desperately trying to clear the wave out, but I think Lightside have done what they needed to. Oh, we've got another wave coming crashing in the top lane. And there's no one there to stop the push. Lightside will be winning game one, you have to feel.
You have this feeling. Bucci is here, but he is just one-man army. How long can he stand for? No, not for long, apparently. And same goes for the base of DMG. Lightside are going to be taking the first victory of the day. And in what a manner. It's 12-20, and considering how much DMG were leading in the beginning of the game, this is so refreshing to see for Lightside.
That it is, and I think DMG are going to be frustrated because they had some good moments in this game, and then they mess up around a couple of objectives. Fatesky misusing the E that goes so wrong, but that's enough from us. We're taking it over to the desk from here. They will break down how this one played out.
Thank you so much. I was just putting in my vote as the MVP, and then we'll wait and see who's going to get it. Yeah, Desk, you do your diligence and see who's going to get the vote. Now, on this game whatsoever, we need to talk about what happened, because it was such a good start for DMG. Everything was looking almighty, and what happened?
It's actually very simple. It was what we were talking about prior to going into the game. DMG had a very, very good pick comp, and they did a really good job of executing on that pick comp. But the game just scaled. This is exactly what I said. It's a 5v5, and if it goes late, Lightside just have that scaling. There's a couple of moments you can kind of cast your mind back to where maybe target priority from DMG was a little bit messy, a little bit sloppy. But ultimately, Rusty, this guy, I've been saying this since the beginning of the split, but Rusty is a guy who last season was stuck in Elo hell, man. Like, he was just on a team but were not very good, and he's actually a relatively decent player. Like, I don't think he's at the top level of ADCs, but I feel if teams recognize how good he is, this guy could be kind of mentored and nurtured into actually being a really, really solid ADC for the region. And he really got to show his colors here. It helps him massively when DMG are throwing bodies at Harbo and just ignoring him while he's just free firing on the Corki. But it did start bad. Harbo was the victim of quite a lot of attention from DMG. Is the nice way to put it.
A lot of attention.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right? You've got an immobile mid laner, you're playing Vi, or you're playing against Vi, and you're playing against Lux. It's just gonna happen. Like, it's just gonna eventually happen, and there's not really much counterplay to it. If the Vi wants to go in, she's gonna go in, and you know, it did end up occurring a couple of times, and DMG ended up having more numbers around these plays to, you know, start off the snowball. And I think for me, whilst we can definitely point towards, you know, the draft aspect, you know, kind of allowing DMG to lose control of this game, I think it was more along the fact of them not sticking to that game plan, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, we've abused Harbo, we've opened up the map a little bit, now let's go and take this to the side lane. They didn't necessarily have super strong side laners, right? But Neva realistically did Lightside through this draft, and I think that's what you really wanted to do. Strong side Lux, wherever the objective is, and just continually, you know, flow from mid to that strong side and keep that side of the map on lock, because Fog of War against Fiona, Lux, Vi, it's terrifying. It's terrifying when you have these immobile kind of champions on the opposite side, but it's not really what they ended up doing. And I think this, you know, symptom of the season as well, it came down to the team fighting around the objectives, where it's a lot more difficult, or like off the back of objectives where you're trying to like kind of get set up, right? Atakan's up here right now. This is why DMG are making this play, because Lightside were slow to this rotation to cover Harbo, but despite them going for the pick, they lose out, right? They don't actually pick up their target, and the continual counter engage and things like this end up making this play go from something that should have been a simple pick into a tower to continue the snowball into a straight up bloodbath where both teams end up trading kills. But realistically, if you're Lightside and you're behind, this kill trade is fine. Like, if you are behind, the old, you know, a kind of golden rule of thumb is, if you're behind, a gold trade is perfectly acceptable in almost all circumstances, right? Because you're the team that wasn't getting income anyway to begin with. So when these kind of executions fall short, even though, you know, they got more kills in this exchange, it's like Lightside are getting a little bit more in return. They're the team that 5v5 outscales. Your execution has to be a little bit more, you know, pinpoint than what we ended up seeing out of dives like that in the top lane.
Yeah, they were definitely baited into team fighting more than they should have, and it cost DMG heavily there. I feel like there was mistakes across the board on both sides, though. You know, we saw Fatesky walking in solo by that river down by Dragon and just getting immediately picked, and then Harbo weirdly walking into a bush he had no vision in, which all of DMG were obviously going to be in, so they were trying to collapse to save Fatesky and then trading out. But ultimately, Lightside, their team was definitely better built for the style of gameplay that happened in that game. They had the team fighting comp, they had the scaling, and I just want to give massive shouts out to Leo Lucago on this rel. He was on point. I don't think I saw him hit less than a 2-man Magnet Storm. Like, he was always 3 people. It was beautiful from him. He played it really, really well. Found his moments, found his opportunities. And Harbo, while it was a relatively low damage build, it's very easy to follow up on the Magnet Storm with a Shockwave. And there was always that little bit of synergy. Because I know we've been quite critical of Harbo today, but I do have to kind of give credit where credit's due. Hits it, instant Magnet Storm into the Shockwave. And then from there, the fight goes just totally in favor of Lightside. They struggle to find any kills. Atakan secured off the back of it as well. Meanwhile, Hybrid, he had a very difficult start to this game. Probably down to the fact that his mid was struggling quite so bad. And this is what we were talking about in the pre-game as well. But he ended up being a real menace on that Viego. He definitely tidied up towards that end and kind of got into that game. So it was a good turnaround from the side of Lightside. But if you're DMG, I don't think the pick comp is the problem. I think they actually played that very well. In the next game, I want to see them try and replicate that. But like Jamada said, try and play towards those side lanes more. Try and set up for those objectives. And not be baited into a 5v5 team fight. Because look at that damage from the Lux.
Wow.
Yeah.
But she fell hard.
The Lux wasn't necessarily the problem here. The draft again. The goal of what they had to do here was constantly make sure they had someone to abuse on the side lane. And normally, the easier target to pick off is Harbor. And, I don't even, off the top of my head, I don't think Harbor went Sonya's at all unless he picked it up third item, right? So it's not like they didn't have a target to go towards here, DMG consistently. He had the Seekers, right? So he was going towards it. But the first 2 items, they weren't there, right? So, yeah, I think for me, this is a game that DMG, they had a 3k gold lead in. They had control around that account, and they fumbled. Lightside did a fantastic job, and I think this is big step ups from individuals. Like, you called out Harbor on the shockwaves, but the follow ups on that were, obviously off Leo Lucago's plays, right, on the rail, constant engages. So I think DMG are going to be quite happy that that's out. But this is a much nicer version of Lightside. I think it has to be said, despite the deficit that they fell into, the actual team fighting and skirmishing once they hit some of their more important item breakpoints was probably some of the best that we've seen out of them so far throughout the split. So if they can look to, channel some of that from a little bit earlier in the game, or, try and call each other out maybe and not necessarily getting themselves caught out individually to allow these leads to happen from DMG, and they can go into these mid-game fights on even footing, this ends up being a competitive series, right? So this is what we need to see out of Lightside. I think right now DMG probably going to be pretty sore about losing this game, but it was one where they had all of the agency in their hands.
And I agree. And let's see how they behave towards the second game, or how will DMG actually look into LLS and fight them back. I have information that DMG picked red side for game 2, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But first, have you heard about Foxdrop, Professor?
Welcome to NLC News. I'm Middlecott and this is your NLC update. It's a great week for Hamza, as the American AD carry is voted as the 3rd best North American player in Europe at a ceremony attended by Jojo Pion and some bloke who plays for Dung Dynasty, a team which sounds like the name of one of the worst Chinese restaurants in the world. The award comes amid otherwise uncertain times for the marksman, as comments first reported by Esports News UK from team co-owner I Will Dominate referred to the player as less Peter Peng, more Project Ash NA, and said he will sue Jack Spectra for all he's worth for what he did to this team. DMG's esports content team took a blow this week after a planned mic check episode covering their series against Los Ratones had to be cancelled, since the majority of the audio was just the players repeating the phrase, "It is what it is." The episode began 8 minutes into Game 1 after Fateski's failed flash allowed the Baus to pick up an easy first blood. And when DMG's jungler died scarcely a minute later, the phrase began to pop up here and there before the entire team was chanting it by the end of Game 1 and for the entirety of Game 2. The organisation has responded immediately, trading 5 Meat Feast pizzas from an unnamed takeaway pizza chain to Lundqvist Lightside for the services of their junior assistant executive sports psychologist, will hopefully be able to get the DMG players back on the right track. Bulldog Esports' new strategy of being good at the game is producing stunning results, as the 4-time organisation took an unexpected upset win versus the Ruddy Sack. Cayman and Exofeng led from the front as Bulldog implemented their strategy of chaining together good fights around objectives, all with the goal of blowing up the enemy nexus. Sources close to the organisation report that Coach Kaibet spent many a sleepless night working on the plan and is glad to see that it's paying dividends. And finally, it's turbulent times over at Sheep Esports, as renewed interest in the NLC means that their journalists are now spending 25 hours a week on Google Translate to make their articles readable in English. A spokesperson for the news organisation said that whilst they are fully equipped to manage the extra workload, they have had to improve efficiency in other areas in order to cope. For example, all employees have now been taught the keyboard shortcut for copy and paste, and now have Leaguepedia set as their browser homepage to save time searching for the site. As long as this doesn't impede on the high-quality journalism that they are known for, this newsreader doesn't mind one bit. That's all from us here at NLC News. I have been Middlecott, and this has been your NLC Update.
Elimination match. One of these teams will go home, or they're playing home, I don't know, but one of these teams will stop their journey right now. The other team will move on to fight yet another day. That day specifically is tomorrow. So you win and you fight again. You get another continue. And talk about continuing, let's talk about this match and what we have in the cities, because I think a lot of important champions are out, like the Ezreal being so pivotal towards Rusty. He was using it on the seeding stage as well, and he was so clean with it, and now we already used the Corki. So those mobile champions are slowly disappearing. We have to take a look into Fearless.
He also looked pretty good on the Varus, but we know a lot of ADCs at the moment are playing that Varus. He has things like Kalista in the pool. After then, you do start to go a little bit lower down into the kind of priority list of ADCs. So his pool's still open for now, but I do worry that if we do get to like a game 4 or game 5, then Rusty's going to start to have a little bit of a harder time kind of locking down a decent kind of champion. But you can see a lot about his playstyle versus Fatesky, because Fatesky obviously has a pretty equal share of damage compared to like the rest of his team, where Rusty on the other side, 33.1. He is the #1 average damage percenter. This guy is absolutely smashing it out. He is so good at just laying down the damage, and I mean, that's mostly because his mid's getting caught. They're throwing everything at Harbo, and Rusty just goes untouched every time.
Yeah. A lot of rumors left on the table for Rusty a lot of the time to deal some damage. I will say, on your point of, the potential for game 4 or game 5 even, that's when specifically ADCs are tested. And I do wonder how much prep these teams have done when it comes to, the bottom lane picks, because we see things, in the major regions when we get to these points in the best of 5s, or even, game 3s or best of 3s, where you'll see ADs lean on things like the Ziggs or even the Seraphine from time to time has been an occasional pick that's come out to kind of just supplement the whole fact that the AD pool does get pinched significantly, right? At any given time in most metas, there's maybe 4, 5 kind of premier ADCs at most, and you're talking about having most of them gone by game 3. So I'm curious about what exactly, these two AD carries in particular are going to be willing to potentially have to showcase if we do end up getting to that game 4, game 5 situation, and how the teams are going to adapt, right? Because if you have these mages in the bottom lane, then normally that means you're going to need things like AD mid laners, or, maybe even a carry out of the top laner to kind of balance out the damage profile of this entire composition or the entire drafts that end up being finished. So that's something to also keep your eyes on and look forward to as we progress through the series.
We are only a few minutes before getting into the second champion select of this match. Hipran and Jamada, expectations, were they met on this first match regarding to what we saw in group stage and what we got to see right now?
Honestly,
so.
Yeah. We both agree there. Wow. Unheard of. Actually, we agree all the time.
Unheard of, right? Like 6 years of working together or something now at this point. To me, I think that DMG looked good where they kind of have, when they've had the opportunity to shine through. I am a little bit more surprised, obviously, in the result, but I think that for Lightside, and I called for it throughout a lot of the few games that I did manage to be here for, ease of execution, right? That draft was not a difficult draft to play. Don't get me wrong. I did have issues of things like, to me, the ease of access to engage is something that I always talk about with teams that are struggling. So things like the Rel, a little bit difficult to navigate because it's like You have to play off Fog of War or you have to have Flash, right? Otherwise, it's very difficult to make those engages happen. Maokai kind of offsets that a little bit because it's a slow rolling engage. So I think more of that from Lightside, and they can look like a successful team fighting team. And then, of course, the early game, shoring up the weak points, trying to play around Harbor, or at the very least, give Harbor vision, just supplement him so that DMG can't target him down like they did in this game 1 to make that an awkward game for Lightside to begin with.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the teams in the region, I guess it's partly a symptom of the changes to the game and the way the feats of strength work and how much time you have constantly chasing objectives with the Atakan spawn up as well. But you do see more and more teams in the region at the moment are shining in the team fighting department. And I always feel like they're the teams that do look the best. I mean, I cast my mind back to Bulldog, who had that really, really good win versus Ruddy. They're a team who genuinely excel at team fights. They might be one of the best team fighting teams in the region. In this game, in this series, I think Lightside are the better team fighters. Obviously, to be fair to DMG, they had a more pick orientated comp and less of a team fighting comp. But I do feel like Lightside should continue to lean towards the team fighting, continue to lean towards that, because I do feel like even with the advantages that DMG got early, they actually struggled to transition that into anything major, anything substantial. So scaling and team fighting leans in the favor of Lightside, and out of the two teams, I think that's their area. I think that's where this team does shine. Rusty is very good when you can get a bunch of items onto him, get him into those mid to late game team fights, and he will just pop people. It's really impressive to see. I'm expecting this pick and bans to probably have a quite high priority on that Varus as the next pick for either Fateski or Rusty. I feel like if DMG don't ban it, it's potentially just first pickable here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Let's see. Cassante remains one of the banned picks. So yeah, I think it's just the right call out to say Varus has to be the champion that ends up coming up. And it is for Rusty, and it makes a perfect amount of sense. And he's going to be able to go either the on hit or the poke, right? Depending on what he sees on the opposite side. But DMG immediate response to the Misfortune and the Aurora Hover, I wouldn't be surprised to see it locked, and it is. So now you've got straight up, wombo combo potential, or the fundamentals for it lined up. Now you need the CC. With the Rel and Leona gone out, your kind of premier options for that are gone, and Leona Cargo has the potential to maybe snap away one of the few remaining champions in the support pool that is going to really supplement something like an Aurora and Misfortune. We'll see what he potentially decides to blind, as I expect jungle. I wasn't actually going to call out for a mid pick here, but I like the Azir. You've now got, straight up front to back potential already lined up, and it's grounds and fundamentals for an easy to execute front to back comp.
Interesting that they go for the potential Xin Zhao here. I feel like Braum is super high value just to kind of block out versus the Misfortune. There's not like a massive high amount of synergy because it's typically like a lethality and not an on-hit Varus. You don't apply the passive as effectively. But another way to interrupt it is just to CC the MF, and Wukong can sneak around the back and do that. So not a bad pickup on the back of that. Obviously, we're going to be looking towards a jungle pickup here for Bitsy in this rotation. What I do think about, though, is when you remember how fed Bizguard got on Lux last game, he was 6-0. He had an absolute cracker of a game on that champion. And Aurora 6-0 versus Lux 6-0. I know which one I'd rather be facing, and it's not the Aurora. Aurora will be a real problem. So if Bizguard gets that fed again, I seriously worry about Lightside's ability to fight it out, especially when you pick another jungler who wants to synergize up and go for those picks, go into those lanes with the ultimate, turn the lights out, and make life absolute hell for Lightside. So I really like this Nocturne pickup here for Bitsy. I think the ability to kind of turn off the advantage of the range that Lightside have is just by taking away their ability to see.
Yeah, and you spoke about the Braum pick as a potential big denial in terms of, preventing the overall effectiveness of a Misfortune. Ban the way immediately. So DMG know that kind of signals to me that you're looking at, something like a Nautilus as an example. And the Renata ban alongside it. I mean, even if Lightside plan to ban away 2 top laners, I think this is the point where you just kind of divert and switch and say, yeah, we probably can't give them the point and click knockup that follows our carry no matter how far they walk away or dash, right? Because I think giving over Nautilus now is kind of too much with all of the options off the table. Even if Lightside decide to answer it with, the Rakan, which is still up and untouched, to me, it's it's too big a problem. I mean, hell, actually, DMG themselves could eye up the Rakan here, even blind, if they wanted to. They snap up the Nautilus, there you go. And now to me, it's like you have immediate, almost always backline or frontline access through the Nautilus ultimate and the Nocturne. The Aurora is going to be even more effective because the lights are going to be switched off. This is a scary composition to deal with. Lightside are in a bit of a hole, but they've got a lot of self-pill through things like the Azir and the Wukong. They need to keep on stacking it right now. Otherwise, I think it's always going to be very scary approaching these team fights. That's where things like the Alistar can come in to try and play that pill factor.
If we really want to go back as well, the ease of execution, which you said Lightside had last game, it's definitely DMG favored this time. You know, they turned the lights out, they got the Nocturne, they've got the MF, the Aurora to keep people pinned as well inside that MF. Like, how that comp functions is very, very simplistic and actually not hard to pull off. On the other side, Lightside, like you said, they've got disengage and stuff like that, but disengage is always way harder to play than a team who, you know, just press their R keys and take the fight off that.
Sure.
I quite like the Ornn. Again, it peels more into that disengage angle. So, Lightside, it's on them to kind of play the disengage game well. But yeah, I mean, so far, I think I prefer what DMG have put together here.
I mean, fair. For me, just to quickly say, I think the other side of the coin is when the composition wants to go in this heavily, I actually think it almost gets easier to play the peeling composition if you have the tools to do that, right? And I think Lightside, whilst some people might raise their eyebrow at the Ornn, you know, blind, what's good about this pick here is that it's re-engage. It doesn't even have to be the primary engage, right? It can be, cool, we've peeled off the Nocturne, we've peeled off the Aurora, the Nautilus. Now the Ornn ult can come in and actually play re-engage CC for Lightside to follow up on once they've actually, you know, weathered the storm on that initial engage. So I'm actually favoring Lightside here in their draft. I think they've set themselves up really, really well to answer what DMG have put down. It's about DMG's execution on these team fights and Lightside's responses to how quickly and how snappily these engages actually come out from DMG.
Yet again, the desk seems to be split after the game. Jamada and Hiprain, if LLS wins this one, it's going to be 2-0, and DMG are looking into the face of the knife and wondering, can we make it through the day, or will we be viewers tomorrow? It's a hard day for the team that loses, but tomorrow it's another one, and it's another fight as well. Without further ado, tossing it to the Summon's Rift, we have Initialize and Solari waiting for us, so what do you have to say?
Quite a lot. It turns out, guys,
actually.
quite a lot indeed, and I think it's a really interesting breakdown of the comps or so, because I think that the split on the desk makes sense, right? Like DMG, they've gone for another comp with a really easy go button that everyone follows behind. It's started by the jungler, we all go in. Nocturne kicks things off, and it all goes from there. The other side of that, of course, is then there's what Jamada was talking about, which is the counter engage, the ability to mitigate that engage and then turn it around with a Wukong, with an Ornn, with the Azir War, shuffling people out. And then, you know, if you've pulled that trigger, not got the kill, what do DMG have left in the tank?
Exactly. That's the thing that worries me so much about DMG. If they all in, they all press their R buttons and they don't get a kill immediately, without their ultimates, there is not much they can do in a team fight against these composition Lightside.
Winter manages to use the Bellows Breath to mitigate the CC courtesy of Karmsky, and Nautilus normally pretty damn strong at level 1. Very many champions have beat him, especially with no Braum available. And Lightside will scatter to the winds, or at least their lanes, to get out of the way of this continuing invade from DMG.
I'm having a strange flashback feeling right now. I feel like I've seen that already. Oh, maybe in the previous game, actually. Just, you know, the tables have been turned a little bit, but the idea was the same. Have a very early engage, establish some very deep vision control to understand the pathing of the enemy jungle, protect your most important lanes, and then feel a little bit safer about the early game phase. The thing is, the early game phase didn't go all that happy-go-lucky for Lightside in the previous game, but hey, they still did win in the end, so maybe, you know, I'm not saying much, but I'm just saying, we've seen that already play out.
Not again! No! What is with the face checks from this player? The MF needing root away. Get out of safety. Oh my days, that was a little problematic.
You have a Nocturne, my brother! Let him go in. He will not even feel any damage. Why are we doing this again? This is so tragic for the top lane right now. I mean, they have lane swapped, obviously. Both of them have lane swapped. So is it really a lane swap if everybody lane swaps? But now Faetzky is in a... It's just lanes with extra steps. But Faetzky right now is in a really tricky spot because no health pot, only half of HP. You can't really do much, and you can't even utilize the fact that you have Nautilus on your side because you can't get anywhere close to Rusty Sniper. He's going to kill you.
And it gives Rusty an edge forward, and this is a player who has passed the eye test a number of times. I know Hiprain has really been championing him, and I have to agree, like, he's been on teams that have not been that successful, but on those teams, he has been the bright spark. He has been the one trying to make things happen. He's been the Draven player of all things as Bucci forced to flash Winter. Make sure Winter is coming! Decimating smash! Not quite enough. Grass proc not going to come down either, and both top laners turn a wet noodle fight into something a little bit more dangerous for a second or two there.
That's the classical top lane experience. Again, just on the bot lane, but the idea is the same. We beat each other up and we all survive somehow.
Bitzer is going to find Leo, and there's a Wukong coming. I don't know whether you want this, Bitzer. We'll get the fear off. Doesn't quite make that one happen to Leo Licago. Mistimes that one. Karmsky roaming on over. No flash on the Alistar, still has the ignite. Highbridge is here. How much do we want to play around? Highbridge with the red buff. Should
Rusty
theoretically have the advantage, and Rusty with the first move. Here come the mid laners. Flash for the pulverize. Karmsky in danger. Will pull himself out to safety. Bizgard now coming to play alongside the Misfortune. Bitzer and Karmsky. Blast goes back in. That one's a bit bold. Just about gets first blood over to Harbor. Highbridge will ignite and go down. It will be in the end. The Nautilus picking one back up from beyond the grave as Faetzky has to flash away. Leo will be slowed down though. Flash on forward for the bit of damage and the fear. And Faetzky secures an additional kill. 2 for 2. Sorry. Yes? 2 for 2,
yes.
I think. Although I'm looking at it, as I think what happened is Bucci died down in the bot lane while all this is happening on. So 2 for 1 in the jungle. Additional 1 for 1 or 1 for none in the bot lane for Lightside. There we go. Finally done the math correctly.
And we finally got some bloodbath from the very beginning of the game. Thank you so much for both of the teams. It was weird. Oh, we have the replay of what happened there. We just pretty much continued the fist fight that we started earlier, and Butcher was so low. And Winter didn't have a flash, so how did he get for the kill? He just walked up. Don't tell me he just walked up and killed him. Oh my god.
Bellows breath to interrupt the queue. No knockup. Just gets to pile on forwards, and Bucci overestimates the damage. Gets himself knocked down 2 sides. A little bit embarrassing there, not gonna lie.
Just a little bit, but to be fair, who of us hasn't died to Ornn early levels on the lane because we underestimated heavily the amount of damage he's able to pull out, especially in a combo like that. I would say quite a lot.
Proc or 2, I grant you.
I mean, yeah, Ornn. Very fun champion, by the way. Tank, by the way.
Yeah, bit problematic. Still, though, the game remains a relatively even affair. 100 gold apiece. 1 more kill on the other side will secure the feat of martial mastery. The MF being allowed to mitigate the early CS lead from Rusty by virtue of getting a kill on the Misfortune, which is helping things out just a touch. Still, here's Rusty Sniper, who's gotten that early shove and punishing the MF, who can often be a bit of a lane bully herself, but Hope Faris likes to return the favor.
Especially with the Alistar on his side, it's really hard to find a good combo for Misfortune and Nocturne before they get to level 6, if there is an Alistar on the enemy side, because if the timing is good on Leo Licago, he can mitigate so many things that DMG's bot lane will try to throw at them. So that's why the situation on the top lane is staying as it is for the time being, just farming, just trying maybe to farm up, more like in the case of Faetzky, because it's still a bit harder for him to approach the lane considering how Varus keeps the enemy Misfortune at bay simply by outranging her. Even if by a little bit, it still counts. And we have the Grubbies in the meantime, and the Dragon at the we have both objectives being taken at the same time.
Yeah, just a trade on those ones makes some sense, and I think for the side of Faetzky, at least getting that Vamp Scepter on first back means you can mitigate some of the poke coming down by just hitting the minions. The lifesteal really does help. Nocturne, though, a little bit behind here in terms of some of the CS, down probably a quadrant or 2, basically off some of those early scuffles that were happening. Manages to clear out a Scuttle Crab there, which helps mitigate things a little bit, but wants to get out to being able to use that level 6 paranoia option as soon as possible.
you can't really call Nocturne a champion until he's unlocked his level 6. Only after that things actually start to get really interesting, both for himself and for his team, because he can't really count much on a jungler if he's a Nocturne. He's still farming up to his ultimate unlocked. Which is why, for now, at least for the time being, that things have calmed down. We have both objectives taken down by the respective pods. DMG getting... No, they're actually at the same path towards the feat of strength because, again, of this 2-2 that happened in the very beginning of the game. Whoever gets another kill is going to be a little bit closer to completing those feats of strength. But I am really looking at Bitsu right now because finally this level 6 is unlocked. But the bot lane...
Here we go. Living engage coming on through as Layla Karg and Highbridge have found a wonderful engage. And where on earth does this fortune go? To an early grave, apparently. Nice double kill for Highbridge, who picks up that early goal with glee. A much better early game from Lightside, who are in a commanding position now in this game.
And so tragic for DMG's bot side yet again. They haven't had the good beginning of the game to start with, thanks to Faedsky. Oh, where are we going? Mid lane!
Between two worlds is the Azir, but Bitsep pulls the combo with Bizgard, and Harbo just says, well, I guess I press R then.
Yes. I guess that's it, at least for the time being. This is going to be a very scary combo of the Nocturne plus Aurora, but for the time being, it's a bit harder to do much. Who is also going to be really scary, someone who we're looking at right now, Highbridge, on this Wukong, is going to have insane value into DMG later in the game. Because already there is not much that DMG can do if he goes onto them with the ultimate. That is just such a long control for them. And if you look at the champions who we have at DMG side, they really hate being controlled for extended periods of time. Both Aurora and Misfortune pretty much die if they get out-controlled by the enemy. So for Lightside, with Highbridge being so ahead, probably being able soon to build up into something unkillable, that's everything that they need to feel good on this game.
It's also really frustrating then for Fadeski on this Misfortune to stay alive, for this Aurora to get value, and then of course, you then start to have to worry about those re-engages from the likes of Lightside. Have got the Ornult and stuff. The Wukong being a threat by himself can be really difficult to manage. The Highbridge in general has not had the easiest time in his career, has got a miserable win rate, sub 30% across his career. It's not been an easy time, not been on teams that have been all that successful, and sometimes he's been criticized for his mid-game play, for looking a bit aimless if he doesn't get early leads. He's doing pretty well so far this series. Was on a Viego that was one of the champions that he was well known for succeeding on relative to the level of performance that's sometimes been not what he's been after, and then now he's on this Wukong. He's got 2 1-on-1. He's got the Trinity Force. He is set up for a fantastic position in this mid-game. Harbo, though, it's a bit of an ugly combo. Won't be threatened with death as yet, as the follow-up isn't going to be much more than a chunk from the weirding into twofold hex from the Aurora.
If only it happened just 8 seconds later than it happened on the mid lane, there would have been an ultimate on Bizgard, and maybe things could have looked a little bit different, but it is what it is. Harbo gets alive, Harbo doesn't need to use absolutely anything. I bet he wasn't even scared at all.
Oh, you got the slide away, and again, Harbo has been the recipient of a lot of pressure and a lot of attention from DMG. Honestly, it's mixed results. It's left Rusty Sniper kind of free to do what he wants, and Harbo has just, honestly, outside of the early attempts in the first game, been pretty good at dissuading the damage, and then on the other side, it's just been Layla Cargo and Highbridge turning up wherever this bot lane is and continually mashing this Nocturne, or this Nautilus. Nocturne is the other side that's happening as a flash away from this orb to try and get a knock-up. Will not manage to re-engage the train, and the dive comes off. Flash and ult burn to no avail for Winter.
But we spend 3 ultimates on the bot lane as DMG trying to tower dive this on, and we do it successfully, but do we get anything afterwards? What happened here in the top lane though? Okay, we have quite some ultimates being thrown here with the Chains of Corruption included, but it is what it is. However, what is the difference here is that on the top side of the map, Lightside, after having this situation on the top lane, they are getting the grubbies, so now they have the full set of 6 of those. DMG didn't really get anything on the bot side after killing Winter.
Harbo gonna get hit by that massive dredge side into the bullet time combo. Not really a kill threat though, because Harbo manages to slide on out to safety. Will be chunked out before something like this dragon fight though. With no teleport, Harbo gonna be at the highest total should they wish to contest this, but still got a pot in inventory and kind of gets back to a reasonable health total in short order. DMG earn a lot for not a huge amount of avail.
They don't burn everything, so Kamsky, for example, still has the ultimate available if they decide to have a fight somewhere soon, somewhere maybe around the dragon that you just mentioned. They will still have that, and it is going to be a very helpful tool for them to set up for things like, for example, the ultimate for Aurora that is coming back soon. But yeah, Arbo is feeling rather well on the bot lane right now. Lightside have re-established their control. They've brought in more people there, and they should be at least feeling rather comfortable approaching this dragon, because even if you look at the minimap, they have so much vision, offensive vision even, on the bot side of the map. They can just go and take it if they want.
Bucci about to be dove here. This will be first turret as well for Lightside, securing themselves a feat of fate. Bucci trying their best to clear this one out. Flash away. Turret secure, top lane dive occurring as Ornn tries to searing charge away unsuccessfully. Kill picked up gratefully by Fatesky, who was falling behind in this game, but while the trade still happens for the turret, Biscard will teleport back mid lane to prevent Harbour from getting too much here. Neil Lukaku is over the wall, as is Rusty Sniper. How far do they want to go? Side against it. Hung around, seeing if there was an angle, instead will turn back towards the dragon, and Lightside get a turret, which gets some feats of strength. They get plates mid, they get the dragon. Yes, the kill goes down topside, but it's not the turret as well, so DMG, once again, pull the trigger, kind of trades somewhat down.
It's interesting that DMG are, for the second time, choosing to go onto Winter and choosing to tower dive this Ornn, while some other action is happening on the other side of the map. Something we have seen over and over in games against Los Rotones, actually, when people try to go for bows over and over, not realizing that they're losing at the same time on the other sides of the map. Here, the losses are not too big for the time being for DMG when they decide to go for these exchanges, but they're kind of starting to accumulate right now, because look, they have lost all the grubbies, they have lost the Fates of Warfare, they have lost these Dragon right now as well.
Yep.
And slowly but surely, they might be losing the state of the game as well.
This should be their strongest point, right? As Nocturne starts to get towards levels 9, 10, 11, gets those first rank of, or those first abilities max, the second rank, so the ultimates come on through. When your Aurora and stuff is one item, when your Misfortune is hitting 1 to 2 items, that's when you want to be pulling the trigger, getting as much value out of that big dive combo as you can. But I'm looking at an Ornn who's, yeah, been hit a few times, but not really out of the game. I'm looking at a Wukong, 2-1 and 2, and Azir, who's ahead in CS, got a kill to the name. The Rusty Sniper Varus up 30 CS, a kill to the name. Like, this isn't looking like it's going to be an easy game where, you know, well, we just kill this one person and the rest of the fight is a piece of cake. If it comes down to these 5v5s, DMG better make damn sure that the counter engage isn't going to break their backs as they try to get out of the play.
DMG being behind by this state of the game is not the be-all end-all for them, but it's definitely making things so much harder, because you need to be absolutely precise with your engage if you decide to go for it. You gotta be pixel clear, including with what Beats is trying to do right now onto Harbour. Harbour has a flash.
Oh dear. Gonna go in anyway, but he's got the Stride Breaker, gets a chunk, didn't want to waste the ult, but that is a wasted paranoia. And I know a number of old analysts would call out the fact that if you are wasting those early cooldowns on a champion like Nocturne, not getting any value, why the hell are you picking a champion like this? It's not a good sign. Now Highbridge might be able to punish as well as he sits on top of this control ward and looks to threaten the bunny rabbit.
Is there even a control ward still? I didn't know.
There is one in that pixel bush, yeah.
Oh, you're right. My poor old eyes. However, speaking of eyes and speaking of being able not to see, Beats' value later in the game is going to go down unless this Nocturne delivers something right now, and unless this Nocturne gets ahead himself or somebody else.
No!
Like Harbour.
No!
What?
Oh, the Aurora didn't go to the other side of the wall to get behind it, gets shuffled away and dies to the turret shots.
Oh, Harbour didn't let her jump off the wall. He didn't let her hop off the wall. Can we? Okay, the replay. So we're going in, and there is no hop happening?
I think what happens is Harbo blocks the space where the wall would be, so the next nearest spot she could be was near enough for the wall to shove her out. Oh no.
Oh, this is tragic. So we lost an ultimate before trying to go into Harbour on the top lane. Now we lost another one, and we also lost Aurora because of that. And now we're giving up the Herald, obviously, because there is no pry on the top part of the map whatsoever for DMG. And listen, for all that has been said about Harbour by our analyst desk in the beginning of the game, he has been doing a fantastic job simply by staying alive for these 2 games in a row.
Right then, DMG, you saw it on screen. Where's the posture check? Reset, get ready to go for yourself. Use that code as well if you want. Back home, guys. It's NLC, lol. over on Arozzi.com. And Lightside right now, I certainly feel there's a few bright spots to their name. They've got 6 Grubs and a Herald in mid, and all those additional Void Mites will ensure the Legion of Doom secures a turret.
What is this swarm? It looks so terrifying.
It's a Zerg Rush.
It is a Zerg Rush.
I don't know about this one, Highbridge. Known for going a little deep in mid-game, that might be the moment. As the paranoia is dropped, it doesn't really get all that much. The Call of the Forge gone for the turnaround, though. Might leave Fatesky out to try, gets knocked up by the re-engage. Bucci flashed over the wall, and the bullet time gets a chunk, but little else. Bucci goes down. And Lightside re-engage. DMG find nothing when they pull the trigger.
So, the thing about pulling the trigger on the DMG side is that you can't just pull one of the triggers you have. You gotta pull all of your triggers. Because otherwise, if one ultimate goes in, and then the other one, and after some time, the other one as well, you're not getting much value out of your ultimates. They need to be combined. You need this control with a damage follow-up, with some more control on top of that. Otherwise, you're, again, just wasting ultimates, not killing anybody. And the whole idea here for DMG, you are already behind. It's very risky for you every time you decide it's like a fight face own like that. And if you don't get anything out of it, you're simply making the gap between you and the enemy team even bigger than it was before this attempted fight.
Bucci ults only onto an Alistair who presses R immediate, and Bucci tries to flash out. And the problem is, you look at the other side, Highbridge, reminder, he was 2 out of 2, he had a Triforce. This Scion is not tanky yet and just breaks his ankles. I get it. The Herald was very low, you wanted to punish that attempted shove onto the tier 2, and DMG see a potential angle, it's just not there. Now they're going to try and defend the tier 2. Leo going to get jumped on, but doesn't have the ultimate after that play earlier on, will likely fall. A flash is out to safety, and Biscard can't find an angle themselves. At least all the while, Fatesky shoves up in that top lane and gets the wave taken down, but that's another dragon. That might even be sole point. No, it's just third dragon, so it's just a second dragon for them. Just read the, how quickly the scoreboard would update. Still, continue to stack those up. Lightside just continuing to extend the lead. They've got the feats of strength there, getting increasing amounts of gold on key members, and they are just scaling into this game in a way that I think DMG are going to struggle to match.
They are absolutely going to struggle to match it. Because for Lightside, their front lane is going to be getting tankier. Their control is still going to be there, and their control is on the members who are tanky. But are we? What? Why?
Why? That felt a little bit desperation. Harbo has just been really patient. Burned the shield, then ulted, not allowed. Bits here to get that much value when your Nocturne is going in and only getting a third of someone's HP. He's not a threat, he's not scary. Compare that to the Wukong. Highbridge has got 2 items now. And you know that this Nocturne can't fight without the ultimate. Surely at this point, it's not a threat. And Kamsky tries to go for the Dredge side. It's not a bad ult from the Aurora, though. Goes between worlds. Hops to the other side. Remember, Harbo doesn't have an ultimate themselves. Biscard, though, just gets shredded. Harbo will slide and glide on in. Bring down the bunny rabbit. At least they get the cow, finally. But Winter will blast go down to safety as Kamsky next to dead. Fatesky thinking about stepping on forward. It ends up being a 1-for-1 of sorts, but it is not pretty.
It's not pretty at all. To be fair, Bisgard did try to do something in this fight, and he had some decent chunk of damage onto Highbridge to try to mitigate the initial engage from Lightside a little bit, or rather the initial re-engage, because it happened after a failed attempt by Kamsky. But after that, yes, DMG are still facing the same demons as they were in the previous game, and as they were throughout this whole game, unfortunately. They don't have good enough setup for their composition to work, they don't have enough damage to follow up if anything happens, and if they are the side that is receiving the offense from the enemy side, there's not really many tools that they have in order to survive the engage and to re-engage back onto the enemy. And because of that, now we are yet again in a situation where Lightside have such a good control over the map. They can absolutely safely side lane, especially with Winter on the top lane. Atacon is on the map available for the taking if Lightside decide to pull the trigger on it. They absolutely have all the rights to do so.
Dragon a long ways off spawning, but it's fighting for vision control of their own jungle now is DMG, and it is backs against the wall time. Misfortune picks up a second item, but can't justify the Infinity Edge. Has to go towards the Lord Dominic's regard to deal with how many frontline tanks and armor is getting built up. Kamsky looking for potential angle on in here, but the ward off to the side just makes it hard work to find an angle on in, and the tier 2 falls.
And it's yet another tier 2 lost for DMG. They have lost pretty much all of them. Kamsky, what are we doing here?
No. Goes wandering through the jungle by themselves, is on all the vision in the world, and dies a very swift death for it.
There is one poor single word that has been standing there from DMG's side. They don't have any control even over their part of the map anymore. And because of that, yes, it's a free Altacon. Because there is absolutely no way in the world DMG can do anything on the bot side of the map right now. And now there's going to be a nice juicy withdrawal for Lightside, which means they can push in, they can go for those inner turrets, and if they go through the bot lane, they can crack open the enemy's base if they really want to.
I have to guess they were trying to get Vision down to deal with the Atacam potentially, but even then I'm struggling. Kamsky, that was a poor decision. I think there's no real way around it. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe we didn't see something on screen, but as far as we saw, it was a lone Nautilus wandering very deep in the jungle with no one else anywhere nearby but enemy members who gratefully pick up the additional kill and get the objective off it. Lightside now, it is by far their game to lose. 3,000 gold, 6 scrubbed, 2 dragons, Atakan. How on earth do you lose from this position is the question you have to ask. You've got 2 items maybe on Bizguard and Fateski. A good bullet time and a good between worlds might be the only option. Here we go. Sion comes afterwards, but where's the rest of the follower? It's 30 miles away. Someone go to logistics school. Get your timings right. It's all wrong. And DMG do not live up to their namesake. They are doing pitiful amounts at this point as Lightside introduce DMG to the dark side of the grey screen. Get something back maybe, but I just don't think the trades are there. Remember, there's withdrawals to deal with. So even the kills you do pick up mean so little. They clear the wave, maybe. They might just hold on to the tower, but Bucci being forced away. Rusty Sniper on a poke. Varus brings down what should be the tank. That's the state of the game. And they'll lose this inhibitor afterwards. Sorry, not the inhibitor, the tier 2. The inhibitor not quite yet. But it feels like that's sure to fall soon at the rate this game is going.
I'm afraid you hit the nail there right when Bitsu went in. But wait, Harbo? He is bloodthirsty a little bit, but at the same time his team is going to take the break, so it's all fine. Bitsu engaging so deep like that, there is no range on DMG's side to follow up on that successfully. And again, they need the follow-up. If somebody decides to go in, especially if it's a knocked-in with 1 item, you gotta be there to help him.
They're trying to catch Piebridge as he goes over the wall, and he just slides over. No real option, especially with Bitsu with no flash. Didn't pull the ultimate there. DMG, there were some worries about, well, okay, you need to pull the triggers right this game, or what happens, and you're seeing it vividly displayed in high-definition disaster. Right here, Bitsu goes very deep, and the follow-up just isn't there.
Yeah.
Bucci hits a wall, not the enemy team.
Even by the time Faetsky, who was the closest one to the fight, can actually hit somebody with auto attacks, by that time his jungler is already dead. I don't know what sort of miscommunication happened here, but unfortunately it's not the first case like that one. The abilities that need to be following up one after another very strictly or going in at the same time just don't happen at all. And after that, yeah, it's just picking everybody one by one. To be fair though, it did take quite some time for Rusty Sniper to poke down Bucci, but it's the fact that he eventually got him that really should be worrying you if you are the tank of DMG.
I'll also say for Bizguard, nice little ult into escape there. Rusty couldn't quite catch him at the end as he escaped off to the side on the blast cone, so still some smooth moves on the Aurora despite being significantly behind the opposing number. Here we go again, Rusty.
Really?
Finally being jumped on the first time they've tried to engage him, but the turnaround! And again the disengages. Fantastic. No other way of putting it. Bucci goes on in, but Leo just presses R and the engage is piecemeal. It's scattered. It's uncoordinated. And Lightside look on their namesake and pick up kill after kill after kill, and the re-engage is just not one that DMG have any right to survive. Harbo with the Nashers, with the soldiers, will pile on forwards, and one by one DMG fall.
It's exactly how you said it, Sam. There is always the disengage, and then there is re-engage and re-engage and re-engage for Lightside. And now they are taking game number 2. I can't believe I'm saying it. I thought genuinely that this series is going to go into all 5 games, but right now, with how Lightside are doing it, I am not so sure anymore.
Bizguard tries to get one. Will get at least something maybe, but the damage, it's too late. It's too little. And DMG are ruthlessly executed. DMG draft themselves a composition where they are asked to pull the trigger. They misfire every single time. We did not see a successful combination this entire game, and Lightside walk it in. It was made easy for them, and that is rough to see.
Yeah, I'm afraid there is no real way to sugarcoat it. As much as we would like to say something about DMG, like with this team composition, you're not allowed to be behind. And if you are already behind, you have to be pixel clear with everything that you do on the map. And if you're not, well, that is exactly what happens.
DMG fall to the sword, and Lightside gratefully pick it up 2-0. Match point now to the desk and away from us for now.
Pause! Harbo!
He stepped up. He stepped up that game. Honestly, genuinely, I know we kind of had that replay package at the beginning of the day where we highlighted some of the issues for this team, and Harbo being probably the kind of sore spot for the side of Lightside. But this game, he really stood up. He took that personally, man. Like, he stepped up in the Azir, had a really, really good performance. And it looks like when Harbo's not losing lane and Harbo actually is able to play the game, Lightside looked pretty solid. I mean, there was no real issue for them here. And DMG, I had to say it, but they look a little broken, man. They look a little broken.
Wait. Thumbs up.
No, I mean, look, right? I think for me, it's incredible to see some individual step-ups. Game 1, he got picked on, right? And despite that, he still had a fair amount of impact in terms of being able to follow up on a lot of the Leo Lucago engages on the rail.
Yeah.
This game, straight up kind of ignored, left in isolation. That's perfectly fine. And I've got to say, gentlemen, maybe Group A really was just the better group. You know?
That's exactly what I wanted to
between
call
the two,
it.
because as things are going, like, this is going to be a 3-0. Like, this is going to be a quick night. DMG, as things are, that game looked like the kind of game where you take a step back as a spectator and you go, they're broken. Like, the general approach to how they were looking for team fights, off-key, general execution around 5v5s, I don't think I really saw a good fight out of them this game from start to finish. And this is why I kind of highlighted when we talk about the 5v5 here. Yes, the air quotes ease of execution was in favor of DMG in the kind of, you know, hey, Nautilus presses R, Noxon presses R, Aurora presses R, great. But when you have this kind of composition against effectively 4.5, 5 peel tools of Lightside's composition, it gets so easy to play if you're in any way disjointed from DMG. And, you know, this is just one highlight package of many where people are out of sync. And this is the kind of composition where everyone has to be pitch perfect with the angles that they come in with and the times that they actually look for those high value targets. Because if you're not blowing up the Azir or you're not blowing up the Misfortune straight away, the game just gets very, very, or the Varus, the game just gets very, very difficult. So, yeah. Credit to Lightside for punishing a very disjointed looking DMG right now, and also just executing really well. Again, it has to be said, this is the first time it feels like so far this split where we can actively and proactively praise Lightside for their play, right?
Yeah.
So this needs to continue for them to get a clean closeout on this series, because they are one game away from progressing into round 2.
Now, here's where I be a little, I'm not going to say mean, but I mean, first of all, Bitsy, what were you doing with this ult? There was nowhere anyone was in range to be able to follow up and keep you and back you up in that fight. Rusty had both summoner spells, he was fine. But I also have my concerns about FaZe. I mean, I think this fight was the first time where he actually got an on-target ultimate. And Harbo was able to interrupt it with the Azir. He gets cut with this knock-up. I think FaZe steps back a little bit. Maybe this is the one where he doesn't even get the ult off. No, he doesn't even get the ult off in this one. This is the final one.
This is the final one where he just dies, right? Like,
FaZe had one ult that was on point, and it got interrupted. And look at that, 14,000 damage to 24,000 damage to Rusty. Rusty had an absolutely brilliant performance. I always think Hybris really stepped up in this game. He had a relatively shaky start to game 1, but did a really, really good job of tidying that up into the kind of mid to late game of game 1. Game 2, he just came out the gate swinging. Like, this guy was just ready to throw hands, and Bitsy on the Nocturne wasn't able to kind of do what we need out of that Nocturne, which is hit that 6 and then find that immediate pick. They tried to pick on what they thought was the weak spot in Harbo, and Harbo's able to turn it around, disengage. And from there, it just felt like every time he tried to look for an ultimate, either he had to blow a summoner spell and run away with no HP, or he would get taken out. So really, really good game for Lightside there. And you can see from the tail of the game, the goal didn't dip away from them at one moment. They were in control the whole game.
Yeah, and I really just, on the hybrid topic, I want to credit Lightside and the general call to pick up that Wukong and take it away from DMG, because I think that would have been a far more effective pick. Wukong tends to be, to me, I still consider Wukong the best jungler. Period. Because I think he's very versatile in the fact that he's an incredibly strong skirmisher. He's great in the 1v1, but he also supplements team fights so well just with the Cyclone double knockup. If you have that on the Aurora side with the Misfortune, that kind of CC sucks to play against. Nocturne just turns off the lights effectively in this composition, right?
Yeah.
And we spoke about how there wasn't really supplementing CC to continually keep people in place for a long enough time for things like the Misfortune to find their effect. And I think the Wukong takeaway was one of those things that kind of, not only does it help Lightside in the sense of it's useful in their composition, but it was such a strong takeaway that it felt like without it, DMG's composition just fell a lot more flat, right? It felt a lot more fangless without it. So credit there. And I think now, draft side, you've seen two relatively different variations out of DMG. One where it's a lot more kind of pick focused, one where now it's a lot more team fight focused, and they've been outperformed on both. Where do you go now? In a game 3 where you can't pick these champions again either.
Hyperscaling.
You have to dig even further. I think it is, just a straight up back to scaling, but you don't have things available like the Azir, right? The most bog standard easy champion to lean on.
Yeah.
So even though we're only in game 3, I think this issue is now going to persist throughout the rest of the series, because again, Lightside are also on top of everything else performing above not only our expectations, but definitely above what we've seen them put on the Rift.
Hold on, you're saying performing above our expectations. Me and Archer both voted for Lightside today. We're the only two believers. I'm a believer in Lightside.
Okay.
I'm a believer in Rusty. Yeah.
There you
Look
go.
at that!
I love how...
The only ones!
You know what? Fair play production for getting this up so quick.
That was really quick, by the way.
That was very quick. They were so ready for that.
That was really quick. Look, I mean, across the lineup, I think also the community sentiment was also still like, yeah. But either way, well done, gentlemen, for your prediction so far. They still need to drop a game. So
yeah,
that's why I think I'm wrong.
Both Solari and Initial, I said it was a 3-2 to DMG. So they're praying for that reverse sweep. But I genuinely have so much faith in Lightside versus DMG here. I think Lightside do just look a lot stronger, a lot more capable. We've seen, individual good performances, but also a very good group performance. Where on the other side, when you look at DMG, I think we've seen individual performances that are very good, but I don't think we've actually seen a particularly solid group performance from them. Like, they haven't seemed to be that cohesive. It's the picks work out because it's like one or two of them, but when it's the full 5-man, they suddenly seem to scatter. They suddenly seem to get lost. Like, Fateski's not particularly in the right position to get an ult off on the Misfortune, and somehow shooting into an Aurora ult with 4 people and missing everyone. I just feel like they're lacking a little bit of that coordination, which Lightside have, especially when Lightside also have that very reliable damage dealer in Rusty, who's able to position so effectively in these fights, where he's going to be able to lay down as much damage as possible while not being under any threat himself.
There's no more time to adapt. This is it. This could be the game that puts Lightside a step forward in the bracket, and we're about to reach the finals. But where are the finals? If you just tuned in, I don't know what you're doing, by the way, but you can watch this finals live in Nottingham, United Kingdom. March 1 and 2, we're expecting you, and it's going to be in collab with Nottingham Trent University, NTU, at their venue. It's a small venue, but look at it, look at the venue. We only have a certain amount of seats available. If you want to watch the finals, live, by the way, with these teams playing on stage. It's your opportunity on February 9. You have to be really fast, just as they are sitting down. And I know, by the way, that this university actually has experience making these sort of esports events. So it's your opportunity to see NLC live. But before we do that, we need to understand who's going to finals. And in order for to do that, we need to do another game. Will LLS be able to close the deal right now? Or will DMG go for expectations of Solari, initialize, and reverse sweep this one? I don't know, but I'll see you soon. Now gets Professor. Where's Foxdrop?
Welcome back, class, to League of Legendology NLC edition. The first round of playoffs is done. Let's check in with how our students got on. Los Ratones didn't drop a beat versus DMG, going 2-0. Reklos got to play his Janna, Baus got to play his Sion. The favourites of the whole NLC got to play their favourites. They looked infallible. They looked unbeatable. The Rats find themselves with another A. DMG, on the other hand, just looked lost. Yes, it's not easy to play versus Los Ratones, but DMG didn't really show too many signs of life. They tried to beat Baus's playstyle by matching it with their own version of Baus's playstyle, but it kind of just turned into a we got Baus at home situation. Cane top did not work. I like the idea though, and looking forward to their series versus Lightside, but they can't get higher than a D. I'm sorry. Ruddy Sack versus Bulldog brought us our first big upset of the NLC. Ruddy Sack's woes continued, and Bulldog's stock continues to soar. It was a great series and a well-deserved win for a team that just 2 weeks ago lost against a sub-autofill jungler. After giving them a D in week 1, Bulldog are slowly climbing towards the apex of the NLC. They get a B+. On the other hand, the Ruddy Sack they keep struggling. They've been very hot and cold so far in the NLC, and this series was a microcosm of that. Their poor bot lane as well. In that last game, combined for 2-19. Not pretty. Really got to turn it around to succeed in the lower bracket. C-. Shortly after our very first upset in the NLC, we were treated to an even bigger one, with Verdant beating Rich Gang. Group B's undefeated first place team, Rich Gang, was swept versus the 4th place Group A, Verdant. It was a battle of the bot lanes this series, and Verdant's Mishi and Obstinatus came out on top. Verdant really making a case for that Group A superiority. B+. Rich Gang, on the other hand, woof. Game 1 was competitive and even looked like Rich Gang's at times, but Game 2 just wasn't even close. I expect an incredulously vengeful lower bracket run from Rich Gang, but in this matchup this week, they get a D. And our last matchup of the week was Nord versus Venom Crest. It was a week of upsets. Not in this game though, with Nord winning 2-0. We thought that coming out the seeding stage, Nord might just be the second best team here in the NLC, and this series really helped solidify that. It was just another quality showing, especially from Vizichachi in the top lane, Treats on support. It may have looked easy for Nord, but good teams find a way to make their opposition look bad, and that they did. They get an A-. Venom Crest, on the other hand, kind of barely showed up. It's not really an insult to them because of the caliber that Nord is as a team, but in a world where Verdant can 2-0 Rich Gang, maybe Venom Crest could have put up a bit more of a fight. They did try some funky drafts, and the spirit of Hylissang fully possessed Lori in that support role. The man averaged over 10 deaths a game in that series, and we'll just call him an enthusiastic playmaker. They do have time to right the ship, however. Welcome back, class, to League of Legendology. He possessed Lori in that support role. The man averaged over 10 deaths a game in that series, and we'll just call him an enthusiastic playmaker. They do have time to right the ship, however, as their next series is against Chaos, who haven't won yet in the NLC, but if they were to win that matchup, they then have to face a pissed off Rich Gang, which would certainly be no easy task. See how far they can make it for the rest of the playoffs, but for this week, C-. Playoffs continue this week, starting at 6 PM GMT on Wednesday. Be there.
when he plugs in.
Show me the rest of the messages.
And we're live! By the way, if you want to sit down on a lovely chair, you can use this code NLC LOL to get 50% off on these things that you see right now in front of you. The rest of the website already has other discounts, and I invite you to go onto the website and take a look. By the way, those tables go up and down, and you can plug them in. It's electronic. The mouse pads themselves actually are the size of the entire table. I find that amazing, by the way. I have one. I can't show you because I have to do an unboxing. Yeah. Lovely chairs. Are you sitting in one of those, by the way, Hiprain?
What, the chair?
Yeah.
No, I might be the only one without one, to be honest. Yeah.
You know what? I'm not even mad.
I might be getting a desk, though. I might be getting a desk. I just have
disappointed.
I just have to do some measuring because I'm in a very small little cubby, so I'm not sure if I've got space. I hope I do, because those desks
not got space. Oh, don't make me expose you on this broadcast, mate.
No, mate. All right.
Don't
I
make
know
me,
you've been in my house.
The D&D DM saying I don't have space.
Okay, he's been in my house. I'm not gonna pretend here like I'm living in some tiny little Harry Potter shoebox. But like, ultimately,
I'm derailing this. I'm making this not serious now. This guy lives in a house attached to a house. I need you guys to understand. He's got space. He's got space.
I might have a little flat attached on where I live.
He's got space. He's got space. I'm not gonna dox him any more than that. But he has space. Don't let him gaslight you. He can do it. Anyway, League of Legends fans.
Who doesn't have space?
I'm not gonna defend myself.
DMG don't have space to work right now because they're against the wall 2-0 in favor of LLS at this moment. I think Harbor was the weakness on the armor of Lightside, and I think they fixed that dent, and they're now working in a wonderful way. I don't know how DMG can pull this off.
All right. Honest answer, but it's a little harsh. D-tilt. Because right now they look a little tilted. Some of those Bitsy ults were kind of like questionable, is probably the nicest way to put it. They were definitely a little bit bizarre. Right now, it does actually look like DMG maybe in their own heads a little bit, where on the other side, Lightside, they pulled back that game one, and I think that just gave them a massive bolt of confidence. So you saw Harbo play better. I mean, Rusty, this guy's already playing very well. Leo as well, playing incredibly well. The question for me is, as champion pools get smaller and as we get further into this best of, what team actually is the one which struggles more? Who has the wider champ pool? Because a best of 5 in Fearless is very much a marathon and not a sprint. If you can sprint the 3-0 out, then that's huge. But if they lose this game, then suddenly the champ pool is massively reduced. You're looking at, 20 champions removed by the start of game 4 after all the bans and stuff go down. So it's going to be a hard one.
20 are out already, by the way.
Yeah. That Kalista ban's huge, by the way. That Kalista ban's huge, because I was literally about to say Rusty's next pick is probably going to be the Kalista. Getting denied from him there. He's still got things like the Kai'Sa in the pool, which I know is one that he does play as well, and you can line that up. But, again, Kai'Sa thrives with CC engage kind of melee supports, and with the Leo gone, the Rel gone, the Alistair gone, the Lawless gone, they're all out, basically.
Yeah, you're looking at significantly lower tiered champions coming through. Braum, Renata. I expect a lot more reactive champions. Rakan probably rises in heavy priority now, considering all of his lane counters are out, right? And the only things really that kind of remain, I think, again, things like the Renata come to mind as a strong lane answer, but then, again, Renata thrives at dealing with one angle of engage when you talk about team fights. Rakan is often playing on multiple, right? So we'll see exactly what DMG decide to prioritize. The Jace has been left relatively alone throughout a lot of the series. Will finally come through here for DMG, and we'll see whether it lands in Bucci or Bizguard's hands. For Lightside,
Rumble's up.
Spoken a lot, right?
Yeah,
Rumble for the first time up and available for Winter if he wants to snap it up. It's probably considered by most the strongest top laner still on the patch, despite all of the nerfs, and you can try and find a strong jungle setup alongside it. I was going to suggest the Sejuani for team fight prowess, and engage again. I think that's one of the things that Lightside need to continue to lean on. With someone like the Zinzao, a lot more skirmish focused. So then perhaps I would like to see either, an early game mid laner to pair up with that, or I was going to suggest an early game pickup for Rusty, right? Maybe even something along the lines of a Blind Raven if it means they're going to just continually play around the bottom side to, again, win out in those exchanges. But for now, Harbor on the Ahri, and again, a lot of the mid lane picks already out of the pool, but Hui, obviously we're not at the second phase of bans, can very easily be an answer, and it sets up DMG to have a very strong looking poke composition from the get-go.
Yeah, Lightside banned it in game 1 as well, so it finally gets through for Bizguard to pick up. Just kind of racking my brain. I feel like Rakan is probably going to show up here for either Karmsky or Leo Lacargo. I think Leo suits it more, but it could be a very good denial pick from the side of DMG. So just racking their brain on what they're going to be picking up. They're looking towards the jungler here. They can't realistically think about going for that support. It's very, very pinned down though, but you mentioned the Sejuani, and there it is for Bitsy. So now they have that kind of non-committal engage in the ultimate. They have that front line in the Sejuani to absorb the damage. I mean, I guess this is the tank Jace anyway, so probably going to be seeing that. And the Malphite is the answer here for Winter.
Okay. I want to talk about this for a second, because this is one of those like solo Q counters to Jace where you go Q max, you go Comet, you go like full-blown poke, and Jace just cannot deal with it. Like, there is nothing else to say. He does not have these stats to deal with Malphite poke. Very easy to get run down. Obviously, Malphite scales incredibly well, and if there's no other AP options, there and available for DMG, which realistically, with the solo lane options there, you're not going to see, much more AP likely come through. And the security of what if Hui ends up support, let's just ban Silas, I think is hilarious, but understandable from Lightside. And now they're in a fantastic spot where they've got a very strong top lane matchup. They've got a jungler that's going to be able to skirmish around it if they want to. Malphite spikes incredibly hard in usefulness at level 6. So perfect pick to me for Lightside. And curiously, they ban out the Rakan, which I would have thought they would be looking at themselves, but maybe with the 2 AD bans, they're not necessarily looking to,
Is it like just like a
get that poor pitch?
Is it just like a Caitlyn Karma lane or a Caitlyn Morgana lane for Rusty and Leo? I mean, it's not quite the Leo.
If that's the case, to me, if that's the case, you're not going to be banning out Rakan. I mean,
yeah, I guess.
I guess like in some worlds, maybe if that's obviously not going to pair up with the Caitlyn, and you don't want to have DMG having an additional engage tool like that. I'm kind of curious. I mean, you could also look at other options like Zeri, right? Zeri comes to mind. As kind of
Zeri,
like
Lulu, and stuff like that.
Stuff like that, right? The Lulu pairing, Xayah as well. But I think she's going to struggle into all of this range. Zeri could be what they look for here. It can dive in.
Oh my word!
There's the Karma. So maybe we do end up with the Caitlyn. But the weird thing about going Karma here above everything else is DMG could just take Caitlyn. Like, there is no good reason for DMG to not do it. Unless they can't play it, right? And they could actually go Nami alongside it, and they'd be pretty happy with the lane matchup. I think the composition would maybe potentially struggle.
Okay, so let's say Caitlyn's taken away.
Fine.
Who are you going to play instead of Caitlyn? Oh, they're going Jhin.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of range for range, isn't it?
Yeah, so like Jhin is kind of seen as a lane answer to Caitlyn, right? Caitlyn's whole thing is like being a lane bully, having extreme range. Jhin can match the range, has the range CC as well to help for lockdown with ganks and things like that, and has the overall damage in the early stage to go pretty bar for bar with what Caitlyn can put down. But now it's like, what do you go support? Because a lot of the pairings with Jhin now kind of suck. Nami, like, if you're gonna go Nami, why not just take the Caitlyn, right? It just seems a little bit strange, because now surely Rusty Sniper's taking it. No.
This is a troll. They're not doing it. They're not doing it.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be the Caitlyn.
Okay.
No 2018 Fnatic shenanigans. Strange decision from both sides, in my opinion, from Lightside and DMG. It felt like they both just fumbled the ball into each other's halves, but neither decided to really capitalize too heavily on it. We'll see though, because now Lightside are kind of chilling across the board. I think they've got strong lanes across the board, and they can kind of play off that as long as Highbridge has the pressure to do so.
So what does Caitlyn Karma do?
Because Jace doesn't do anything versus Malphite. Like,
no,
it's ridiculous. So do you lane swap here? What do you do?
I feel so. DMG are going to want to lane swap, right? I feel like Lightside don't want to lane swap. They want this Malphite versus the Jace because of what Jamada said. You have the Caitlyn Karma lane. What that does is it's a lane bully. And I know Jamada did say that, the Jhin is typically an answer to that. But I put like Rusty here, and I put, ADC here, like FaZe here. I just feel like there's a massive difference between these ADCs, and I think Rusty can check him, especially with a Karma lane. So I feel like standard lanes, even if it's Australia lanes, is what Lightside are going to be looking for here.
Okay. Thank you so much for the input. Tell me, Jamada, last words.
Lane swap is an absolute horror for DMG. If they end up getting lane swapped on in any capacity, then Jace just falls behind naturally anyway from the lane swap because he can get both. So I think this is just a catch-22 that they're going to have to find their way out of some way or another.
Rough one to start what could be your last game of the entire split. If they lose, they're out. But you always win with Arozzi. I'll see you soon.
Welcome back, one and all, as we are preparing for Lightside versus DMG, which might be going to DMGG with the way things have been going. Lightside are 2-0 up. It has not been pretty. Jake called it out on desk, and I think there's possibly some truth to this. DMG did not look like the team we saw in the seeding stage. They were very, very uncoordinated. They looked quite panicked, and Bitzer was pulling very, very odd ultimates. It just did not look like a team that was on the same page and looked a little bit desperate. And on the other side, Lightside, we had worries about Highbridge, we had worries about Harbo and how they were synergizing, how they were looking on the team. It has been 2 very, very good games now from Highbridge and Harbo, even when they've been put under pressure, particularly that first half of the first game. And now they're in a great position with a draft that you're going, okay, you've got some poke, we're heading to the Rift, you've got lockdown, and you can follow up the lockdown with the Jhin, the Wei, the Jace from miles away. That's great, but how are the lanes going to play? Because you heard Jamada talking about it. Jace v Malphite is pretty damn miserable for Jace, even if you have gone the tank build option with the Grasp, which sometimes allows you to get away with a lane swap. That might be the answer here. Try and survive the dive by going for the tank runes, which gives you that little bit of extra survivability. They're the ones opting into it.
Is that going to be enough, though? Like, everything, looking at DMG right now, everything raises a question to my head. Is it going to be enough? Because there are a lot of things to highlight about this draft right now, but also a lot of question marks, to be fair. Because I love the amount of range, for example, on the side of DMG. If we are, for example, getting ready for an objective, DMG have so many opportunities to just completely remove the health bars of the enemies with Jace, with Wei, with Jhin on their side, with the help of Nami, just to make sure that everybody stays alive. But after that, like, you can't poke the enemy forever. At some point, you need to rotate from poking to actually having a fight, like to make a decision. How do you rotate into that? Because I am looking at Bitze on Sejuani, great champion here, lots of things to do, but after Sejuani engages, what else is happening? That's my big question mark.
Here's the invade. They want to split the map, and that makes a lot of sense. Jhin and Nami haven't showed themselves as yet, but Jace is trying to soak up as much experience as they can, try and get towards that level 2, and you're right, you have got some decent picks. The Nami, the Jhin, even Hui's E abilities. I'm looking at things like the Grim Visage, the Gaze of the Abyss. You can lock people down with that, alongside the very obvious Glacial Prison angle from Bitzer.
Yeah.
But then the idea is, whoever gets locked down, you absolutely blast with your poke. That's the idea. It's the Vi-Hui combo all over again from LEC in portions of last year that we saw a little bit of to mixed levels of success. That'll be the angle. I just don't know how easy it's going to be. Ruchi decides to go for the early reset. Interesting, he's picked up a control ward, and that's about it. And he's going to try and get back to lane with a full HP bar, but no level 2. And there's a Shins out here with red buff. A ward's just gone down, and I don't think you're getting anywhere near this. And that control ward is immediately gone. 75 gold down the drain.
What
They're
are we
TPing
doing?
for this. He's TPing. Oh no. Oh Bucci, this is not it. Has flashed away from the Mantra Q. Still at level 1. There's a Caitlyn trap on the other side of this. He's just dead. There's a decent heal. Wait the turnaround. But flash from Highbridge, the knock-up. And the 3 Talon Strike does the work. And Bucci, I know you were trying to get towards the turret early on, cheat the recall. It's a disaster. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah. I'm trying to fish for walls here, honestly. I'm doing my best, okay? But I don't know how else to describe it. This is looking terrible for DMG already, unfortunately. Like, okay, we're
production, not like this.
Yeah. Thank you, production.
He nearly ended up on a trap, by the way, and has to flash out of the Mantra Q. At this point, it's a level 1, Jace. What do you do?
There is Nami. There is level 2 Nami, so she keeps you alive for a little while. But Highbridge wasn't the one that the turret has been focusing. He has just been walking under it untouched, so he was free to jump onto Bucci and finish the deal.
And all the while, this Malphite is level 4 versus level 1 of the
Oh my
Jace.
goodness.
Finally gets level 2 for Bucci, but this is a very, very difficult game state. And we've already said, look, you see the Comet Q-Max building can be really, really difficult to play. Flash away from Fadeski, Highbridge just has it left. Flash on forward to Rusty, trying to get the autos down. Flash for the slow on the Mantra Q, the Soul Flare is there. The wind becomes lightning and Fadeski is a kill donated into the inventory of this Caitlyn Harbo. Being ganked on the other side, it's a good Aqua Prison. Viscard though, even with the swirling lights, cannot secure the kill. And Harbo flashes out to safety. She seems to have done a fair amount this series.
Yeah. Harbo survives again. That's slowly but surely becoming the classic for Lightside. Harbo survives, and honestly I want this trend to continue because as long as Harbo survives, he actually gets in some items and he actually does quite well later on in the game. But yeah, that's another good news for Lightside, and that's another tragic news for DMG because I'm not sure what exactly they do right now. The whole idea with this draft is that you try to find at least a lane where you're going to have an advantage. So you're looking probably for the mid lane where you have Hwei, who's going to outrange that Ahri, and who's just waiting for a level 6 to see what she can do. But
3 Talon Strike about to get potentially procced, has to flash, the wind becomes lightning as a result. Winter and Bucci trading out. And I don't think you win this one right now. Even with your grasp options on the Jace. Something back at least, but has to be a bit wary of overstepping because you can see with Leila Cargo on the roam and Highbridge in the area, do not have priority really to work with for DMG.
so we are at the same time not lane swapping, but also kind of lane swapping, but also we're just not respecting the lanes whatsoever. We're just walking around the map and doing what we want. At least the AD carries are on the bot lane right now, but even that is not really good news for Fadeski because Rusty Sniper, especially as long as he has Leo Cargo around, is feeling rather fine on this bot lane. Not maybe strong enough to go for a kill for the time being, but just enough to keep farming and feel good. Are we having a teleport? We are having a teleport from Winter.
Winter has got level 6, and the reason is, of course, the grubs are being started up right now from Highbridge. Get these grubs pretty easily with all of the pressure they just secured, and Lightside, another game in a row, getting themselves a very solid early game here. They got 2 kills, they're on good members. DMG fumbled the lane swap very, very hard. They were the ones that initiated it.
There was an idea, but it went wrong so early in so many ways that yeah, not much to say about that, to be fair. But they have a dragon. Hey, BT secures the first dragon of the game for the team, so that's at least some good news for them. The problem is Lightside, of course, have those grubbies. They also have the first 2 kills of the game, so if we're just comparing the fates, Lightside are feeling much better in that sense, but frankly, wherever you look right now, they're feeling better.
Highbridge gonna stick around for this blue buff that's just spawned. There was a ping from the side of Bitzer to get over there, but I just don't think they're gonna get there in time. And Highbridge has got smite. That blue buff is gone, and this Xin Zhao continues to be really frustrating. And Highbridge, a player that has often managed to get things rolling in the early game across his career, but struggled in those mid stages. We've talked about it before, and it is worth breaching again. Is on that Xin Zhao, one of those fantastic tip of the spear targets or characters, and again, no real surprise, no puns intended with the champion he's playing, but he's in a really good spot to do it again this game with a Malphite and an Ahri following you up. You are all about this mid-game snowball. You're all about using this priority to come and mess with Bitzer as much as you can.
Which is exactly what he wants to be doing right now, but Bitzer has level 6, don't forget about that.
Oh yeah, that's a bit problematic, and actually now Highbridge has gone too far, flashes over the wall, and has gone a little too deep there, I fear.
overconfidence, as Altram was saying in the beginning of the day today. But yeah, it doesn't get Hybrids this time, but it was mighty close. He had to sacrifice the flash to get out. He got nothing out of this whole attempt to get into the enemy jungle and steal away the enemy red buff, so he gets in with a very small blood spill. Oh, the post check, actually. Thank
that's
you, NLC.
fair.
Thank you, Arozzi.
Yeah, exactly that. Arozzi is sorting out there with that discount code. Get that post check on, guys, especially if you're DMG right now, sitting quite uncomfortably in their chairs as the pressure from the Karma and the Caitlyn continues. It's a poke lane, not so much a pick lane. But there, it's a turnaround. Tidal wave into the curtain.
Oh!
Curtain call. Just leaves Leia Cargo dead to rights. DMG. Strike back. Rusty being run down. Kamski. Oh my days. The final shot. Flash on forward for the empowered auto. With a Tide Caller's blessing. The bot lane of Lightside fall apart.
You cannot blame your support if they flash forward to secure a kill like that. I'm sorry, you just cannot.
Absolutely not.
That Nami Q from Kamski under the ultimate from Fetsky was just... it was beautiful to look at. Finally! Hey, finally some good news for DMG on the bot lane. They secured 2 kills, they secure more prio, they secured themselves a really nice safe recall, so at least things are working there.
And an ult away. There's the Arctic Assault. Won't use Winter's Flail to do anything more there. Just smiting on the cannon to try and bring that one down to low HP for a nice easy to the skies clear of the wave. DMG, slip up a little bit. Or rather, get a little bit from a slip up from Lightside. Yeah. The goal back towards something resembling even. Only a kill off now. The Martial Mastery themselves for those feats. Highbridge goes for the invade, has level 6 himself. Picks that one up, and will try and abuse that priority that had been trying to use the last time they went for that invade.
Still searching for something on the bot part of the map. Overall, Lightside are maintaining really good control of this part. I wonder if they're looking at the top part of the map as well, because we have the second set of Grubbies spawning in less than half a minute from now, and Bucci has been sitting there in the top lane trying to recover from the very unfortunate beginning of the game. Winter doesn't have an ultimate, so the setup wouldn't be perfect for Lightside right now to go for this Grubbies, but at the same time, they absolutely have to. It's the Fizz, it's the possibility to get those mites, so it looks like the next target.
Grubs indeed, looking like that target. We've got ourselves no ult on Winter reminder after that gank topside, so no real use for the Malphite, but there's a real use for the Glacial Prison! Fails the flash over the wall, and Rusty is brought low by Bizgard.
Now this hurts! Now this actually hurts, because it's the 3rd kill for DMG, feeling a little bit better than before. And second of all, it is a -1 for Lightside for now. No possibility to contest the Grubbies anymore, as you can see on the minimap already. Bitsa is already there with some help from the teammates from the bot lane. They are securing those, so this is going to be a 3-4-3 in the end.
All the while, though, worth noting Harbo getting a lot of free time on this turret. The Karma's rode down as well, so at least get this 4th plate, especially while these Grubs are going down, and Jace has to just sit further back, try and farm, I guess, with a shock blast maybe, but otherwise just leave this one out to dry. Lightside looking to secure the first turret despite the fumble in mid lane. A couple times now the Rusty's being caught out by a good pick combo from Lightside, who have got, between that Tidal Wave and that Glacial Prison, fairly easy routes onto Rusty Sniper's head.
Hey, I love that we're still looking Harpo, by the way, because this guy might have just turned into a ticking bomb for DMG. Because, yeah, he's getting the turret, but on top of that, he has gotten pretty much the vast majority, if not all, of the turret plays from this turret on the bot lane. Imagine how much money this guy's having in his pockets right now. The sooner Ari gets to a first item, the more menacing she becomes to everybody on DMG side, because while there is still that range for DMG, Ari is exactly the champion who's going to have little to no problem getting into that backline. And killing it, fortunately, hopefully, for Harpo, of course.
Towards the mid lane we go, as Harbo clears out a lot of this way, as Winter left alone here. Here comes DMG looking to try and pull off the dive. Won't quite have ultimates, but Winter trying to clear out the way best he can. Flash and ult available. This Malphite does a decent job of it, flashes away, and all the while I think the curtain call got interrupted by something there, or at least cancelled. Flash burned, ult burned, but Winter stays alive. On the worse for wear, really, in the grand scheme of things.
It looked like it got cancelled by Fetsky himself. Probably right when the flash happened from Winter, so not exactly sure what happened there, but yeah, Winter survives that.
At high bridge, flash for the wind becomes lightning. Kamsky in danger. Harbo follows up. Beautiful pick off now that Leo Lukaga picks up. There'll still be a charm available on to Bitzer. Has got flash. Will try and get out to safety, but Hybrid still has a little bit more. Doesn't quite have the damage with the Crescent Guard to follow up on the kill, but still flashed out. Kill secured by Lightside.
Yes, it's still a kill for Lightside. They're still rather happy with it. They can continue doing whatever they want on the other side of the map right now. You can see how they have rotated. So interesting because they have put so much pressure to the bot side of the map in the first 10 minutes of the game. Now they've gotten the outer turret there, and now there's so much more attention from them all of a sudden to the top part of the map. Now they're pouring the gold into Rusty Sniper. Now they're trying to get their Caitlyn to her items.
There's a little note on the inventory there from Kamsky as well. That's an AP Nami going for sword, something a little bit higher damage to proc some things with the team. Pisgard picks up the kill onto Hybrid. You got a little bit caught out there on the Invader's Fate. Ski nearly gets taken out by Harbour, went flashing forwards, tried to secure the kill there. Barrier just about keeps the Jhin alive.
It was a very well done barrier, I gotta say. But yeah, it keeps him alive. Harbo wanted to go for a kill. Doesn't have a flash right now, but is going to have his ultimate back very soon. So it's not too much of a pain for Ari to get out of the situation like that. What hurts a little bit is Hybrid going down in the jungle. But the question in this case, what can you get on the map when the enemy jungle is down? And unfortunately for DMG, the answer is not much. There is still a minute and a half before the next Herald, the first Herald of the game. We only get one now, that's a shame. Before it's going to spawn, we still have 2.5 minutes before the Drake is going to be up on the map. So there is not much to be picking right now, apart from just pure gold, which is something Lightside have been really diligent about, trying to pour that gold first into Harbo, then into Rusty Sniper, trying to get them to the items so they have the first ones completed pretty much across the board. So they just continue doing that over and over.
At least this time around, DMG feel like they're within playing distance, right? The gold lead is less than 1,000 gold. They are doing a decent job in terms of matching the objectives. They got the first 3 kills. They're getting some items on board. The Jace, despite a rough early lane, has at least managed to keep that discrepancy to the same amount it was from the early game. It's gone towards the Black Cleaver first as well, so a bit more of a damage option for this. Jace might go towards the Fimbulwinter second nonetheless. It's more of the Korean style of build we've seen on the Jace, if that's what that tier is built into rather than a Muramana. And they are managing to look a lot more together, a lot less panicked, a lot less desperate than we saw this time last game. Lightside on the other side, not out of it themselves, can still be very dangerous. Fadesky down the barrier. Could be a bit of danger. And try and look to get onto Rusty, who 90 caliber nets away from the ropes.
And it's for both our teams right now that we're looking maybe for the ways to go into each other, because Winter has been lurking throughout this board part of the mid lane jungle, just trying to see if maybe there is an opening for him still. Hasn't been spotted for now, but there is a word from DMG to see if he decides to go all in. But they want this outer turret and they want to fight.
They're body blocking Bitzer, who's hit with the charm and can't be slow because of the ice armor. So runs Mach 5 into the enemy team. Everyone just about alive for now. The next person goes wise. Winter low though, went looking for that big engage, and everyone just about stays alive. But the turret falls and Lightside pick it up. Well, they had to do so very carefully. Bisgard throw down a little river and walk out to safety on the top side, not able to continue pressuring that top tier 1.
It was very clean cleanse right there from Rusty Sniper in this whole exchange that pretty much helps him to stay alive. And now because of that, because there is no turret, because everybody from DMG had to retreat, that is the Herald for Lightside that secures the fates for them. Quite a nice result, much slower than we saw in the majority of the games, but there we go. What can they do with it now? Try to get the last outer turret down, of course.
Luden's companion just completed for Kamsky on this Nami as well. A little bit more burst to go with your Nami combo. Maybe it's the way you have to build it. All the while though, Lightside go careening towards this one, but it's a nicely timed Aqua Prism to try and punish Highbridge. Crescent Guard burns. Won't chase anymore, but the second charge still comes on in. Extending the gold lead now on Lightside with those 2 turrets gone down. The objective secured as well. They have those feats of strength and begin to extend the game in their favor from the more even position it was in about 2-3 minutes ago.
And the timing is really good for Lightside right now because they've gotten the top lane turret, they've gotten a hit from the Herald onto the inner turret. They still had those quick recalls, so now they've decided to go back. Could have gone towards the Drake, to be honest, considering the timing, because it was still up and available on the map, but didn't do so, and now there's little to no vision for them on the Reavers. It's going to be hard to go there, but Winter!
Here's the re-engage! Rusty trying to come on over, they've lost Calmski already, they've lost Fateski already, and DMG have their bot lane popped in a matter of moments. The combo is clean from Lightside.
Winter sees the enemies, Winter goes immediately onto them with the ultimate, and they are poof and gone, and now we can solve this turret if we want to.
Certainly look to do that. DMG have got some of their wave clear here, at least between Bucci and Vizgard. They turn it around, trying to get some damage onto Rusty. The spiraling despair deletes him. And now they can continue to chase on the Winter, who has to flash on out. The Severing Bolt connects. And even from behind, Vizgard still a threat here. 3-0 now on this way. And begin to try and punish a little bit. The health bars on Lightside low enough that DMG can turn and try and take the dragon themselves.
That's 2 items on the way. That is a Horizon focus for him already completed. He deals a lot of damage, and he deals a lot of damage from afar. Nobody can get to him.
Oh,
no,
just shy.
No, that was so close. The idea was there, but just wasn't enough, unfortunately. Look at Winter right here. He
Great
sees them
TP.
immediately from the plant and jumps in immediately. And there is a follow-up with Ari that's more than enough damage to take down 2. But even after that, it's not them who go and take the Drake in the end.
I apologize, he just walked there as well. Winter just managed to find the angle by meandering around the back of the Dragon Pit. I thought he must have TP'd to get there, and it was not that. Instead gets that big pick off, but unfortunately they overplay their hands afterwards, and despite it being a 5v3, that turret pressure on tier 2 is swiftly turned around with the Glacial Prison and all the poke follow-up. That's what this combo is supposed to do. Prison just shy. Blue buff being fought over now, secured by the smite of Bitzer. Potential turnaround as the curtains are called. Rusty slowed down, Severing Bolt drags him really low. Tidal Wave just shy. And Leo feels the need to flash away from the oncoming water.
Better safe than sorry in that situation, but DMG were a little bit too far. And with their tools, it's a little bit hard to follow up on the enemy that is running away from you. Like Nami ultimate, Jhin ultimate, these things are better used when the enemy is trying to engage onto you. When you're trying to chase them and they're rather fast because of the Karma's ultimate, it's a little bit hard to catch up with them. So Lightside get out alive. Lightside can still continue to do unspeakable things to this poor turret on the mid lane, but DMG really want to keep it alive. TP on the back.
Glacial Prison lands. Winter in danger. Lightside need to run away. Rusty at 2/3 HP is already a scary spot. Winter is swiftly introduced to the Thor of Spring. Uchi looking to get forwards, looks for a shock blast, can't quite find it. Harbo steps on forwards, tries to find the charm, using that Banshees to try and be a frontline option, and the engage forces DMG away, but doesn't really manage to find the re-engage.
It's Harbo can sort of quote-unquote frontline for a little while like that, but he definitely needs someone to do that for him ideally. With Winter down, it's harder for Lightside to find their footing in a fight like that. Again, so much range on the side of DMG to keep Lightside at bay if they've managed to not die from the initial engage from Lightside. So for the time being, the outer turret on the mid lane is gone from the side of Lightside, so DMG finally got this one open. The mid lane feels a little bit more stabilized for them for the time being. The Artican is available for the map, and definitely that must be a very big checkmark for Lightside to do as soon as possible, because with a withdrawal, with this team composition, they would be able to do a lot.
With that Hextech alternator picked up from Harbo as well, looks like he's going to just sit at the Verdant Barrier rather than completing the Banshees fell. Bitzer, though, being jumped on, has an ace in the hole coming his way, trying to buy some space, and Bitzer gets out. The turnaround with the curtain callers there. Highbridge's Crescent Child not going to be around for much longer. Glacial Prison afterwards, and Highbridge, even with an audacious charge, cannot stay alive. And the counter engage is hurting real hard, and Uchi wasn't even there, he was shoving up in the bot lane.
They didn't even need him. That's the whole thing. They finally feel so much more comfortable. This feels like different DMG compared to the first 2 games that we saw today from them. Even or rather especially considering how bad the very beginning of the game was for them, with Butcher being completely denied any laning or any living on this map whatsoever. They're looking much better right now. It's a 7-5 situation. They're not losing as hard than we saw in the previous games, and especially in the very previous game, number 2 today. So things are not looking unwinnable for them, I would say.
No, I think that's fair, and it was looking rough in the early game. The lane swap went very poorly. Bucci had that really questionable level 1 reset into having to TP back to turret and dying anyway, and it was all looking pretty rough. And then suddenly, as Lightside started to shove some of these turrets, the turnaround engages became pretty threatened. We saw the great 2v2 kill from Karmsky and Fatesky as well, doing a lot of work. We are still kind of waiting to find out what exactly is going wrong in game, but once we know, we will let you know. But this feels a lot more like the mid-game stages of Game 1 rather than mid-game stages of Game 2. And I think if you are a DMG fan, that's what you need to see. We have now got word from production. It sounds like some of the players are having some FPS issues, so just taking a second to resolve that. Obviously, you don't want to be playing without your PC running smoothly. That would be really frustrating, especially when playoffs lives and winter split lives are on the line. So understand why this is being a pause now.
As Altrum put it a couple of times today on the desk, you don't really want to be promoted to viewer today, because that's exactly what happens to whoever loses the series. So yeah, better have all the computers running smoothly today, because hey, we might have a chance of a reverse sweep today, Sam. We might have a chance of a 5-game series. With how DMG are looking and holding in this game, there is a world in which they are taking this one, because they still have quite interesting tools to the kit as a team composition right now. They have Jace, who is starting to feel better and better on the Summoners Rouge, despite what happened at the very beginning of the game for him. They have a very good combination of Sejuani plus a really good follow-up with Wei. I am really loving this combination, by the way, because there is some control that Jin can throw on top of Sejuani's engage in order to secure the kill, but mostly it's up to Wei to throw in insane damage from so far away. And Bisgard has been untouched so far, but has been dealing a lot of damage. I really can't wait to see the damage graph after the game to see how much he's actually done.
Oh, I remember the first game that Lux was doing pretty silly things with Bisgard. Now on the way, can potentially look to replicate rather some of those options as DMG. Aggroed Atacon. I don't think they actually want to take it, however, so they'll back away shortly. And Bisgard being shielded here as this top lane tier 1 is secured, evening up the turret count.
Still looking at Arkan from both sides of the map, but only looking for now, respectfully judging to see if they can approach it or not. We have a Dragon, though, is pulling in a minute from now. That's going to be a soul point, by the way, for DMG. Another potential win con for them to dance around, because it's a mountain cell we're talking about. It's more survivability in the fights we're talking about. It's more tools against things like Harbor trying to all in into somebody on the backlane we're talking about.
Our eyes on it. Bad buff being attacked. Layla Cargo will throw down the Defiance to try and keep themselves alive alongside Newald. Gets away to safety. We're looking for that pick, but it is still Bitzer who picks it up, and now there's Sejuani doing just fine. We've seen that Jin, who was looking a little bit dicey earlier on, now in a pretty good spot. This AP derby with the Zazak's Realmsky and the Luden's companion actually hits pretty damn hard. They get the opportunity, and some of those buffs as well, with a bit of AP behind them. Tidecaller's Blessing can really sting if you get the opportunity to get the damage down. Winter hit with the Deadly Flush. They call it the Captive Audience. That's the E, that's the traps from Jin. They can't really have that much follow-up as yet, and this Malphite is still building a lot of armor. Jin and the semi-tank Jace aren't exactly going to be shredding through the Malphite in any swift order. Highbridge starts up the Dragon nonetheless, though, and DMG need to find their way into the river. Charm onto Bucci, but the curtains are called. The fight continues! Oh no, Harbo is deleted! Crescent Guard comes in out, keeping Highbridge safe for a second or two, but the Spiraling Despair is there. Alongside that Severing Bolt that Winter has to flash away from. Deadly Flourish, and the Severing Bolt not quite in range as Rusty gets a decent chunk on the Bitzer there with a trap stepped on by the Ball Rider. But to the Dragon, DMG go, the man advantage is theirs for now.
There was an idea on the Lightside, in the Lightside's head, is that our jungle is taking the Dragon while we're holding the line and we're not letting the enemy enter the river. The problem is, you can't really hold the line against a full-on poke high-range composition. because they don't care about you standing there. They're actually quite happy. They're like, yeah, please keep standing there. We'll happily throw our abilities at you and kill you and trade a health bars to nothingness. And without Hybrid, there is also no real opening for Lightside to try to all in onto DMG, and they're putting themselves in a losing situation there. They're even because of that. They lose Harbo, they lose Dragon, they put DMG onto a soul point, and the game is really starting to look rough for Lightside.
The problem is, who can frontline if you're having to have this Malphite run away from the comps, if you're still having to be afraid of the fact that the Malphite can't block all of the poke, can't block all of the incidental long-range pick between this Hui and Nami and Jin and Sejuani. We'll have a look again, because it's Harbo who has the Banshee's pop with a smite that allows the Glacial Prison to land and the Fleet Fox to be swiftly deleted.
Oh, that's just disgusting. It's making sure that the control is going to land because you still have a smite on you. You don't know you don't need to keep the smite. You know there's not going to be a smite fight at the Dragon Pit. You are going to go and take it for free. You just need to get rid of this one little
They're
fox.
at Soul Point now as well. They're very close to a Mountain Soul, and that makes things very, very difficult. Because again, one thing Lightside are going to run into is the fact that they don't have that much continual damage unless this Caitlyn gets to critical mass. If they're going into Mountain Soul Shield as well, it's a tank Malphite. It's a Shinzao and an Ahri who is great burst, don't get me wrong, but it's not exactly an Azir. It's not exactly a late game, I don't know, Jinx or Zeri in the same regard. So you're in this very weird spot, especially when frontline isn't awful with the tank Jace and the Sejuani, who'd love to have a little bit more bulk to their names.
And we can't really talk about consistent, continuous damage from Caitlyn onto them before she gets IE, and she's not getting IE. She's on 3 items, and I am not seeing IE among any of those.
No, go for the rapid fire,
Yeah, it's a rapid fire, it's a collector, it's LDR. You can understand those items, but again, you can't really justify them without an IE in this situation, and Rusty is in a rough spot right now because this Caitlyn wants to be doing much. She's supposed to be doing much in this team comp, but she just can't.
Finding it easy, teleport on in. Maybe they want to try and force around Atakan or Baron right now. If that goes the way of Lightside, the game swings right back in their favor and can start to really abuse this mid-game power this team is supposed to have with all of that pick and dive. DMG, though, aren't that bothered about stepping forward. They've got enough wards around that they don't feel that threatened.
No, they don't. They don't. They see enough. And they want to keep Lightside on the mid lane for the time being. They still have their inner turret being threatened by Lightside because they can get rid of it rather quickly. They still have a situation on the side lanes because Harbo as an Ahri is an excellent side lane and is rather hard to punish, especially if the ultimate is up and especially with a Banshee on her.
They've got a Molten Fissure and a Gaze of the Abyss to ensure it's not that easy. Glacial Prison, though, into the Fate's Call. Leo dodges 2, 3. Finally a shot hit. This is the first time it feels like that poke hasn't properly landed. Hybrid in a 1v1 versus Bucci is in one side as Harbo goes on in and re-engages with a well-timed Spirit Rush. Winter, though, gets out to safety and they've managed to pick off one. DMG fumble the pick around that tier 2.
That was very good timing. The Lightside chose to go in, especially the Harbo chose to go in. Oh, Rusty. No!
Rusty gets the tier 2, has to flash on out to safety.
Oh,
stays alive for now, but the spiraling displayer has landed onto Hybrid. Has got a Crescent Guard. Stays alive, but the ult had to be popped.
Oh, that was...
Harbo interrupted as well. Hang on, how far do they want to go? It's still going forward. They've got a Severing Bolt that can follow up. Mind by the Jin and the Hui. Damn long range themselves. And with all of Lightside kind of forced back, how much do DMG want to do? The problem is, you look at the blue side jungle, it is littered with red side wards. You're a month or 2 late for Christmas, guys, but it looks like a Christmas tree in there.
Hey, but it's just top part of the jungle, right? Look at the timer. 46 seconds before the Drake spawns on the pool part of the map. And it's not that there are too many eyes for Lightside in this part of the jungle. They see a little bit on the river with that one control board, but that's it. They don't have offensive vision. They don't have enough control of the river. And DMG have a real opportunity right now to secure this dragon and to secure this soul. So look here about the timing. There are so many ultimates that DMG used trying to get to the enemy support.
Here we go.
It doesn't matter.
It's jumped on. There's a trap behind him. Will not step on it. Rusty Sniper has to back away from the Severing Bolt, though. Can't find the engage. Bucci now joining. Mountain Soul available in 10 seconds. And all those wards on the blue side jungle don't mean all that much for Lightside on the red, but they all bought control wards, and they can move that vision right across Harbo. looking for an angle on in, looking to be that flank option. Bitzer, Arctic Assault over the wall. Winter has got themselves an unstoppable force. Charm onto Bucci. Big engage onto the backline. Bizgard in danger. The Seraph's Embrace keeps him alive. Curtains are called, trying to back away as Winter stunned up with the permafrost. Doesn't take that much damage, and DMG actually stay alive on the engage. But the Defiance from the Karma allows Rusty, Sniper, and the rest of Lightside to back towards the river. And DMG and Lightside can live to fight another day for now.
For now, though, Winter doesn't have the ultimate anymore, and they decided to start the Dragon this time with DMG still around.
Winter has got Flash, but no ult. Not necessarily the most threatening, but how did DMG get their way forwards? As Bobo looks for the charm, lands it onto Bizgod. Dragon stolen by Bitzer, though. Means Mountain Soul is there, and Lightside fall apart. They lose the fight afterwards. It's a quadra kill. The Jin Penta to Fateski, who makes sure that the Skeins of Fate are DMGs this game. They will not go quietly into the night. They will not lose this game 3 so easily. They can head to Baron and Atakan and take absolutely everything available to them.
They don't even need a pentakill, to be fair. This is a more accurate Jin. He gets a quadra. He's very happy with it. Oh my god, I thought Lightside had taken out a very big lesson from the previous fight, because they weren't starting the Dragon in the very beginning. They wanted to have a fight. The positioning of Harbor was so interesting, but in the end, this final decision to in the end rotate towards the Dragon and start it before you are 100% sure that you are taking it if a fight starts around it is what takes them down. With Beats brilliantly stealing the Drake away from Lightside and securing in the end is such an important mountain so for the team. So many things went so wrong for Lightside in this fight, but this thing was the worst one.
And then the grenade bounced across 2. Oh no. At this point, the Jin just does unspeakable damage as you hit a 4th item now, as well as an Infect Jin. Glacial Prison on 1, Lila Cargo knocked up, and Bucci goes to the skies and ensures that it's the dirt that Lila Cargo is sleeping in. The Deadly Flourish lands, it's another route. Winter, nowhere to run. He needs a few more vowels because his name is short enough as it is. Shorter than his time on the Rift. Fateski dominating. Highbridge and Harbo alone in the base. Must hold on, but there's Baron. And they've got no wave clear. I think they can look to end.
I think we might be seeing a reverse sweep initialized, because DMG one lose away from...
Goodbye.
Losing it all. But look at them. They take one turret, they take another turret, and they finally take the first victory of the day. It looked impossible in just one game before, but now finally the other one's destroying the enemy nexus.
It looked doomed after game 2. They looked disorganized, they looked disheartened, they looked pretty aimless. They looked like solo queue. There were a lot of very derogatory things you could say because it wasn't great. Game 3, they have a bad lane swap. It looks ugly, and they hold the line. They get the win they needed. That could have gone very, very wrong. And they hold on. They bring us to a game 4. Still fearless draft. A lot of these champion pools are getting pushed and pushed and pushed. Desk, what do you have for me from here?
Look at me, Jamada. Judge me now. Judge me now! 2-1! Is it a reverse sweep? We don't know, but it's DMG putting their foot down and saying, not today, not like this. We have a lot to talk about because the champion pool is being diminished, and apparently LLS is having some issues towards that. I would like to highlight that Bizgard with Wei was a beast, but that Nami though.
Calm's guy on the Nami was...
Not
filthy.
calm.
Like, that was honestly one of the cleanest Namis I've seen in a while. Really, really good performance. But honestly, that was that individual performance I talked about right after game 1. DMG, they've had a lot of individual good performances, and that's exactly what we saw there. We saw, you know, Fateski, who I've been incredibly critical of today. That Jin, really, really solid performance. That quadra kill was absolutely beautiful. Rusty, who's probably I'm the biggest cheerleader for in the region, a really disappointing performance on the Caitlyn. They looked incredibly lost, and like you said, that probably peels back and kind of goes back to an issue in the champ pools. Like, are we starting to see that champ pool be stretched? We knew that things like Kalista was still there for him, but Rusty got banned away from him. They picked what I thought was going to be a very dominant lane, and then Kamski, just look at the bubbles, look at the tidal waves, just lining them up absolutely beautifully.
Oh!
So crisp.
I mean, yeah, there's not really much else to add here. DMG, I think, individually just had a huge step up throughout a lot of this game, and
yeah,
we were making calls about, you know, the Caitlyn pick, the Nami in particular, right? In terms of, would that maybe be something that, you know, the side of Lightside, there was the Karma in the end, but then they first picked the Karma, which is the weaker matchup into the Nami. So then if you're even going to go support on 4, why not take the Nami? If you think that it's always going to be a Caitlyn against, you know, whatever lane, take that matchup out. At least then it could have maybe made sense. Or realistically, I think the answer was probably just picking Jhin themselves, right? Instead of the Caitlyn. If at that point Caitlyn is the high priority, Jin's normally the answer, that's probably something you should have maybe looked at as well. But even in saying that, like I said, to me it was a lot of fumbles. DMG technically picking Jhin into Malphite, that should have been signs for like horror, but obviously the rest of the map outside of just the bot lane went pretty damn well. And I think the fact that the bot lane itself was going so well allowed not only the rest of the map to have the freedom to kind of play with a little bit more or a little bit less restraint, it allowed things like the dragon stacking to, you know, really get to a point where Lightside couldn't deal with it anymore. They had to execute on skirmishes. It was a lot more leaned away from team fighting, and Lightside fell short. For the first time in this series, they've strayed, you know, wholly away from the team fighting mantle.
Yeah. I think that's definitely the nail on the head, right? Like, that was not as team fight heavy from Lightside. They had tools to do that, but I mean, the Malphite is inherently just like a team fight champion, but they weren't ever given the opportunities because they fell so far behind this game. My copium, because I still believe in Lightside, is that this was just so me and Archer could get perfect predictions and go 3-1. The realism in me says maybe champ pools are starting to be spread a little thin.
Yes.
That prediction Jhin from Fateski in the champ select was huge, and I mean, just the damage coming out of this guy, and you know, it's a 3-level difference between him and Rusty in this clip, level 16 to level 13, and this was the game-winning fight here for the side of DMG. And finally, the team who have been looking pretty lost, even with that very strong showing in game 1 at the beginning, they finally kind of got a wrap on it and figured it all out, and they just never gave Lightside an in this game. They've always been able to give them an in, and Lightside have been able to punish off the back of it. But this time around, I mean,
wow.
Fateski did 14k last game. This time it's Rusty's turn to be very low damage.
Even the Malphite, I thought you were going to speak, Jimad, I apologize, but even
okay.
the Malphite with that lane, that should have been easy. He had so much experience, then he started laning versus Jace as well. All of that fell flat. I think the plan was ideal, but the execution coming in from DMG, which I need to highlight, was stellar. And now we get to see DMG properly on this one. Is it too late? I mean, that's a big question due to the fact that it's already 2-1 and all the champions are out. Or did they play into this as well? Before the interview I had with them, they were talking about fearless mode for Lightside is going to be heavy. We just need to hold. Apparently, it could work out.
No, I think it is going to be hard, especially going into game 4. You've now got 20 champions removed after all the bans have gone down. So, sorry, how many? 30?
30, yeah.
I suppose, if you count the opponent as well, what they're taking.
As you can tell, maths has never been Jake's strong suit.
By the way, just a quick peel behind the curtain. It took me 4 times to pass school maths, so maths not my strong suit.
That's why you think you don't have space for the table. I understand.
I measured, man. I measured. I don't have space. I do worry going into this next game. Now, we do see that Lightside have taken blue side this time around. So I think the priority is get Rusty on a ADC that he feels comfortable on as early as possible. If the Kalista is left open, which I very much doubt it is, first pick that Kalista. It's going to be gone, but it's definitely one of his next strong champions. You've also got things like the Kai'Sa, which he's capable of playing. I don't know if he plays... we're starting to move down the barrel here, but I don't know if he plays things like Smolder and stuff as well. That also kind of leans into the playstyle of the team. So you have options like that. But ADC pool and support pool is heavily cut now as we get into this stage of the game and of the series. And scary situation for Lightside to be in, to be honest.
It's scary, but it's not over. So LLS or DMG, one will move on, and it's looking like LLS, but DMG still has something to say. What we have to say is we'll be back after a quick pause. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon. Welcome back to what could possibly be the last game, but I said that previously, so we have no idea. The 2-1 is already stable, and now what can happen? I want to understand from your point of view how the series has grown so far, and how things may adapt now that the champion pool is no longer a pool. It's like it's a little barrel. It doesn't have much.
It's a puddle. Yeah,
It's
I mean,
a puddle. Okay.
Again, you know, I think we might end up seeing some of the more obscure-ish junglers, like I think prioritizing ADs for me, the few that are still up and available, right? One that comes to mind, the Zeri, I beg your pardon, I brought up in the last champ select, something like Kai'Sa maybe as, you know, a kind of a, air quotes, worse Varus, where you get to play poke, but you also get to maybe play the on-hit, and obviously that works with some dive comp still available, and in the jungle, things like Jarvan, right? You might even just have to end up blinding. There are also options like the Zyra, which are very, very high priority across the world, but haven't really been picked up too many times here, you know, in the NLC. So there are options, but I think it's going to be a lot on the teams to decide where they want to put their, you know, their chips. Because if you're DMG, you're now over to red side, and you're pretty much locked into a Skarner ban. The likelihood that they leave Kalista open against Rusty Sniper is pretty limited. So that's 2 out of their 3 bans already gone. They don't really get to have much freedom, whereas for Lightside, they can attack, you know, one individual if they really want to out of this lineup and then, you know, go for a first pick. As an example, they could very happily ban out whatever remains in the AD pool, right, for Fateski, and then first pick a Kai'Sa, right? Or first pick a Zeri, or first pick one of these carries. It's a totally, like, valid strategy at this point with all of these champions out in Fearless.
I mean, you've also got things like, the Cassante has been permabanned, red side, all day.
Yeah.
Like, that's almost guaranteed as the final ban here for DMG. And then, like you said, Jamada, you can just trim that ADC pool down heavily, then pick whatever ADC that's open that you want, making sure that you've denied the counter picks to it, and then look to go from there. Obviously, there are other options and stuff that will be available to the team. The one thing, which I know hasn't been pinched on the side of Lightside, which I really hope we don't see, is Harbo's Rise. I think Harbo's done a fantastic job today of... yeah, you see in Jamada's eyes exactly why. But, like, wow. Harbo has done a fantastic job of kind of putting the criticism we had about him aside for the day, and then actually played very, very well. Game 1, shaky, but game 2 and 3 has definitely been a much better improvement from Harbo. In fact, I'd say game 3 kind of came down to Rusty being the one who got gapped, which was a bit surprising because I genuinely consider him a lot better than Fateski. But Fateski really popped off on that Jhin there. So, yeah, I think as long as Harbo's not picking Rise up and he kind of continues to play the style that he has been playing, I'll be happy. Yeah, I do think a bit more of a pinching on that ADC pool's probably where the attention is going to be going from there. I'm very interested to see what's going to show up because getting a game 4 in this best of is really, really big. And the big thing for DMG is they don't have any flexibility. Lightside, they didn't want to lose that game 3, but they could afford to lose it. And they can technically afford to lose this game. But DMG, they have no more losses in them. The next loss is them, as Arch has been saying, being promoted to viewer. Like, you are done with the season, and we're only like, what, 4 or 5 weeks in? Yeah. You don't want to be going out here, and your back is still heavily to the wall. It's a big win, and you have that momentum behind you off that win. But now you got to transition it. And that momentum is somewhat stunted by the champ pool pinching. And also, as Jamada has rightly said, the basically mandatory bans you have to make.
Jamada, I saw you thinking. I see you. There's some
I'm kind of thinking for DMG, I wonder if there's merit in just letting the power picks go through. Like, just not banning Skarner, not banning Cassante, not banning Kalista, and taking 2 out of the 3
You can only
on
pick.
side.
Yeah,
true.
Right? I wonder if that's something that crosses their mind at all, or if they're willing to let any of those go for a direct counter that they have prep potentially. It doesn't seem like obviously that's been the case whilst they've been on you know, red side throughout the series so far. But that's also another avenue I think we have to kind of consider. A lot of this is obviously like draft talk, speculation theory. I think we're kind of at a point in the series where we understand where these teams are at gameplay wise, right? Yeah. Lightside have looked the best when all of their champs do the same thing. Remove all of the like execution like barriers. They look perfectly tenable and passable today. With DMG, they gotta air quotes better draft, but I think to me were a lot better at preying on the actual mistakes of what we saw out of Lightside in that game 3, as opposed to always making their own proactive plays, with the exception of Kamsky on the Nami. So to me, that's kind of what I'm looking at, and I think maybe, just maybe, you start that by just letting some of those power picks end up going through, the ones that typically remain permanently banned on red, and just kind of make it a bit of a free-for-all in that regard.
There is a world, though, where we see the response to that is Lightside just ban away the Skarner, the Cassante, and then leave one open, and that still forces DMG to ban the other one, just due to the fact that they don't want to give one power pick over if they're not going to get 2 in return. So Lightside, I think they're a lot more flexible in this pick and ban phase than DMG are. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that's going to be played out. I think we're remaking drafts because that just collapsed on us real quick.
That was interesting because Rumble was available in the previous game, and that's going to be your first ban on the 4th one. Find it curious to see what's the thought process on this blue side as well, because you get the blue side, and we've been debating. You go for the Kalista, but again, Rumble was available. Other picks were available that were prioritized as well. And what do you pair the Kalista with? The Renata, a champion pool in terms of
Rakan?
supports. Yeah,
If
those
you can
two
get
are
it.
available. I think those
Yeah,
are,
if you can get
those
it,
are big.
Rakan.
Yeah.
I do feel like the Rumbles actually would be a fine ban here if that version of the champ select does spit.
What's happening? What's happening
stick.
there?
Because you got
I'm
You good?
sorry. Yeah, I'm in the lobby. I'm reading the pregame chat. There's stuff going on. that I
okay, we
can't
move
speak
on. We
about,
move
but
on.
It's just fun. It's just funny banter. I'm sorry
Okay.
to.
I know
to
there's a
derail the
top laner
conversation.
in there, right? There's a top laner.
I'll quickly just go back. So if you are banning Rumble on the side of Lightside, that could signal something like a Kalista. Rumble's very good into things like that. Slows her down massively. It gives you the opportunity to close the gap onto her and take her out, and just the burst potential. So I think that's actually a fine ban. And again, like we said, Lightside are very flexible. If they don't see things like the Skarner and stuff getting banned, they can then look to pivot into that and deny 2 power picks, and also threaten the idea of them taking at least one of those power picks.
You know what, Jake? I agree with you. But I would be inclined to agree more with you if you have one of these beauties behind.
Oh, here we go.
Arozzi brings you a discount code of 50%. What do you need to do? Easy. Go onto the website, slap in NLC LOL, and that's it. That's 50% off. You did nothing. You just slapped in the code from NLC. And you also get other discounts on the rest of the website. And those mouse pads are actually way too good. I swear. They're
super
those
nice.
Are too good.
I did have a browse.
And they have a
I
lot
did have
of
a
like
browse.
different patterns on them. I got the dragon. It's massive. It's 160 meters long. I know you don't know your yeah, 1.6
centimeters,
mate. 160
meters.
meters.
It's 160
No. Okay. Wait, I wasn't even
Okay.
listening. Wait. Hold on. But you did say 160 meters instead of 160 centimeters.
160.
Yeah, also-
And then afterwards you said 1.6 meters, which is the
Jimada.
same thing, just a different metric unit.
We do have to give him the benefit of the doubt. He is Portuguese, because the way he said 15 sounds like 50. So it's not 50% off; it's 15% off. If you use the code
1.5.
NLC. Yeah. Don't go in expecting 50% off a desk or a chair. But 15 is still a pretty generous amount off. So make sure you use that code.
Yeah.
Archer, man.
I swear, as soon as we
got
go
to
to
teach you how to
gym,
pronounce 15. Oh, I'm gonna pay for this.
as soon as we go
I'm
to
gonna-
gym, oh boy.
I'm so paying for this. All I'm saying, man, we
Yes.
can't do legs if I've got a standing desk or anything, because I'm just gonna be wobbling around on the desk.
You can't fit the desk there. You know that.
Yeah, true. Hey, so just seems we've got some time. I did arms with Archer at EMEA. I couldn't raise my arms for 2 days. Genuinely, that was about was about as high as I could raise my arms. Guy pushed me.
He couldn't extend his arms. He couldn't.
I couldn't. Yeah, they were like stuck. They were stuck, like slightly bent.
You know what? There's a word here coming in from Solari. Weak. She called you weak. I would like to tell the broadcast that Solari did leg day with me.
She did.
And she
She
cried.
did.
Real.
She actually cried. So, yeah.
Nah, the outing is crazy.
Initialize his posted. She did break
That's
down.
so mean.
Yeah. That's
Bro.
I was there for leg day. I was doing I think I said.
No, you didn't do leg day. Trust me.
I didn't do leg day.
You
No, I did not do leg day.
You didn't do leg day with this guy because you would remember.
Yeah, I know.
swear.
There's a very good
I'm
reason.
telling you.
The fact I was walking around not able to straighten my arm, I was like, I might just do back or something and not do legs for this guy. Might be in better in my interest. Hey, champ select.
Hey!
There we go. Oh, wait.
Oh,
hold on.
League of Legends.
The champion's gone, and so is the champion.
Wait,
select.
it
That
might
was
be.
fast.
It might be. Hold on. I don't know if
From what our production just said,
I can't
production chat,
communicate.
I'm pretty sure it's not us.
Yeah.
It's not us. It's not us, chat.
I mean-
it's not us.
One of these teams goes home today, so they're just extending and milking their time on air as much as possible.
They just want to be on the podcast as long as possible.
It's hard. On week 4, you're out.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Oh,
We're being told
it's the real deal.
that this one is real. This is real.
I hope so.
Alright.
I hope so.
The
We can't
Rumble
be
was
baited anymore.
banned as well. Okay.
No more cuts.
There's the scar.
Oh,
That's all good.
They're not gonna do the
Yeah.
let
I think it's
it
smart.
all.
I think it's smart because of the fact that Lightside are flexible. I think it's too risky. If you don't ban one of them and they just ban the other two, they're guaranteed one power pick and you get none in return. It's a deal with the devil you don't want to be making. They do ban the Rakan though, so to me this says that if they do get Kalista, they know it's going to get counter-picked. Well, denial picked from Leo, so they'd rather just not have it in the board and not have to deal with it at all.
My question is this just going to be Skarner, Kalista, Cassante?
Cassante.
Right?
Yeah.
Like there's
Yeah.
It
number
has
2.
to.
There's the second piece of the puzzle.
So you take out the
'Cause if I-
Rumble. What's the priority then?
That's what I'm kind of curious about for Lightside because, like, it's a Draven call out to Fatesky, which sure,
Midline
but then
now.
at that point, what are you looking for early? I mean, the Kaiser is the one that makes the most sense here.
Yeah.
If you're going for a Draven in the first 3 out of what's still up and available, and I suppose that pushes DMG to potentially make a decision, but I know which champion I would rather not play against more, and I think it's the Kazante. So that's my expectation.
Oh my
It's a
word, it's-
throwaway
This is a
ban.
bait.
If Winter doesn't
Throwaway
take
ban.
this,
So
Take the.
that's what they're doing here.
Yeah.
They,
Take the
they want
Cassante.
Winter to take the Cassante, and then we haven't seen Ambessa all day, so it's still up and available. They'll take that side of the matchup, and then they have the opportunity to pick up a priority AD or a jungler. There's the Smolder,
you
so
go.
they can flex that between Bizguard and Facekey, but now there's pressure on DMG to find an AP source. The expectation is this Smolder goes to the mid lane, so now we're looking at those AP junglers I was talking about, like the Zyra, maybe even something like an Ivern. Whilst it's not going to supplement you with the most amount of AP, it's still just about enough and will kind of bridge up your scaling that you don't necessarily care, even into a Cassante. Talia, now potentially looking like it could be an answer for Harbo, and, you know, map-wide pressure. I mean, it's technically a flex, but we normally see it in the mid lane now. You want a strong skirmisher, normally, that, you know, paired up with that for Highbridge now, as opposed to a team fire, and, you know, there's not too many left, right? You could be looking at something maybe like,
Zyra,
dare I say, a
Kai'Sa.
Lee Sin, right? If you want a priority AD, you're gonna have to go it now. So the Kai'Sa, like you said, is the only one
Jarvan.
in
It's
my
it's got to
mind
be
that
Zyra or
Rusty
Kai'Sa
Sniper
here,
is
right?
gonna want
Oh,
to play.
Zeri.
Zeri.
Actually, hold on.
Perfectly
Actually,
fine.
I like this because if you pick Kai'Sa, right now all of the supports that suit Kai'Sa are out of the game. There's no way you can pick a Nautilus or anything like that. So Zeri, she synergizes up with Enchanter supports better. I mean, she still synergizes with the engaged supports, but like Enchanter supports like Zeri Lulu, is a lot of people remember the horrors of that. I actually quite like this. It means that you've left the Enchanter pool open. Expect a bunch of them to get banned here, but the Lissandra is going to get picked up here for Bizguard as his response in the
so
mid
way
lane.
to stop the Zeri.
It's also really nice early. If we see like a face check which ends in a fight, if Lissandra gets an assist on at least one person, then you start getting the fools coming out, then you start getting the follow-up. So it's nice for that. It's a really good little team fighter. And honestly, both of these teams, from what I'm seeing already, are looking to fight. They're looking to brawl. Talia is nice, though, into Ambessa. The Unraveled Earth just denies her massively. Like, she has so many dashes, and Talia shuts down dashes.
Yeah, I think Lightside need to ban away Lee Sin. It's the only other like good champion up with Liss right now, historically, that you would kind of want, right? You want something that's going to be able to blow up a target in the midst of the Ultimate, and the Kindred also is like a, hey, we don't want you to have this opportunity to save the person we're blowing up. I think this has to be a telegraph flea ban. Otherwise, I think you give over too much potential skirmishing power as well as team fighting. Like, between a Lissandra and a Lee Sin, and then you pick up or try to pick up another team fighting support somewhere along the line, you've got yourself a decent enough rounded composition. Zyra's the call out. They're still saying that we feel like you don't have enough AP, and I think that's just a misban in my head. If I'm DMG, I'm looking for a skirmishing jungler, and the premier one still left up and available. To me, has to be Lee. There are, like, again, some of the more out there ones, if you want to look at something like Jax as an example.
Elise.
That's kind of like a mixed damage one. Elise, sure.
I mean, it's similar to Lee Sin, where it's very early kind of setup for the team. Obviously, it's not as... it doesn't have as much utility later. But looks like, yeah, it was the Amumu pickup here. So they've got some engage locked in, because Lissandra's not really your engage. She's more kind of follow-up. So lock in that Amumu, and we'll also buff the damage coming out from the Lissandra and the AP scaling on the Smolder. So what is the answer here for Lightside? How are they rounding this out? Looking towards the Melio support, so no surprise to see the Enchanter. I think that's really nice for his ability to cleanse his teammates.
Or maybe you could go like Diana or something like that in the jungle to be a pesky one. You're getting out, you're getting short.
Jamada's the jungler. Who's the counter to Amumu here?
I mean, the counter to Amumu, you would do something weird like Kayn, right? Like, you'd want a fast, like, clearing jungler. You would want a fast clearing,
that's
like,
a fast clearing jungler. That's a fast clearing jungler.
Fits the fast clearing jungler part, right? No, I'm totally down for this. And then you get to either go a little bit of AP or just straight up full tank, and you're gonna be kind of irritating to deal with.
Yeah.
Sona.
That's a horrible bot lane. Smolder Sona, that's a lot of poke, that's a lot of range. Where, you know, Rusty on the Zeri is very short range. Lightside may just look to try and lane swap this. I think that's probably their answer to this, because early is going to be rough.
If Nunu gets to touch this bot lane like ever, the game feels over. Like, it feels so difficult to play. Yeah, obviously, this is what happens when you get to these deeper parts of Fearless, right? We get some of these more out there picks. For DMG, there is a lot of innate scaling, right? Between Smolder, Sona will eventually be a champion, right? Will be very useful. But for Lightside, you've got Zeri, right? You've got Cassante. These champions scale phenomenally well. Milio is going to buff up that scaling. Nunu gives a lot of unseen utility scaling to his teammates as well. I favor Lightside's composition simply for the fact of it's got enough retaliation tools to what's present on DMG.
Yeah.
Going in with the Amumu, going in with Lissandra, that if we're to follow trends throughout this series, I would favor for Lightside just purely through the draft.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think there's a lot of scaling on both sides, and if we do see Fatesky get that scaling, that infamous Smolder scaling off and gets into that late game scenario, you got the Sona scaling as well. Like, the damage from DMG will be absolutely terrifying, followed up with the CC. My major concern, though, is you have ways to stop your dashes in the Taliyah from Lightside. You also have your own scaling, and you also have a lot of mobility to kind of evade getting caught by the crowd control that DMG are offering. It's gonna be a hard win, but I do believe in Lightside coming into this game.
Smolder might be the key for them to get the 2-2, but on the other hand, we got Nunu. So with that in mind, let's toss it to the game and let's see some shumps. I'll see you soon.
No.
We got a new chomp! Solari's been exposed multiple times this cast as well. The Swain last time. It's the leg day breakdown this time. Just wanted to make sure that wasn't, you know, brushed under the carpet here with the drafts. Very important to the broadcast that we just continued.
Have I ever told you just how much I like you as a person? How good of a friend you are?
All the time.
Yeah.
We got ourselves some really funny drafts because, you know, obviously we chatted about the Nunu coming on in. The other side of that is Zeri is miserable into Amumu. It is one of the hardest counters in the game because Amumu's E, the tantrum, mitigates so much of the Q damage on the Zeri. There has been videos of Zeri literally doing 1 damage a Q proc from hitting Amumu, especially once you start stacking armor and magic resist. It is miserable. That could be a lot of fun as we head on to the Rift. Problem is, on the other side, you've got that Milio ult to try and mitigate all of that lockdown on the likes of the Zeri. We've got a pause. Don't know why yet, but it just gives us a little bit more time to A, bully Solari, and B, talk about the drafts.
Let's go to B already, okay? Because first of all, something very important. Like, we have a pause immediately, but it was enough time for me to say something very important. Rusty Sniper on that Zeri is running with a cleanse. It's not... Milio's cleanse is not going to be enough, and he knows that, considering just that it's not just a Mumu that Zeri is going to feel miserable going into. It's everybody on the enemy side. Especially that Lissandra, and especially that Sona, and especially if we get into the late game, this is going to be a nightmare for Rusty to play. Unless he gets very lucky with those cleanses, unless that Milio is just hawking over him all the time. But there are so many what if, you know, for Rusty Sniper. It's going to be a hard game.
And that really will be part of the question. Can the Milio plus the cleanse on the Zeri be enough to keep the Zeri alive and firing? Talia with the Unraveled Earth as well to prevent some of the easy dashes in from the Amumu in particular. The bandage shots can be interrupted somewhat, but again, you're still going to get stunned. It'll just be the Amumu being stunned on top of it. But you've got double bandage toss into Curse of the Sad Mummy. You've got Lissandra, Ring of Frost, and the Glacial Tomb. You know, that's a lot of lockdown on a single person. And yes, you've got 2 cleanses. That's 5 bits of CC we've just gone down on top of.
You haven't even touched upon Sona.
Might be needed on top of it, exactly. And there's Sona on top of it as well. And the Ambessa. Like, there is a lot of ways to make sure Zeri never gets to move this game.
Yeah, and it's not like you can do anything with Ambessa if she decides to lock onto Rusty Sniper. That Zeri is pretty much done for. And there is one thing that Zeri absolutely hates, and that's anybody interrupting her freedom of movement. And that's exactly what everybody on DMG's side is aiming to do in this very game. But so far, in the very beginning of it, we have yet again another walk through the enemy jungle from Lightside this time. What is it? 3rd game in a row, over like all of the games in a row, that we're seeing this same pattern. Just go in, throw in some very deep wards to understand what the movement is going to be, to try to see the enemies as early as possible to understand if you want to be a lane swapping, and then just recall and feel happy about what you've done.
It's going to be the plan. Does look like we're going to get our actual normal lane matchups, no lane swap this time around, so we'll need to keep our eyes on that one. Still, of course, change as the game goes on, but at least for these level 1s, our top laners will be facing up against each other. Xante and Ambessa have been pretty regular as matchups across pro play at the minute. It tends to be that Xante gets a bit of shove early, and Ambessa theoretically should scale just fine and fall maybe 10 CS behind and be okay with it. Once she starts getting Eclipse and stuff, she gets a bit more threat, but that's just true of a lot of Eclipse building champions. Problem is, as Hitbrain did say on the desk, you have still got a really irritating bot lane, because once you start throwing out those Qs on the Sona, you can actually get quite a lot of poke down early on, even into Emilio, who's not exactly the highest damage support of all time, let's be real.
I mean, to be fair, Sonia's mana costs are rather high in the early levels, but it still doesn't stop her from hurting you quite a lot, and she can be a menacing lane bully on the early levels, especially if you don't really have much to answer her with. Emilio is not exactly the type of support who's going to answer Sona in that sense. He's going to keep Rusty Sniper alive as much as possible, but other than that, there are not many tools that Lightside have on the bot side to do anything with Komsky if he decides to turn into that bully. Also, by the way, side note, I really love how the bot lane of DMG are color matching. It's just so cute.
Oh, very nice. Okay, so they're not quite Skinnergy in the same sense, but the chromas are in. That's a good start on all of this. Worth keeping our eyes on Highbridge as well, who has gone for a very high agency early jungle. There's just something about getting water walking and running your way down rivers to make as much of a mess as possible. Karmsky might be on the wrong end of the biggest snowball ever, but the minions are 2 in the way, and Highbridge won't quite have enough distance to get to Karmsky. You still had a Song of Celerity, I believe, to speed them away should they be in danger.
But still, that's something that you would be expecting from Anuno in the jungle. He clears the jungle very quickly, and then he tries to have presence on the lanes from as early as possible. Oof. Oof, that hurt. Well, that might hurt even more if Beats decides to go in.
Can certainly look for it, especially now that they know the Nunu. I was going to say Anunu, and that's wrong. I've got Amumu and Nunu, which is similar-ish sounding, but not really the same in any way, shape, or form. As speaking of, Highbridge is just not left, and will roam again through the bot lane. But this is what you have to do as a Nunu. Just be as obnoxious as possible. Be as involved as possible.
That's literally the whole point of that champion. And because of the beat stays in the enemy jungle right now, he's not gonna find absolutely anything in there because again, Nuna has already cleared almost everything. There is only the red buff standing waiting, but he's gonna come back to it eventually. He's done what he had to do so far. Level 4 already. Going to recall, going to go back to, as you said, being obnoxious. And so far we are having a slower game than before, so no bloodshed in the very beginning of it, but it's going to get spicy. Again, especially if we get into the late game scenario, if we see Fahetsky being, fully scaled up, that's going to get so interesting.
Nice little dash away from the Pathmaker there with Bucci using the Drake count step off the, is it Sundering Smash? That's the one. It's Lacerate is the E with the little swirls around. Always difficult to tell, but I'm still getting used to Ambassador's General as Harbo has to flash on out as the bandage toss was coming on through. Piscott, though, eats a bit of a chunk afterwards, though, which is a little bit miserable. And Bitset with the Fated Ashes inventory, clearly going towards the Leandri's first item. Kind of a mirror to Maokai builds, if you need an idea about what Amumu tends to go towards. Leandri's into tank tends to be the option.
He deals a lot of damage with that, honestly. If he flies into the enemies and he stays there for long, and he's going to stay for quite a long time because he's going to be very tanky, he actually deals quite a lot of damage. So yeah, it's a similar situation to On. Do not underestimate Amumu, both on early levels and later on in the game, actually.
I've been generally hearing from a few junglers around and about that Amumu might start seeing a bit more players. Fearless continues to rack on up as we start getting more best of fives, because he has been pretty powerful in solo queue for a while. He's a big engage option, scales pretty well, and yes, you're more committal than the Maokai, but you can perform a similar role in terms of the style of build and champion you are in terms of being frontline and engage.
Yep.
Lightside take this opportunity to start up a dragon all the while.
To be fair, his commitment is usually very forgiving because he usually try to go in with 2 bandage tosses. So if something goes wrong with the first one, you still have the second one. And your ultimate is just so powerful that in the majority of the cases, you are okay to commit.
I think the issue is that much like, say, Diana, you tend to go one direction with your abilities. You don't really have the ability to go out when you come in, whereas like Maokai, the saplings, the ult, even, your Q, you've all got kind of ways to disengage or do it from range, which Amumu doesn't really have unless he can bandage toss to something else out. Highbridge, though, using the express snowball to come on over, turning around, though, forced to flash on out of that Glacial Prison on him, but there is the Glacial Prison on themselves. Highbridge still at level 5, could be in danger, flash away from Piscon, over the wall comes Rusty Sniper, who's resold it in at level 4, and Vince has got nowhere to go. DMG thought they found the pick on Highbridge, but he is just slippery enough to get out of dodge.
Oh wait, oh, Rusty.
I think he should be okay. We'll have a Lacerate to work with. Just about gets out to safety for now.
Okay.
You wanting this? Highbridge? Flash on over.
What?
Gonna keep trading up. Wanted to try and punish there with Highbridge being under the turret. Can't quite make it happen. Here is the Weaver's Wall, but Fatesky's around. I don't know about this one, Harbo. It's to potentially back away. Has got themselves a cozy campfire on top of them. This time in the shape of a pond. Don't be
yeah, it's a
caught
cozy
off guard
pond.
by the cozy ponds.
Yep.
Moisturizing.
Just for you to be in your lane and all of that. That's a series of very interesting events here. What is very interesting is that Bitsa does get all of the grubbies before the fight even starts, but Rusty finds such a good timing for his Zeri to shine when almost nobody has their ultimates available, so nobody is doing anything to stop that Zeri, and she's free to jump around however much she wants. Secures a kill, secures an assist, gets some additional gold in his pockets. Things are gonna get a bit harder for him from now on when so much control is going to be unlocked for DMG as we go further into the game and into the levels, but that was a good opening and he did not hesitate to use it.
No, he did not. And again, we'll need to keep our eyes on it, of course, because that was really nearly dangerous. The Glacial Prison and the... not Glacial Prison, the... Frozen Tomb, sorry, Glacial Prison Sejuani ult. What am I doing? There we go. Correct use of the ultimate names. And the public execution from Ambessa were just flashed out of range from because the claw couldn't quite come on through for the Lysandra in time. And the public execution wasn't quite timed up. If that CC layering had been half a second earlier, that would have been a Nunu who was eviscerated in a second, and it becomes a 3v3, which is much more playable.
It could have been. But it wasn't, and in the end it's a 2-0 for Lightside. They don't have any grubbies, but they have the first dragon. In 2.5 minutes, potentially looking into the second one as well. But for the time being, we're going back to trying to farm up as much as possible, which Faitski, by the way, is really happy about. That's literally everything the Smolder wants. He doesn't want to be interrupted, he doesn't want to be disturbed, he just wants to be farming up and getting those sweet, sweet stacks in.
It's the plan. Still, you've got that option in the background, and this Smolder not going to be the easiest to reach through all of the CC and zone control later on. Yes, you've got flank angles with the Talir, and Cassante and Nunu can theoretically barrage their way through, but if Smolder gets to get late game and play from range, I don't know how easy it's going to be for Lightside to engage on them. The counter-engage, the disengage is really good from Lightside, but I feel you'll hit a point where DMG won't have to engage in the same way, where the Smolder can just play from miles and miles away, and Lightside just kind of have to deal with it.
Lightside will have to play around Faitski's mistakes. We'll try to have to fish for those, because otherwise, yes, Smolder is not the highest range usually, but no, but on Lightside is either. Well, Leo is just... Ooh. Oh, that's
Bitzer may need to flash away here. High Bridge doesn't hit the snowball. And DMG back away. I saw High Bridge coming on up, and I wondered whether Bitzer was going to be a little more threat than he was. Back away, Grub spawning pretty shortly. Keep our eyes on that. 24 seconds on that one. So the reset's coming on through for DMG, who did claim the first set. They'd love to get some more High Bridge. Just to be a little bit wary here. The Achu comes across. Glacial Path is there into the Frozen Tube, and there's just no way out. High Bridge is melted.
9 seconds before the second stack of the grab spawns, and you are dead for almost 20 seconds.
Harbo.
And we still go on.
There's the bit of a curse to the Sav Mummy coming on. Harbo down very low. Doesn't get taken out, but Weaver's wall down. Alongside the ultimate from the Nuno. No absolute zero available either. So they'll head straight on over to try and start up these grubs again, but they're teleporting back on in to try and play this. Will be Karmsky in a spot of bother. Doesn't have the ult or the flash. A Song of Celerity and a heal keeps them out into safety. Nonetheless, commit the teleport, but will be allowed to start up these grubs.
And DMG decide not to commit the teleport from Bucci, decide not to rotate it on Bessa, who's feeling really good on the bot lane, getting in those third place, getting in that gold. And they give away the grabbies just like that. It's going to be a 3-3 in terms of that objective. Thank you so much for that window production. Yeah, that's half the turret down already, thanks to Bucci and thanks to that on Bessa. And that's why she's already 1,000 gold ahead of Winter's Xante.
Be managing that one well, was given the opportunity to just farm up a little bit. They give up the grubs, but take the lane advantage for it, and will have teleport advantage themselves, especially now that Bucci has got the Eclipse, their name, Bizguard. Steps on forward, gets the Ring of Frost. Karmsky is there, gets the heal with the Aria Preservation. The Snowball Barrage will not root Bizguard in place, which could have proved a little problematic. Bucci, Raycount steps away, gets the Sundering Smash, lacerates away. Should be safe enough for now.
Doesn't need to use ultimate, doesn't honestly need to use much. There is Nunu though on the top lane, wait.
Public execution, not really well done, but there's a lacerate. Continue the Draco step, the root comes on through. The seismic shove is down, no real way for Bucci to dodge. The absolute zero's end, the Eclipse healed, and the consumer not quite enough. Harbo has to flash on in to secure it. That's going to give Bitzer the opportunity to take the dragon. They had to burn a lot to make that happen as Winter needs to be a bit afraid. Chug really low. There's the Interpro Strikes Part 3. Power Chord Auto is there. Into the crescendo. Mom's called forward to Winter. On the wrong end of a lot of fire. Not normally a good matchup. Flash for the auto, and Winter has to get on out to safety for the speed up with a flap, flap, flap of the Song of Celerity. And the Hymn of Valor gets the kill. Turret shot's pretty heavy. But here comes the consume slash snowball combo, but no, Hybrid will not stop on forward in the manner of G2 content creator. The Ring of Frost is still there though. Into the frozen prison. There's a bandage top. Happy birthday, says Bitzer. And surprise party Amumu ensures that the present goes delightfully into Bizguard's hand.
Oh, that probably was the worst birthday party ever. Rusty, are we sure about that?
I think Damage quite enjoyed that one. Lightside maybe not so much. They had a look
that's
at
what I was
the
talking
guest
about,
list,
yes.
realised their party was being crashed. And Hybrid 0, 2, and 3 not having a great time on this Nunu.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, the idea of Nunu is that you're not necessarily, the bearer of the kills in your team. You gotta help somebody else and accelerate them, but I'm looking across the board, and nobody in Lightside has really been accelerated through this early laning phase, and so far DMG are having quite a lot of control over the map. Now, with this turret down on the top lane, there is a bit more wiggle room for Lightside, especially on the top part of the map if we're talking about the next Herald that's going to be spawning rather soon. But on the bot lane, on the other hand, on the bot side of the map, that's where things might get a little bit out of their control. But we'll see if it will or not, because for the time being, it has slowed down a little bit. We still have the time before the next objectives. We still have a little bit more first items to drop into the inventories, especially looking at Lightside's top side of the map. And after that, we might see a nice fight, because obviously we have the ultimates. We're gonna have all of them available soon, so why not have a little fight?
Needs to be a bit aware. Bandage toss number 1 lands, cleanse. Curse the Sad Mummy, bandage toss number 2 lands, but that's the cleanse and the breath of life used to get on out to safety, and Bitso will walk away. Greatest snowball ever isn't. And the Aura Preservation heals up the Emoji. I don't know what you want to say.
No comments, okay? Rusty doesn't have any cleanse, that's very important. Neither on him nor on
Another
me.
snowball! Another go for the Guinness World Record, the greatest snowball ever. Will land onto the smolder, but there's a crescendo. And I'm not sure Hybrid is enjoying this song. Will consume a minion to keep the HP bar topped up and get out to safety, but the heal had to be popped. Alongside Rusty stepping on forwards to keep people alive, but not been easy. Pretty fractious stuff in this mid lane with both teams looking to find an angle.
Poor Rusty had to be pretty much hugging Highbridge to make sure that the heal was still working on that Nunu, to make sure he's in the range of the pond. And now there is no heal on Yuri Kalaka for some time. You gotta remember, every time Emilio uses his heal, the cooldown on that thing is very, very high. So it's not gonna be available for some time, which makes laning for Zeri, who doesn't have any cleanse, extremely difficult. And I wonder if we are going to see Michael's blessing on the cargo at some point, just to make sure there is an additional cleanse for Rusty Sniper to get him out of the danger.
That's so endearing. I love that you call it Michael's blessing. That's great.
How is it called? Wait, how is it called?
It's Mikhail's is how you pronounce it in English.
Mikhail.
But I just love that. Michael's blessing is also very funny, and I kind of want to call it that now too.
Oh my god,
just
when you say it, it's so bad.
It's just fine. I could have done this to you in DM. But I just wanted to be, just rub it in a little bit more, because I'm just not a great person. It's the general answer.
You're not. Yeah, that's true.
No, but I think there is the Mikhail's blessing isn't going to be around for a while. Michael's not involved either. They've gone for the redemption option, as you said, to try and keep people alive on that kind of engage that might come on through. Just try and mitigate the burst. Not the easiest end done, because you've got a Blood Song on Komsky who's gone to the Seraph's Embrace as well to kind of do what he did on that Nami, right? Which was go AP on these enchanters and be that additional bit of threat, which can be really risky for the likes of Rusty or Harbour, whoever gets caught out. Maybe the easiest time for Lightside. Yes, you can disengage, but if the turnaround isn't perfect, you get tricky as Harbour immediately comes off the wall. Healed up briefly, the redemption comes on through. Vincent trying to get in on it. Harbour just about alive, but the despair is ticking. And a shutdown onto the Talia, whose wall is swiftly knocked down alongside Cassante, who Ada's Tech uses hoping. Flash off forwards for a little bit of a cutting swipe. And Rusty's brought low as well. 3 or none. DMG can head over towards the Herald, and Lightside look for the engage and immediately get pounced on.
In the close brawls like that, it is the question of whose healing is going to be stronger. And to be fair, Liguli Cargo's healing is really high, but it was DMG in the end had more in their pockets. Nobody was doing anything defensive. By the way, this little baby dragon was free firing for the whole fight.
Yeah.
And he's already dealt some very decent damage. And it's going to be getting worse and worse as we go further into the game.
Oh, just look at the replay, because it's Harbour looking for an angle on in here and immediately gets wrecked for it.
Yeah, you are not going through that wall, I'm sorry. You're getting stunned there, then you're getting stunned another time. There's going to be redemption thrown into there to keep Harbour alive, but only simultaneously, and even the pond is not going to help him whatsoever. And the fight gets a little bit split, but on both ends, it's DMG winning it.
Problem is now, you use the Breath of Life, you use the heal and the redemption to try and keep Harbour alive, and then there was nothing left to keep Rusty alive on top of it, and the continual damage from this Smolder. The ability to keep going forwards with Lysandra, with a Mumu, with Ambessa, with a Song of Celerity to speed you up. The speed up from Sonas are no joke. You've got to be very, very wary. Winter, off vision here, can theoretically find a really nasty angle. Still unknown. Backs away in towards that raptor bush. Thank you very much, production. Lightside will pick up this dragon. DMG think wiser of stepping forwards there.
Oh, it's an Infernal Soul. Oh, it's an Infernal. Imagine if
Herald,
it's for DMG.
They've got to try and shove really hard here. You're right, DMG would love it. There's a lot of damage on there, even as we said that Amumu. Not exactly a low damage option across a long fight. Herald charges on forwards. They've got grubs, and I don't think Winter can stop this one going on down.
No.
2 turrets in the blink of an eye for DMG.
Oh, that's such a good fish for them on the top lane. They crack open the top lane completely. They get it prepped for the upcoming Baron, potentially. They will already have the location of Otacon. It's going to be on the top lane if I'm seeing it, the minimap correctly.
You know what? I'm not sure. It might well be.
Yes,
Yeah, it looks
yes,
like I'm seeing that
there it
timer
is.
coming up. Good call. There
So
you go.
that's just so good for DMG right now, everywhere across the board, because they are getting ready to take on these objectives. The outer turret on the mid lane is also going for Lightside, so it's going to be really hard for them to go in and try to pull in some vision. Speaking of vision, by the way, DMG already doing the DMG thing. So much offensive vision into the enemy jungle they put in right before they left production. You are smurfing today. Thank you so much.
Doing a fantastic job of making sure that Hybrid is a known quantity production. Helping us out there with a beautiful little vision toggle. I echo your shout out there. Good work. Other side of that, gotta keep our eyes on things like Fates. You feel safe enough to go Infinity Edge second. There's no look at a Rapid Fire, no look at a Shojin. Wants the damage now. In fact, if we can production, can we just look at the stacks?
Yes, please.
On this Smolder, please. Be great to see where they're at, because I feel like they'll be hitting breakpoints pretty shortly.
179, yes. Yes, that's gonna be very soon.
About 45 stacks to go.
Thank you for
Not
doing
the
the math for me.
fastest stacking we've seen, but should be there in time for a sole point fight for Lightside, and this Smolder stacking just fine into the game.
Yeah, it's not too bad. He's getting there on 2 items already. Plus, the Sona has the full possibility to go into more offensive items from here on. With the Seraphs completed, she's not going to suffer from the mana issues anymore. And at the same time, her damage later in the game is no joke whatsoever. And she's still gonna be healing rather nicely. Thanks to the W, thanks to the shielding, thanks to the healing. Like, this is a full package in one support.
And we've seen a lot of Bloodsong supports. Like, it's part of what's made the likes of Elise so viable bot lane, when you can get first item plus Bloodsong is a lot, as DMG going to spot out the Atacon being done. Hard to beat Consume plus Smite, though, so they need to be a bit wary. They're going to come on over. The Unraveled Earth being down means they can try and chase this one up. Going to get Bandish Toss #1 across, looking for another angle. Goes back on over Vincent's dead! They can get the Atacon! Lightside can punish. They've got the withdrawals available as Vizgard's gone on in. They'll need to be really afraid. The Breath of Light keeps him alive. Surely Rusty goes down. Withdrawing away. The MG can start to try and trade this one out to Leila Cargo's not going to have fun here at all. Drakehound steps turn into a stomp on the head, and Bessa lives up to a few people's fantasies and ensures that they are brought down to size. Withdrawals popped, but Atacon claimed.
Just like us, DMG got a little bit busy with looking anywhere else on the map, but not on the Otacon that had spawned some time ago. And I really want to see the replay, because I wonder what happened there with Beatsa. Beatsa did use the ultimate, but he did not cancel the ultimate from Highbridge. So he goes in.
It's not a stun. So you just get popped. Tries to queue his way out to safety, I think. But
Yeah,
there
and
was
he didn't
enough
get
damage
there.
coming on in that it just wasn't enough.
Oh, and they get taken down one by one. The thing is, though, after the Atacon is taken, any fight is pretty much pointless from the point of view of the other side of the team, because you are only getting withdrawals out of the enemies. You're not getting much gold. You're not getting any experience from that. I need like decent experience, so you don't have to be fighting there. But it's too late to disengage either, and they get stuck in this unfortunate situation, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
They still get enough of the withdrawals, including some key ones. I'm looking at the likes of Rusty in particular.
Yeah, that's a big one.
If you can pop them around a dragon fight, say in a minute, you're feeling pretty happy, and you killed enough member to prevent them being out on the map that they've not really gotten that much done with the Atacon as yet. The gold lead back to nearly even, though, is great news, and Rusty being the recipient of a number of those kills alongside Harbour means they can be a real threat. Oh my days, the back.
That was so close.
Not quite interrupted. Over the wall, Vizgard goes with the Glacial Pass. Bit of that blast cone keeps them safe. They've done a decent job of clearing out these waves of DMG. So they've not really gotten all that much as Karmsky sidestepped the Seismic Shaft, that's the name of that ability. That as well, Bits gone for the Abyssal Mask second. Trying to ensure they get a bit more damage when they engage. Harbo just about alive, but he's withdrawing now. Remember, has the teleport though, and the Weaver's Wall, can join pretty fast. Highbridge though does not have that option and is immediately eviscerated. Bitzer going to try and step forward. The Iceborne subjugated those frozen thralls. By some time, Winter comes teleporting on in. There's the Weaver's Wall. Harbour right back into the fight. Spencer flashes away. Rusty trying to stay alive, but Bucci on his head keeps on Drake outstepping his way away. Can't quite get the kill. Harbour dashing away as Bisgard is going to try their best to be as annoying as they can. Fateski is trying to join, but Harbour eviscerates the Lysandra. The Hymn of Valor, though, doing a lot of work. And Fateski will just breathe on that Talir and ensure they still get the kills. And head right back down. Rusty Sniper at half HP needs to be afraid. Will Spark surge over the wall, but Leo Lacargo needs to run away, gets slowed down by the Song of Celerity. They can keep on chasing onto this Milio. What can you do to stop it? The Sona just autos him down and gets a few empowered power chords, and they kill off the Milio as well.
And there is Hybrid already alive and running to the place to fight, but there is no one to fight left. Faceki's around with pizza. Now we gotta fight, because otherwise we might be giving away the dragon on a soul point to Lightside.
There's enough honey fruit in the river to bring Karmsky right back up to a decent point of power. This would get DMG to 2 dragons themselves. Lightside think they managed to get everything, but Winter forces so many people to run the wrong direction, and despite some heroics from Harbo, Fateski still secures the kill.
That is the problem for Lightside that you have highlighted in the very beginning of this game. Who is going to do what to Faedsky on the side of Lightside? Because he deals damage. He deals a lot of damage. He deals this consistently. He can position himself nicely in the fight and reposition himself rather quickly. And while everybody on the light side is busy trying to keep Rusty alive, trying to work around Harbo and Hybrid's ultimates, trying to deal with very annoying Ambassa on their backline, nobody addresses the problem of Faedsky. And Faedsky's like, can we please go back to Faedsky for a second, because I just wanted to see the stacks and I missed it and I'm not quick enough to read it. Thank you very much, production. But he should be at the full stacks.
Click on the small production. No, he is definitely in the execute threshold. It's just going to get larger and larger from now. It's the Sona, who's continued to be really obnoxious. She's got that power cord stacked. You can see it by that big swirl of energy around her, and those really start to sting at this point in the game. It's actually gone towards a spectral maw to try and stay alive from some of the burst, particularly from the likes of Harbo. Fateski will flap out to safety. The biggest snowball ever again. Just not happening this Guinness World Record. Hybrid. Oh no, it's vintage from him, overstepping. Stopwatch afterwards, and Bisgard stays alive for a very long time, and Ambitsa re-engages. The curse of the Sand Mummy. It's a horror show, all right. Rusty at least gets Bisgard, but there is the public execution as Rusty Sniper realizes he's in melee range with the wrong weapon. Still manages to pick up the Ambessa, though. The execute.
Oh!
Smolder does it.
He does it. He saves the day. He literally saves the day. And they can continue, to be fair. Kamsky's a little bit low, but they can still go.
I mean, Kamsky can just keep healing up. He's going to keep having these Arias of preservation, and you've done the hard work. Hybrid is down. Rusty is down. Everyone else is down a summoner or two. To being the 2 for 2, so not as clean as you'd like. We'll have a look at this replay again, because the moment Hybrid got caught, you thought, this is a nightmare for Lightside.
It looked like a nightmare for Lightside, especially with what an angle Beatsa has managed to find in the backline of the enemy, together with Ambassa joining in just a little bit later. But the thing is, it's still Rusty Sniper, and it's still Leo Licargo's only point of living right now. The only job he has is to keep Rusty Sniper alive, and frankly, he does a terrific job at doing exactly that. If only it wasn't for that execute, Rusty should have survived that.
I mean,
also, Winter didn't share the healing in the end, I think, but we'll keep it to them.
Bucci joined a little late there as well, unfortunately. Still managed to get onto Rusty, which really helped secure the kill, but I think you're seeing now that DMG know who their target is. Harbo's nice and all, but you need that Zeri to die. You've got the tools for it. You saw it in game 1. DMG's target selection in the middle late game got a little bit more slapdash. It became a bit more kill hero, see hero, kill hero, rather than picking the targets well. 3.5 items, still tricky. Smolder theoretically outscales the range, the damage, the execute scaling is so difficult to manage, even with double enchanters behind. But if Rusty Sniper is given free range, still be a nightmare. Those fights got closer than I think DMG thought they should be.
They shouldn't have been that close. And not just from DMG's point of view, but in general, because they find really good picks. It looks like their positioning is not the cleanest, but rather good. And then things go down for them. Fayettski only died once so far, however. He's still 5-1-7. He's still in a really good point with 3.5 items to his inventory. This is a very dangerous smolder. And the biggest problem with this dragon is that he doesn't have any ceiling. He doesn't have any limit to his scaling. He just continues to go on. Immortal Shellbow! Of all the things you could have picked up for this little dragon and go for Immortal Shellbow. Just to make sure nobody kills him in a fight.
Right, before we get on to anything else, we've got a minute till this drag. You know what that means, chat? Belt up, sit up, get your posture check sorted, and get your chair. 15% off with that code NLC LOL. Make sure you do it, because we are seated for what could well be the deciding fight of this game. Baron's up, Dragon's up in 45 seconds. Rusty Sniper, just out of range of Smolder sneezing, but the Song of Celerity forced the charge on over the wall with that Spark Surge, and Winter teleports in preemptively. Don't blame him for looking. It nearly got a bit dicey. The slows from this Sona with those powered autos.
Winter?
Scary enough as Winter starting this up solo. It's blind, and DMG don't know.
Oh, they don't know. Oh, they're not aware. And then Best
They're not going in. They need to move. It's going to disappear. They need to go now. It's going to be nearly down. Oh my days, the wall, they've got it. Genius play.
Oh my God.
Got it. Needs to try and get a bit further. Not accused. Bitzer looking for the big ultimate. Won't quite find it. Now gets to the backline as Harmo goes golden. Bitzer trying to stay alive. Flashes away as Rusty Sniper gets to the backline. But he's so low. He's gone too deep. Desiccated as Fateski continues to burn people down. Into the backline with a bubbling execution. Bucci will keep Drake out stepping into the backline. Drake by name. Drake by nature. The top and bot. Find the damage, you've got Baron, but at what damn cost? Winter tries desperately and might just find Bucci at the end of it all. Lightside rescue the fight.
Oh, that was one of the most costless Barons we have ever seen.
Oh,
no! No! You did such a great job, DMG. The only thing that's left for you is just to get out of it alive and stay alive and get the Drake and be happy with Infernal Soul.
So smite.
There's no smite. There's nothing
it was back
Hubble
on
can
cooldown.
do.
I was really worried there. I think I misread the flash. I had my microphone in the way of it and I misread the summon spell. My bad, guys. But still, we'll go back at this fight. It was dicey as hell.
Yes, and it's the fact that Lightside started with DMG being completely unaware, with DMG still only having 4 members on this mid lane because Ambassador is still on the bot. With them not understanding and realizing what's happening way too late, the beautiful wall from Harbo to prevent them from getting into the pit and stealing this Baron away. But after that, things get really, really bad because Bucci finally joins in. Fayettski is still staying alive, and Rusty, there were so many cleanses on Rusty, but he was 1 cleanse short from doing some more.
They got a catch! Bitzer gets the curse of the Sad Mummy, but a little too late. Member down. Where is the rest of the team? Zeri's not here. Fateski wasn't around either. Some flashes down. DMG now down that jungle member. Rusty needs to be a bit aware, remember. Needs to be very afraid of public executions! Oh no, he's been guillotined!
I think they learned the lesson. I think they know now who to prioritize in the fights. I think they know who they need to kill. 48 seconds on the clock for Lightside as AD carry, and they cannot continue the push. Yeah, I mean, they still have the Barons, but they can't do anything without the Rusty Sniper, so they have to retreat and they have to give up the Baron that cost them so much.
And I have to call it out, we've known Rusty to do this. He is someone who is so willing to flash forward, so willing to go for the plays, but he flashes forwards, doesn't get the kills, out of range of Leo's warm hugs, of the cozy campfire, has to flash forward himself on the Emilio to try and keep him alive and fails, and they both die. Like, by all means, be willing to go for the big play, but you can't fumble it like that. You are the one who has to be responsible with the lead. Winter now in danger of being run out, slowed down by the Sona. The power chords and the songs of celerity proving so obnoxious. Glacial path over the wall. Double knock up with that greatest snowball of all time, but again, I think I've seen better.
I've seen bigger snowballs for sure. But I haven't seen something more obnoxious than Smolder. God damn it, this little dragon. This true damage. Because Winter is the front lane for Lightside. Winter is the tank for Lightside. And Winter cannot stay on the lane if there's Fayettski just spitting at him with his old little dragon might that he has.
Really feel like Amumu needs to get some armor in shortly as well. Has gone towards the Abyssal Mask, which is lovely for giving himself more damage. The Lear, the Sandra, more damage. Hell, this Sona, more damage. But Aranduin's into this. Zeri for the slow, for the anti-crit would be really lovely as Harbo's been jumped. Needs to be afraid. The redemption behind. Fatesky sidesteps that seismic shove. The ult's early. The bandage toss is early. Harbo gets out as DMG mistimed their ults around the Zhonya's. Winter, though, tries to go all out. Will still be executed and Harbo stays alive. But they still lose their top laner.
That's exactly why I was looking forward to getting into the late game with these two drafts, because right now DMG are allowed to make so many mistakes, and frankly they are making those mistakes in the fights like this, but they are forgiven. It doesn't matter because they have Fatesky. Because this baby dragon cleanses everything with his damage, and with his flap getting away from the danger.
Fatesky needs to be a little bit afraid. Had the blast go to get on out. It's just about fine. Saw them getting split off as Karmsky was knocked up, but flat down wasn't enough. That turret. Ruin's not going to be the death of him. I've seen that before because you can hit the snowball into the turret and it will still have just enough AoE to knock people up on the other side of it if you are standing too close. Dragon a minute away. Soul for DMG. Infernal Soul for DMG. And we've already talked about the damage this game.
Yeah. So everybody on DMG side deals damage. And again, going back to Fatesky, especially this little baby dragon deals a lot of damage. If they get the Infernal Soul, it's going to be so hard for Lightside to survive any fight whatsoever. I'm seeing this Rabadon speak up for Harbo, so that's, speaking of damage again, that's really good for Lightside. They will need the damage, but can they throw it? Will they be allowed to?
Winter gets eaten alive. Half the HP bar down, they're jumping on the Cassandra, the Redemptor trying to keep alive. Not quite executed. Bitzer in danger, but in the back goes Bucci, but he's separated from everyone. Trying to stay alive. Drake Count stepping for his life. They kill off Hybrids, that's the jungler down. And yes, they killed Bucci, but at what cost?
The idea was there to cut away everybody from DMG from Bucci, or maybe anybody else who tries to follow up for Bucci, but it means nothing if your jungler is down for 40 seconds and the dragon is up.
Have to force the fight here as Fatesky eats a sneeze. Looks a little bit explosive. Man needs to get themselves some cold meds. Teleport in, Winter back at full HP. Viscon, possibly the spot of further. They sneeze away. Smolder with the super mega Scorch Breath also getting to that dangerous point. Winter needs to be afraid, brings the Scorch back onto Leila Cargo. Rusty, no ultimate. Flash of full for Armo! Seismic shove, Biscon goes golden. They lose the dragon! Stolen by Zeri as Bitzer was forced on out. Winter trying to get executed. Flash of full for Fatesky brings Winter down to size. 14 seconds on Bits, Bucci being able to teleport. Respawn from High Bridge. Oh my days, they play the final just about. Rusty to the backline, flashes on in! Dies, but takes two with him. Karmsky trading out with Harbo, flashing away. Bits is so low. Teleport from Ambessa into the mid lane. Harbo needs to be afraid. There will be an execution, but will it be public enough? They're back away. No. Oh my days. Lightside managed to pull a rabbit out of a hat. Sorry, I mean a dragon out of a hat.
A dragon soul point out of a hat. That, you know what? They used to give medals for doing stuff like that. I'm still not sure how Rusty Sniper did it. I mean, technically I know how he did it. Jumps over the wall, he goes in immediately with an ultimate. Beatsy needs to retreat at the moment it happens because it's way too much damage and Beatsy is not tanky enough to withstand that. And, well, you know what happens, the dragon goes down.
Oh,
Rusty claims it for the team, and after that, that's a tale as old as time. Fatesky survived for so long, but again, it's up to Rusty Sniper to pull out the impossible jump into the enemies and take down both of them at the same time.
A shout out Hip Brain in the background. I was like, I just want to know how much damage was done. I was asking in production, and Hip Brain just says a lot. And I think he might be right.
You know, I think he's not far from truth,
buckets. Yeah. It is buckets. Fifth item completed for the Smolder. Upgraded boots completed for the Smolder. Fatesky stays alive. It is so challenging.
Bloodthirster. Oh my god, he really doesn't want to die. I mean, you can't blame him.
Rusty's down, Cleanse down, Flash, you went for that big play, but remember, all it got them was Soul Point. It doesn't earn them Soul, it doesn't earn them the game, it doesn't earn them Baron. You're down some really big summoners for this next fight. Of course, on the other side, Fatesky down his as well. It's just you play a lot longer range on the Smolder, theoretically anyway.
It might be just delaying the inevitable, with the Soul not going into DMG's hands when it could have, but now...
Gage, high bridge, goes down, they've lost the jungler. The lightning crash comes on down, and Dusty Sniper unleashes! The follow-up's just not there because the wall blocked them all off.
Oh,
They lose
Harpo.
2 for the trade of the jungle.
Oh, Harpo, this is like the third wall that completely changes.
It's been so good.
It's so good. Exactly. It's so on point.
Rusty.
He knows where to
Ooh,
throw
days.
it. Oh. We'll have the Baron up. We're looking at a potential Baron for either of these
Have your
teams.
smite. It's so tricky. Managed to keep it working, and the problem is as well, like, Bizgard is struggling as this game goes on
Baron.
to be as valuable as he was early on. Baron started
They're
out.
doing it again.
There is no smite. Here we go. 4v3. Lightside are flipping. No smites on the board. Hold on. It's going to get messy yet. Karmsky, no ult. Steps on forwards with the of celerity. Down to 2,000 HP. And goodbye, Bizgard. Knocked out. Winter. Chunks, but nowhere near low enough. And they lose the Baron. Gonna try and trade those out. Batesky on the wrong side. Gets a lot of damage onto Winter. Pathmaker onto Karmsky. All out comes on down. Trying to heal on up with the Aria Preservation. Batesky stays alive. They get the execute. Rusty's in danger. Heal is good. And Batesky brings down Rusty. But there's a snowball. Just sidestep. Not enough. Karmsky rooted in place. They lose 2.
Bailey, look at the death timers. It's a minute right now at this point in the game. If you die, it's a minute that you're off the Summoner's Reef. Oh my god, there's
They
so
got
much.
hold of the Snolder.
Yeah.
Yes, you brought 2 back, but what does it mean? I mean, everybody's going to be a little late setting up because it'll be Sol for either team in about a minute and a half.
Oh my god, poor baby dragon. Thank you so much, production. Yet again, we love you. Okay, this is such a long fight. I don't even remember how it. Oh, it started with Highbridge going down. Right, he was literally just deleted from the Summoner's Rift. Oh, Bucci. But
And Bizgard didn't get over the wall, didn't get that much value with the ult, and we start with the Baron, and
Yeah.
it looks like a disaster the moment Bizgard dies,
Yes.
as Harbo finds another good pick.
Fair enough. It's not even when Bizgard dies. It's a little bit earlier. It's when Lightside first of all start this burn, and then they don't let Bizgard even get to the pit to try to do anything. The moment he gets interrupted, the moment he gets stuck on the approach to the pit, you know it's over for DMG, at least in this fight. And Vatsky does so much after the fight, but there is only so much you can do, especially if there is no Mama to call for help for.
Oh, there's not. A Mama didn't really hit anybody in that fight either. You got to call that one out. Fatesky had landed that. How different does it look? Engage. Doesn't land from Highbridge and managed to come back in having Guide and Snowball to find the clutch picks. If not, you have to imagine Fatesky and Karmsky just do all of the work at the end of it all. It is neck and neck. Baron secured, yes, but Dragon's the aim of the game. A Lightside in the river first.
Can they take this? Because Pete stays here, and they have all the ultimates available.
Oh, Karmsky. Chunk. Dragon started down to 2,000 HP. Surely it's taken. Soul secured. Oh, Bitzer. The curse of the Sandmummy is decent. Into the backline, Rusty gets over the wall though. Cleansed enough. Harbo's managed to split off the rest of the team, but the crescendo is early. DMG mistimed the Zonyas again.
Oh, whoa. They missed the dragon.
Highbridge. Bizgard's in danger. Has got flash. Zonya's down. Rusty. Flash. Lightning crash. And it will strike 3 times! Lightside looking for the 3rd game, looking to make sure that DMG stay down. There will not be a 5th game. There will not be anything resembling Silver Scrape to reverse sweep. They've done what they need to. Fatesky has to hold into Infernal Soul, into the dregs of Baron. Bits has respawned, but Lightside will look for a pacemaker. Bits into the backline, trying to buy time. Fatesky desperately trying to stay alive as Bitzer is still there. Good look for it again to the next and starts to falling down. Karmsky. It's not going to be enough. Lightside have done it. They show their worth. They will not go quietly into the night. And DMG do not have enough of their namesake. Rusty Sniper strikes hard again.
It's a 27 to 25 kills game in the end of it, and we couldn't have asked for a better game to finish this series because this was the bloodbath that we wanted to see from the very beginning of the game. This was finally both of the teams playing to their absolute fullest potential, and even though we have to wave goodbye to one of them, honestly, after such a loud bang, we also have to say thank you to both of them because that was a hell of a game.
That was on a knife's edge, and Rusty Sniper flashing forwards again. We called her out for messing up a little earlier on. 2 critical fights in a row. The flash, lightning crash, brings down the smolder. brings down that Sona and those really key moments, and they do what is needed. Alicia, any last words? It's been a right pleasure casting with you.
It was a pleasure to watch these games, especially this last one. I am sad that we didn't have the 5 games, but I'm so happy. And again, thank you to both of these teams for having such a good brawl on the Summoners Refresh.
It was a frenetic, fraught, tense affair in that last game, but it is still Lightside who were victorious over DMG, who have been promoted to viewers. Let's break it down. What the hell happened in that last game?
Okay, it's picking up somehow. It's picking up. I'm concerned. I'm concerned. But okay. Before we even start talking about anything, Harbo! Redemption
What a redemption.
Arc, 100% Harbo, the GOAT.
That game,
Oh.
like, straight up. So, we've had a lot of praise for Rusty. Rusty did pop off in that game, but that game was lost without
We'll get
Harbo.
to it.
Straight up,
Yeah.
Harbo's the reason they won that game. He played phenomenally. We did a bit of a, I don't even say highlights, like a low lights of Harbo at the beginning of the day, and he did that so personally. He has been improving massively across these games. That Taliyah game was absolutely unbelievable from him. Really, really good game coming in from Harbo. Hybrid made that as difficult as possible for his team. We all know about Disco Nunu. That was probably as close as it gets to Disco Nunu in a competitive game. Jesus, he was absolutely running it at some points. It was really hard to watch.
As well.
Yeah. It's, the scope of the game is probably one he's going to remember, but I think for personal performance, it's maybe one Hybrid should forget. But, look, he was a body in plays to allow for the rest of his team to, get into positions.
Whatever, man.
That's about as positive as I can make that, because Hybrid was on a mission. It felt as though he was potentially possessed by Kesha, but like the devil on Kesha's soldier, as opposed to the angel. It was definitely a bit of a hard watch out. But the comedy of it is, in his own way, because he played how he did, DMG overextended consistently to kill him, because he is the jungler. If the jungler's doing that, you have to kill him. You have to punish him.
I don't think that was calculated.
Yeah, this fight!
This fight was beautiful.
This was so good. I think this was the moment when everybody believed that LLS might have this in the back, because it was not going smoothly. Look at Bitse. Boom! Paper.
Yeah, and this was the Leandries build. He went Leandries first, so he was incredibly squishy. And this bought Rusty so much income off the back of this fight. Yeah, he goes down, but he's got the respawn, so he just comes back immediately. Harbo tidies up. Unbelievably clean fight from the side of Lightside. And you could argue that you didn't get to utilize the Atakan buff quite as effectively as maybe you would have liked to have. But ultimately, they still got a bunch of kills into Rusty. They got mid-tower off the back of that as well. So the overall gains there were massive for the side of Lightside.
Yeah.
It's such a hype game. I mean, I've been casting with Jamada for 6 years? Not 6 years. How long has it been?
5 years.
5 years now. It's a long old time. Yeah. I've never heard Jamada that hype in my life. I've been casting in-game. That guy was hyper than I've ever heard him in an actual paid cast in my life. He was going absolutely manic.
I watched
behind
this dude
the
on
scenes.
LPL, and he was hyped about this way more.
Yeah, I look, that was an exciting game, right? I think when you've got these games where the setup realistically is you've got your primary carry on one side and Rusty Sniper, your secondary as Harbo, and then on the opposite side, it's just one carry, right? It's just Fateski. The rest of the team is there to facilitate him, and Bucci, I suppose, if anyone, is the person who is the secondary, and he's looking for Rusty Sniper on the backline. You have these fights on a knife's edge where it's just constantly a battle between who is willing to position themselves to get the damage out. And time again, it was Rusty Sniper. He was he was a psychopath. Complete and utter madman. Time and time again. Yeah.
I didn't know if I loved him or hated him in some of those plays. Some of the times I was like, you're a mad genius, and sometimes you're just mad.
That has got to be the closest I think I've seen a player emulate young Jackie Love
Yeah.
in the ERLs, like in a long time. And I'm not talking about necessarily skill or I'm talking about the willingness to just get the damage out. Just to be there. He doesn't care if he dies. Just the raw, like, I don't give a flying monkeys, and I'm just gonna be there to ensure that I kill 2 people or I kill 3 people, and as long as you guys can do the rest, I'm happy with it.
I can't wait to see the damage charts. They're gonna be so big.
Yeah.
Like,
They're gonna be ridiculous.
On both sides, it's gonna be absolutely mad.
They're gonna be ridiculous. I think, like you say, both sides, right? Fateski on the Smolder was putting in some serious work on the DPS side of things. But frankly, I think that the big shortcomer realistically was just that they didn't have a front line. The same way that Lightside had the front line with, I suppose Nunu as the distractor and Winter as the real, front line / bruiser assassin.
But look at him. It looked like everything was in shambles. He misses.
And you know what?
He still misses.
because I think this, because I think this post look at that is ridiculous. Like, because I think this kind of game deserves this kind of post breakdown. I have the chat open. Harbo has just said in the chat, and he's gonna see this in 3 minutes time. W Jamada, my biggest motivator. I'm glad because to me, yes, we're gonna talk a lot about Rusty, like from a broadcast side, like Rusty, he's probably gonna end up getting MVP, all this stuff. But Harbo, I'm talking to you directly right now, and you'll get this message in 3 minutes. That is the kind of performance and shift you need to put in, brother. That is what you need to be putting on the Rift to really let the rest of your team shine, but also so you can shine. That was a phenomenal performance from you. And yeah, credit where credit's due. Now back to talking to the rest of the audience. Lightside are capable. Lightside are capable, clearly. And I'm glad that they showed up. DMG on the opposite side, I think unfortunately those first 2 games really broke them throughout the remainder of the series. Yes, they like when I say broke them, I mean it took them a lot longer to have to wake up because of those 2 games. I feel like they were doing a lot of puzzle solving off the back of that to get us to this game 4.
Can we just talk about Hybridge doing 5.5k? What a hero!
I was watching.
Putting out
some
7,000. Putting out an absolutely beautiful job. Also, today I feel like the story of today has been redemption, right? Like Harbo, we were critical of. I was unbelievably critical of Fateski at the beginning of the day. Both of these players stepped up massively for their teams in this game. Like, I will quite happily take the L on my earlier takes today because I think they've really proved me wrong. I think both of these players were exceptional in this last game. Like I said, Lightside straight up just don't win this without Harbo. This game 4, like, he was the only reason they won it. Rusty played like a psycho and it was very entertaining, but if Harbo hadn't been playing as well as he had, that was an easy loss for his team. So
100%.
really clean stuff from them. I'm really impressed.
Now we have the opportunity to talk with the victor from this, and it's going to be, from what I was presented, Leo Lucargo, who's waiting for us. Welcome! I mean, you gotta be sweating.
I mean, we have to make a bit of the show and pretend that the Group B is actually able to do something, But yeah, it was kind of fun series.
It was fun. It was hard. And what I want to ask you is, do you feel like the team was kind of exposed towards this fearless draft? I was talking earlier with Winter about this. When you get really deep into the champion pool, you believe like, I'm running out of options, and then you get that Nunu, for instance, that I would like to get your intake on what happened in the Rift, because I see that smile.
I mean, it was an inspiration from Hybridge, but we might never see the Nunu again, We have some other picks, but I'm not sure what happened with the Nunu, honestly. So I don't know. I can't say much about it.
It is what it is. Now, if we talk about the Nunu, we need to talk about Harbo. Harbo's performance today, to what we saw previously, it's not even the same person. I don't know if someone else is playing on his computer, but he was an amazing player. Like, what do you have to say about this in the way the things were connecting on the Discord as well, like the communication between the team?
I mean, I think in the group stage, we were all playing pretty bad from what we were supposed to do, and we are just going back at what we should do. Like, Harbo really stepped up in the series. and I think we have a better showing like that. But yeah, we're getting stronger rather than what we've done in the group stage, you know.
Leo, I got 2 questions for you. One is an important personal one. I see behind you a lot of figures. I want to know what's your favorite anime if you can't say One Piece.
I would say Tokyo Ghoul, but the manga, not the anime, you know.
Hey, knowledge. He's a man of
Yeah,
culture.
I mean-
He's a man of culture. Yeah, we know what you're talking about. You know
Yeah,
what
we
you're talking
do.
about. But the last question is, you promoted DMG to viewer. You know that, don't you? What is your final goodbye towards DMG? Because I know everybody has a good good time between themselves.
I mean, you know, like it had to be expected. They were from Group B, so not much to say. You know?
I was waiting for that one. I was waiting. Tomorrow is a big day.
Yeah, we have to be better than that.
Hot take.
Mm-hmm.
What's a hot take?
I think we win 3-1.
Spicy.
I think, like, you know, it's like there is like 10 teams in the NLC, right? And the top 5 teams are from Group A, so they can't win.
I'll leave you at that. I have nothing more to add.
I have nothing more
That
to
was
say.
the greatest answer. There you go. Leo the Cargo, congratulations. Thank you so much for this interview. And good
you.
rest. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Boy. That was
Okay.
the longest boy I have ever heard in my life.
So, on his hot take, I'm not going to say it's impossible because I don't think anything's not impossible, especially in this scene.
It's a hot take, Jake.
I feel like if it's going to happen, it'll be a 3-2. I don't think a 3-1 is particularly.
Reasonable.
I don't think that's going to happen. They have an uphill battle tomorrow. They're playing, our second favorite in the league, and yes, they did lose. They lost to Bulldog, who I think are one of the best team fighting comps in the rosters in the whole league right now in the NLC. So yeah, it's hard to kind of judge off that because obviously Rusty played versus a good team, and now they got to play versus Lightside. Not saying Lightside aren't a good team, but there's definitely on paper and for a lot of us, we definitely put a bit of a gap between Lightside and Ruddy. But here's my copium take. Harbo, if he plays like he did in that last game all day tomorrow, they have a chance. If Rusty plays like he did in game 1 and 2, they have a chance. Winter played amazing in that last game. Highbrice needs to not play like he did in game 4. If Highbrice plays like he does in game 4,
It's Nunu.
he's gonna get absolutely giga stomped. So yeah, I don't want to see the Nunu again. I don't think it worked. But to say there's not a chance would be disingenuous. I don't think there's never not a chance. I do feel if that game, if we do get a game 5, that's where they'll have that little bit of hope. But it is one hell of a task. It is an unbelievable task,
I think we need to look into this as the Nunu incident, and that's it. It's the Nunu incident.
This might actually be the Nunu incident of the region. Like Jake, you've been here for like 7 or 8 years.
Yeah,
I can't think of a. Okay, actually, this is funny. I can think of one, and it's even funnier because you would have been casting it and I would have been coaching it. The Gdanica Nunu incident.
Oh no, Gdanica was something else, man. Like him dying in Herald Pit every game was unbelievable. We did have the Sejuani incident. That was Misfits. That was back at the first EU Masters.
Oh wow!
And the jungler tilted.
Bring it back.
All right, sorry. Let's
full AP Sejuani. That's as close as we got to the Nunu
Archer's
incident.
Archer's right. This is henceforth dubbed the Nunu incident of the
It was the
NLC.
Nunu incident.
Yeah, but while we had some moments of funny bits, we also had some hypey moments regarding a few players, and that's why we're gonna have Player of the Series. With that in mind, this is going to be up for voting on Twitter. Harbu stepping it up. Rusty Sniper as an AD carry had a mission, and his mission was not surviving. His mission was dealing damage. Leo Lecargo shooting those battles. Like, we know those. So head on to Twitter and vote on your player of the series. You have them for you right now, and it's on you. It's on your community. It's not on us. Tell me.
I'll give you a little peek behind the curtain. All day, it's been Hybrid, Rusty, and Leo. That, like, from game one, that was our MVP votes. We put them in. That was locked in all day long. Yeah. Rusty, just out of his pure consistency. Leo, especially in those early games, was unbelievably great. Like that rail performance in game one was what secured him MVP, and he was definitely MVP for game one. It wasn't the Nunu incident that lost Highbridge his spot there. It was just the incredible performance. I mean, partly, but it was the incredible performance. It was the absolutely incredible performance from Harbo in game 4, which literally won his team the game. Was when we, as the desk, just came together and went, yeah, no, Harbo absolutely deserves to be in for a spot for MVP. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I do genuinely think it might be Harbo for me. I actually feel like, personally, he might have been my MVP today. He stepped it up massively.
In votes? It's on you.
I will.
I think he had 3 very solid games, and this final game was definitely the cherry on top. And I think the story is exactly the same for Rusty. So, take your votes. I think also Leo Cargo deserves a huge shout out for the way that he started this series.
Yeah.
And especially, game 4, it's very difficult sometimes to see the direct impact of an enchanter, unless it's like Lulu. Emilio did a lot of work in this game as well, right? The healing and shielding that was present, and the reason why Rusty Sniper and Winter were able to walk away from so many different fights when they probably should have died was also him. So I think it's a very close vote. Like we're saying, take your votes on Twitter, and we'll see who ends up winning. I think you probably have a pretty good idea of who we think on the panel is more likely to end up winning that one out. Yeah.
We keep talking about tomorrow, but what's the game for tomorrow? Now that we know the victor of today, we know that they will be facing straightforward Ruddy Sack, who fell from the upper bracket after fighting in. There you go. Oh, Verdant, that was a lovely one. Verdant will be facing North as we move on, and Los Ratanes will face Bulldogs. But for now, we have to see what happens tomorrow. LLS versus Ruddy Sack. Remember, lower bracket elimination matches every single time. It's not easy, but it's part of it. What's extremely easy is for you to get 50% off on anything you go on their website and slap in the code NLC LOL. Arozzi can provide you with chairs, they can provide you with tables, they can provide you with standing tables that don't fit on Jake's bedroom, but also you have webcams,
very sad about it.
You have glasses, you have mouse pads, you have everything that you need. Slap in NLC LOL to get 15% off your shop.
You got it. You said 15 and not 15.
I said
well
15.
Done. You did a very good job of that. Well done. I'm proud of you.
The only number I don't know is how expensive are the tickets if you want to see the finals live. Oh, finals live? What do you mean? I didn't stop my pitch yet. Head on to the finals. It's gonna be live. Look, everybody's smiling. Why can't you be part of the show as well? We only have a few seats available that are going to be sold starting on February 9. Look at this. It's almost filled. So it's time for you to pack up, go and join this live finals for NLC for the first time in the UK. Obviously, a lot of casters are extremely happy with that because they live there. So it's not even difficult. But you can meet the teams, you can meet the desk, you can meet everyone.
Yeah,
anything you want to add?
The last time the UK had a league finals, which wasn't obviously Worlds and stuff. Well, yeah, it wasn't Worlds. Worlds was finals. I completely forgot about that. But other, like for the NLC, for the UK scene, for our local region, the last time we've had a finals here was Twickenham in 2019. It's been an incredibly long time. It's been 6 years since we've had our players show up here. So I am very excited for it because, you know, it's back home. I also don't have to get on a plane. I'm so bored of planes, man. It's nice.
Wow, look at him. So fancy. What's your takeaway, Jamada, to end up the day? Look at him.
I find it's easy. Yeah, man, it's not that fancy.
British trains are so much better, aren't they? Smile. Anyway, I think that's a...
I have a car!
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
I think that's about it. Yeah. I don't think there's much else to say.
Hey, Brian, anything you want to say goodbye?
Good luck to Lightside tomorrow. They put on an amazing performance. A lot of improvements. They're going to be tested to their absolute maximum tomorrow. I don't think they... I have faith in them. I do have faith in them. My boy Rusty, and honestly now my boy Harbo. the guys have impressed me. I'm super excited. Tomorrow is going to be a banger day.
We were blessed with a good day, and I would like to bless you with a good night of rest as well before we head on to another elimination game tomorrow. With that in mind, let's forget about today's incident, the Nunu. And until we meet again, keep climbing, and I'll see you soon. Same time tomorrow. We'll be right back. Not with Nunu though.